Hello and welcome to our special program, a live TV marathon in support for Ukraine from Berlin studio. It is a special event we have prepared by the European Resilience Initiative Center and the Silicon Curtain video podcast with Jonathan. Thank you. We'll see him today too. And this will be an 8-hour event today with 5 stellar panels and a lot of interviews, which we have recorded extra for this show. And this event marks the 3rd year of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine and 11th year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We'll have a lot of panels today. As I said, you can have a look into a time schedule in the description of this video. And the first panel is dedicated to the question, is the West's support to Ukraine is more words or deed? What is going with the West's support? I'm happy to welcome our first guest here, Aaron Barnett. He is a security expert and analyst. He's a journalist, a Canadian working in Berlin. He's also a co-host of Berlin Side Out, a podcast which he runs together with Dr. Benjamin Tallis from DGAP, a German Council on Foreign Relations. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you very much for having me, Sergey.
So look, we have a lot of events which happened this week, and in particular, another voting in Bundestag, no tariffs for Ukraine.
Yeah.
We have a speech or explanation of Federal Chancellor Scholz why it is not possible to send tariffs, and we had also President Joe Biden's address to the nation. We will address this topic later. And President Macron has developed his taste for being hawkish. So a lot of things.
Right.
So what is going on in the world? Do we finally found some deeds, or is it still the words?
Well, I think that's the big question at the moment. I mean, I think we finally see a French president who is interested in, as you say, more deeds as opposed to words, and to back up words with action. Of course, we could criticize the French president as well for words versus deeds, as the case may be. French support for Ukraine is really dwarfed by German support and by US support in absolute terms, of course. So it will be interesting to see if Macron's really hawkish rhetoric, especially yesterday with that speech, is really matched up by action. But I think that obviously reflects a real impatience, particularly with Berlin, and also I think with Washington as well, that despite the amount of support that's been given by both Berlin and Washington to Ukraine, that we have leaders in those two capitals that really just don't get the strategic moment that we're in and don't get the scale of what is necessary. So it's very fine for Germany, for example, to say, as it often does, that it is the second largest supporter of Ukraine in terms of military aid, in terms of finances, in terms of in absolute terms, but there are very key things that are missing that Chancellor Olaf Scholz refuses to deliver. The biggest example, of course, of that is Taurus, which is the long-range cruise missile system that would actually allow Ukraine to hit certain very strategic targets, like the Kerch Bridge, for example, that connects Crimea with Russia at the moment, an illegally constructed bridge, of course, and would actually allow the Ukrainians to hit the supply lines of Russia.
Look, that is what I wanted to focus on. We have seen last year or end 22, early 23, a lot of international pressure on Chancellor Scholz.
Yes.
The Poles were very hawkish. They said, we will deliver Leopards 2 to Ukraine with or without German permission. The French said, we deliver tanks like wheeled tanks. The Brits said, we will deliver Challenger tanks.
Yes.
And then Scholz said, okay, like if you all deliver, I just join you.
Yes.
Do we have the same situation now? Can we say that the international pressure on Scholz has reached the level when he will say, okay, like I don't have room for retreat, I need to act because I'm forced to?
I think what really would make a difference maybe in this debate, or whether Chancellor Scholz actually decides to send Taurus, is whether the US would send ATACMS. these missiles. So we saw that was very much what happened with the whole Leopard tank debate. Chancellor Scholz wouldn't, he moved, I think, on Leopards for a number of different reasons. He moved, I think, because there was parliamentary pressure to do so. It took months, of course, and that's months that were wasted that could have had a difference on the battlefield in Ukraine, for example. We always have to remember this, that every day that there's a delay is a delay that the Ukrainians don't have the things that they need to have to be able to actually make gains, to actually push towards victory, and ultimately that costs lives, clearly. On this debate, I think, for Taurus, I think we have just about every possible source of pressure that you can have at the moment. It is a discussion, obviously, in German public debate, on talk shows, that sort of thing. We have parliamentary pressure. That's very clear from the not simply from the opposition, from the Christian Democrats, but also from even within the coalition, certain members of the Greens and the Free Democrats. Although I would argue that some of those parliamentarians could actually up that pressure quite a bit. But one place that we're not seeing that, we do see that pressure from Macron, obviously, who has felt the need to rebuke Olaf Scholz in public. We should note that that's very significant, because usually these kinds of rebukes would come from behind closed doors, diplomatically. You know, you'd shut the door and Macron might say to Scholz, "What are you doing? Like, why aren't you moving on this?" And now Macron is clearly so frustrated that he's rebuking Scholz in public to up the pressure as high as possible. Where we're not seeing pressure on Scholz that has worked before yet is from Washington, and I think that's one of the big questions.
That is what I wanted to dig a bit deeper in. We have seen, since October last year, we have seen 3 attempts by the oppositional party, Christian Democratic Union, to vote, to push the deputies of the ruling parties of three parties coalition, the Greens, Liberals, and Social Democrats, to vote, which is a non-binding vote. It's just like making a moral call for Scholz to deliver Taurus. And all these votes failed. The last failed like yesterday, this week. And you have been, I remember we recorded an interview with you after you have returned from the Munich Security Conference in February. And you said that behind the closed doors, there was some movement and there was some readiness to rethink and at least to discuss something, maybe to find a solution. And now we see that the fronts in the Chancellor's office are really consolidated, and they say no means no. So what has happened, and can Scholz face some sort of, I don't know, like some removal from his office?
I mean, that is the big question at the moment, whether we could ever see a no-confidence vote in Chancellor Scholz. Of course, we should note that under German constitutional order, this is quite difficult. It's in my home country, in Canada, or in the UK, for example, that's actually a lot easier to hold a no-confidence vote in the Prime Minister, in the government, this sort of thing. For that to be done here in Germany is more difficult, because you have to simultaneously designate a successor if you hold a no-confidence vote in the Chancellor. You can't simply hold that vote and not know who the next person is going to be. You need to know that right at the time. But I think that there is the Chancellor's office has always had a united front in this no, and the question is what his coalition partners are actually willing to do to be able to force his hand here. And ultimately, unless pressure comes from outside, from Washington, as I just said before, I think that we're at a moment, perhaps in German politics, where the only way to really potentially put pressure on the Chancellor's office is to start talking about no confidence. I don't know that we're necessarily going to see that. I think that we know that the Chancellor's office has put pressure on the other 2 parties in the government, the Greens and the Liberal Free Democrats, to basically say, if you vote against us in these Taurus motions, you are jeopardizing the coalition. And I think that makes these parties nervous, because German politics is, it's a political system that prizes stability. And no one wants to be seen as the one that's going to blow up the coalition. However, I think that we have to remember that there has been a successful vote of no confidence in Germany before. That happened in 1982. Interestingly enough, it was over the issue of missiles, American missiles in Germany. And so I don't know if we'll see history repeat itself, but ultimately, the other parties might worry that holding this no confidence vote based on a foreign policy issue like Taurus, which is not something that you typically win German elections with, is going to see them punished in the polls. I'm not sure that's the case. This is a historically unpopular coalition. 46% of Germans, according to a poll in January, say that they are very dissatisfied with the government. Not simply like somewhat dissatisfied, that's another 34%. So we only have 18% of Germans who actually say that they are satisfied with the work of this coalition. So I'm not sure that anyone who does decide to start talking no confidence is going to be punished nearly as much as they think. And we also have to remember that at the end of the day, as my friend and co-host Ben Tallis likes to say, I'm going to quote him here. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us today, at the last minute, but I want to bring him in right now. National security is the irreducible function of the state. That's something that he says all the time. That's a view that I share. And ultimately, if your state cannot guarantee your own security, and let's be clear that Ukraine not winning this war against Russia would be a direct threat to our security in Germany and in Europe, then that's your most basic function. You have to act on that. You have a responsibility, whatever the political consequences are, in my view.
That is what I regularly note when we have the donations campaigns for the Ukrainian army, for support of the Ukrainian army. And by the way, you have a link for the donation for the Ukrainian army in the description to this video. You can also scan this QR code and go to the link which you see currently on your screen, and you can donate your money as viewers of this TV marathon for the needs of the Ukrainian army. And we witness how actively the Germans and other people in the West, France, UK, Canada, your country, United States, how actively people donate. And when we receive these donations, which we then transform into support for the Ukrainian army, I pretty often read the comments which people leave together with the payment and say, I'm so sorry that my leadership doesn't do what they need to do. That's my part, and I'm so sorry I cannot donate more. And I'm always shocked because, look, you have donated your money you have earned for the needs of another country, and you ask for forgiveness for what? You have done a good thing. And we see in Germany, over 60% of people want more military support for Ukraine.
Yes.
And not like over 50% for tourists, but this can be seen also as a result of a lot of debates, and people really have fear.
Yes.
But this Chancellor is definitely less hawkish and less supportive for Ukraine than the German population. What happened to the Zeitenwende?
What happened to the Zeitenwende? Well, if you ask me that question with regard to the Chancellery, I would say that Zeitenwende has petered out, and they are returning to old habits, which got us into this mess before. I'm not willing to write the Zeitenwende off elsewhere just yet, though, I would say. So one example that we have seen, as you say, is the German public. The German public has had quite a significant change, regardless of these polls that we're seeing on Taurus, and I'll get to that in a minute. But in January 2022, we saw a poll that showed that 75% of Germans, a full 3/4, were against delivering any weapons whatsoever to help Ukraine defend itself. Around the time that the Leopard 2 tanks were sent, we saw that increase to over 55% to eventually 60 or so percent or even more in favor. We also see that the German population, about 3/4 of it, in some polls have said that they are willing to deal with the rising cost of living in order to help support Ukraine, that is a cost that they are willing to bear. So I think that we have seen a significant Zeitenwende amongst the German public. whatever the current polls around Taurus say, which shows that there is a lot of fear, I think that really we have to remember that foreign policy decisions, especially, and discourse in Germany is very elite-driven. It's very much driven by the top. And despite the fact that Olaf Scholz is a historically unpopular chancellor, Germans do place a lot of respect in that office, and they place a lot of trust in whoever holds it, regardless of whether or not I think that Olaf Scholz has acted to be able to earn that trust. And they do pay attention to the arguments that the Chancellor is making. And his argument is that if we deliver Taurus, it will make us a party to the war, that it's a certain red line, it invites a certain amount of retaliation that previous actions and shipments of weapons have not invited. This is, of course, ridiculous. There's no evidence to suggest that that's true, but that is filtering into the debate, and I think that it's clouding a lot of things at the moment, unfortunately.
We are facing now, like Germany is entering practically the election mode. We have June this year, elections to the European Parliament.
Yes.
We have next year in September, elections to the German Bundestag.
Yes.
Actually, it's funny because the Bundestag doesn't have as much power in Germany as the European Parliament, which can dictate or decide, not dictate, decide, of course, on economy, life, and standards, and a lot of things besides, except of the foreign policy and security policy. It's all the competency mostly of the European Union, but the Germans love the Bundestag. And they think that the Bundestag elections are important. So this year, end of this year, we will enter the Bundestag election campaign. And the Social Democrats seem to have entered a mode we need to find what is our main message. And our main message will be, we are a party of peace. We have seen these debates in the Bundestag that we are for peace, we want to freeze the conflict. As they call it, not win the war in Ukraine, but Mr. Mützenich said we want to freeze the conflict.
Yes.
And what is going on? They're coming back to their old habits, do they?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they necessarily think that they're doing. I think that perhaps we are seeing a social democratic party in Germany that's getting a little bit desperate. I mean, it is historically unpopular. We see that they aren't even in second place in the polls. I mean, recent polls have them on something like 15% or that sort of thing. The Greens are right behind them on that. The opposition Christian Democrats are on 30%, so more than double the Social Democrat total. The opposition Christian Democrats, if an election were held tomorrow, might get as many as votes as the three currently ruling parties put together. That's quite that's quite something. And we may be seeing an SPD that thinks, well, this worked for us before, maybe it will again, maybe the easy solution of freezing the conflict will bring us back to the possibility of sort of our economic and trade model as it was before, and we can lower cost of living and we can be this party of peace and all of that. All of this, of course, is ridiculous to anyone who looks at the way that Putin behaves at all. I mean, right on the very same day as Mr. Mützenich made that speech in the German Bundestag saying, accusing allies of using the war for their own interests, whatever that means. And I find that rather rich coming from the same party that championed Nord Stream 2 for all of these years in the middle of an active war in Ukraine and in the East since 2014, of course. But I mean, it was really just an absolute gobsmacking thing to hear him say. I'm still sort of processing it myself. But on the very same day that he gave that speech, we saw Dmitry Medvedev release his demands for what negotiation should look like. And the Russian demands are basically, complete annexation of all of Ukraine, saying that Ukraine must be denazified, saying that the UN should basically bless essentially a total, complete Russian takeover of Ukraine, that the current Ukrainian government, democratically elected government, should be liquidated. How do you negotiate with a Russian regime that says this?
And then you have like the discussion, will the delivery of like 20 or 50 or 100 Taurus missiles be a red line for Russia, and then we'll start something terrible? They already announced they want to start it as long as we allow that. We have seen in Germany last month this debate, will Russia be ready to attack Germany and NATO? And it seemed to be like some sort of a change, like a slight change. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, nobody would seriously have a German political discussion or a talk show or an article in a serious magazine or a newspaper discussing the very topic.
Yes.
Russia attacking NATO. Now it seems to be a topic which is absolutely normal and standard. So do we see some sort of decoupling of those who know the situation on the ground and those who really are empowered to take decisions?
Yeah, I think we do. I mean, Germany is a country that for years has been surrounded by all of its friends. I mean, think about it. It's 8 of Germany's neighbors are in the European Union. The 9th is and NATO. The 9th is Switzerland, of course. So we have had an entire generation where we are just used to safety and security, and we have an elite that is used to safety and security, and I think probably is suffering from a certain amount of complacency that the situation can, is always going to stay that way. The reality is that on the ground, and certainly to anyone who watches Putin, weakness in and of itself is escalatory. We have certain theories that have sounded good for years in German public debate about trying to avoid escalation. Putin doesn't respect that. I mean, it sounds all nice in an academic sense in Germany, but it does not correspond to the reality of the ground. I mean, right now, Scholz simply says, I will not deliver Taurus, that's a red line for me. Putin says, oh, great, I've got this wonderful shipment of Iranian cruise missiles that's coming into me. I mean, like, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about our red lines.
Well, he cares, but quite an opposite way. He's happy that we demonstrate our weakness.
Yeah, we've told him that he can just do what he wants, and he's going to bring in his own cruise missiles, partly because we will not deliver our own. I mean, weakness is escalatory. So I find that rather interesting that Olaf Scholz says he's trying to prevent escalation by not delivering Taurus, but being weak on the topic is inviting the exact same escalation that he is hoping to prevent. So, and let's be clear, if Ukraine falls, we suddenly have a much more tense situation in Europe, where I think that we could see Putin basically say, let's try for Lithuania, let's try for Estonia. Why not? I mean, they let us do Ukraine, so why not? This is the way he thinks. And although we might not see, for example, in a scenario like that, ground troops that would come directly into Germany, I do think that we can't rule out the possibility of, in a situation like that Putin might lob a couple of cruise missiles at us, at Cologne or at Berlin or Munich, basically as a way to scare us.
Absolutely,
right?
And we know that Article 5 NATO doesn't store it automatically. It's not the case. And the missile hits a territory of a country, then all countries automatically send their armies to protect. No, your government needs to ask for that, and then other countries need to decide how much they can help, what is possible. So it can be possible if Scholz is or his ministers are afraid of escalation. They'll say, okay, like one missile is bad enough. We don't want to have another 10. We don't want Cologne to turn to Mariupol. We don't want to have it. We need to discuss. We need to give Putin something. It's better to give Ukraine, because Ukraine is not yours. It's always good to trade what is not yours.
Precisely.
But what I also wanted to ask you here, we have seen that this rhetoric of Chancellor Scholz starts to loosen support among the opposition, not opposition, I'm sorry, among his also coalition, his own coalition, the Greens and the Liberals. They are more and more allow more and more critical tones against Scholz. And he gets support also on social networks by the leaders of the far-right party Alternative for Germany and the far-left bloc of Sarah Wagenknecht.
Yeah.
And that looks scary when you are a chancellor who gets applause from the far-right and far-left wings. And what is your policy? How can it be how can it transform the German political landscape?
I mean, that's certainly a question, I think, for Olaf Scholz and not me. I mean, it beats me. I mean, that's just inexplicable how you can, realize that the other democratic parties of Germany are absolutely against you, and the only ones that seem to be supporting your policy are the fringe elements. I don't know how you are a chancellor who, thinks that he's doing his job correctly if that happens. But there's one thing I wanted to say about something that you just said, because I really want to emphasize this point. It's very important. When we hear especially social democrat rhetoric or German rhetoric in general about freezing the conflict, as you've said, it's always easier to give something that isn't yours to give, right? And so we give them Ukraine because, it's not us, or why not, that sort of thing. And this point is really important because it is so rare to see any discussion of what the Ukrainians themselves want in German debate about exactly this. We seem to pretend as if this is a decision that we can somehow make for the Ukrainians. And regularly, even when you see this discussed on German talk shows, and certainly when you see people like Mr. Mützenich make that horrible speech before the Bundestag yesterday, nowhere in there is there any discussion about what the Ukrainians themselves actually want. And this really needs to change in the German debate, for sure.
Absolutely, and that is why we ask you to send your donations. You can find the donation links in the description to this video, to this live stream. You can see the donation link and donation QR code on your screen now. We are in constant contact with the Ukrainian units. We ask them what they need, and we deliver it to them because it is what they need. It's not what we believe they need most, or they have to need or accept. And now we have another part of our program, and in particular, it is a speech of U.S. President Joe Biden, who has delivered to the nation recently. And I ask the studio to show it to you, because I think that there can be some interesting details we need to discuss.
Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself.
So you have seen that speech that U.S. President Joe Biden has given a couple of days ago. as addressed to the nation. And he was very hawkish, and it was the very beginning of his speech. It was not something that he said at the end. It was the first address, the first idea he wanted to deliver to the audience. And he was clearly pointing out that Putin wants to win this war and destroy Ukraine, and only Ukraine, if Ukraine wins that war, can guarantee security and stability in Europe. How much does it talk about Biden's real politics? His rhetoric has been strong all the time, but the US doesn't sell shells since weeks and months. Republicans say to block it, but President Biden sits on a special fund of $6 billion, which he can give to Ukraine just by his signature, and it doesn't happen. Is Biden, in fact, the same person, more or less, as Scholz, thinking that escalation management is what needed for this war, but delivering Ukraine the arms Ukraine needs to defeat Russia would make the situation worse?
Yeah, actually, I think that's a big variable that we're seeing. If we think of throughout this entire war, Washington and Berlin have been in quite a bit of alignment on exactly these kinds of questions, managing escalation, those sorts of things. And they've had an assessment of the risk of escalation that has absolutely just not served us very well in this conflict at all. It's not serving our security very well. We did see a Washington that did eventually sort of reluctantly agree to send Abrams tanks in order to sort of free up the Leopards. And as I said before in the show, I don't know that we are necessarily going to see Taurus cruise missile systems get sent from Germany to Ukraine unless we see ATACMS that come from the US. Scholz very much when he says "keine Alleingänge," we don't go it alone, he doesn't actually mean we don't go it alone. He means we don't go it alone without the U.S. I mean, Olaf Scholz could have gone ahead with certain deliveries when the French and the Brits did, for example. When they delivered Storm Shadow missiles, Olaf Scholz could have said, okay, I've got some allies here that are already delivering some missiles. I can basically use this as cover. He's waiting for the US, and Biden so far is not delivering all of the weaponry that he possibly could. And as you said, there is that special fund that is there. Now, it is not nearly as large as the amount of money that is currently tied up in U.S. Congress that Republicans are tying up, that could actually be a major difference to Ukraine. So we do have to note that U.S. Congress does have a responsibility to act here, that it doesn't all come down to Biden. But as strong as Biden's rhetoric is, and it's impressive, it does need to be backed up by proper action. And the only action here, I think, that's acceptable is that we do absolutely everything possible to help Ukraine win this conflict. And the only way to do that is to send everything we possibly can send. And that would include long-range cruise missiles from the US as well as in Germany. And I think that if we were to see the US move on this question, that would be maybe the one thing that could get, for example, Chancellor Olaf Scholz to move.
Indeed, and we have also a function of comments under both videos on the European Resilience Initiative Center live stream and on Silicon Curtain live stream. Feel free to ask your questions, to leave your comments, and we will try to address as many comments and questions as we can. I already see a comment by Leonard Schneider from Germany, and that is actually the example for me of this distance between the position of the Germans and the position of the Chancellorship, because he writes, well, I remember Andrei Melnik, he was not happy with the German politicians and demanded public support for Ukraine in Germany, and I could understand why Melnik so aggressively, urgently demanded help. And indeed, Ambassador Melnik, who I value a lot, he was very undiplomatic. But the reason was that it was the only way to get help. Otherwise, it would end in endless commissions and would end into nothing. And that is exactly what we observe now. And I want to return to my question. What kind of pressure can be done? Is there any country which could lead now in Europe or in the West to support Ukraine? We have seen South Korea, we have seen Japan, we now see France. We have the United Kingdom, which is supportive. Is it enough to lead the coalition of the good nations?
Well, I think it depends on the issue that you're talking about. First of all, I think that if France and the UK want to lead this coalition, they do have to put up more. We saw a very, very, very impressive start at the beginning of this conflict, especially by the United Kingdom, at delivering the kinds of weapons that Ukraine needed even before Putin invaded. And I mean, thank God they did, because we don't know what the situation would have necessarily been like had they not done so. This was at the same time, as I said before, that 75% of Germans were against delivering any weapons at all, and the German government was very much of that line that, you know, never again from Germany war, we'll send 5,000 helmets instead, at a time when the
that
UK...
was the advertising before the election in 2021, the advertising of the Green Party, no weapons deliveries to crisis areas. They have had to change completely their stance to that problem.
But I think that the UK showed impressive leadership at the beginning. We've seen that really peter out. Whether France under Macron right now is serious, he is of course in Berlin today meeting with both Donald Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, and Olaf Scholz, would require him, I think, to put a lot more money and skin in the game than France has done currently. It's contributed way below its capacity. So that really is the big question. Could Germany lead? I mean, perhaps under different leadership it could. If Germany wanted to lead, it could. The question is one of political will. It certainly has the capacity. And I think that's part of the tragic bit of this entire thing, is that all of Germany's allies know, and Ukraine knows, what a fully committed Germany would actually mean and be able to achieve. So that's a big question. We do, I think, still need to see some leadership, U.S. leadership. We do need to see Biden step up with more deliveries of the very key weapons, including ATACMS, to really claim the leadership position. And I'll say one last thing very briefly, because I know that later on in the show we're going to be talking a bit more about this particular topic. My home country, where I come from, Canada, right now has an opportunity to lead on one particular file. It does not have the capacity, particularly militarily, to send the kinds of kit that would make a real difference. But it does have the opportunity to lead on legislation to seize Russian state assets, central bank reserves that were frozen at the beginning of the war that the Russians cannot currently touch, but they're not doing anything. It could help get things going, help seize these assets, give them to the Ukrainians, either for liberation, so purchasing of weapons, or for ongoing reconstruction, which we know is needed. Canada right now is one of only 2 countries, and it's the only one in the G7 that actually has draft legislation allowing for this, and we see that there's big hesitation in places like France and Germany to commit to this kind of action. And right now, I'm writing an article that's coming out in a couple of days about this. Right now, Canada just seems to want to follow along. It wants to wait for the rest of its G7 partners before it actually uses this law, and I think that's wrong-headed in my view. I think that Canada has a chance to lead and say, we're going to do this, and we're going to shame the rest of you into following along because we have this law, we're in front, we're going to go ahead. And I think that that's the kind of attitude that we need to see from everybody, whether it's on weapons in general, whether it's on leading in the conflict in general, whether it's on one specific file like seizing Russian assets. We need to see, I think, more of this attitude of taking initiative, being bold, and going ahead, and sometimes making others follow us.
Indeed, there is a huge demand for the leadership. We see it since the start of the full-scale invasion. We remember how the Poles said to the Germans, which was absolutely unexpected, send the tanks, send the tanks.
Yeah.
And the Ukrainians said, yeah, we are ready to accept German leadership in the military domain, which the Germans said, oh, no, please, we don't want to be war leaders. It's not what... And the whole Central Europe countries They said, we want Germany to be that, but Germany spoiled the chance, obviously. Now there is a need, either France, or Italy, or Canada, the United States stay in front of a huge challenge. November this year will be the elections, and who knows how the outcome would be. We have now a guest who is about to join us live in the studio. It is Evgenia Garber, who is a professor at George C. Marshall Center in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, and she's joining us live from Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Hello, Evgenia.
Hi, hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having arrived to this show. And you have probably heard what we discussed before: the question of leadership, the question of which weapons can be delivered, should be delivered, will be delivered. What is the role of the United States? What is the role of international institutions here in this war? The whole support for Ukraine military character is more or less bilateral with certain countries. What is the role of institutions like NATO?
Well, the role of institutions, as well as in the case of the national governments, it's all about the leadership, which you mentioned. And I think this is really important to understand, that we need to change the patterns of our behavior. So in many cases, including with NATO, of course, we have a certain level of support. Of course, we have very important statements by the Secretary General. But on the other hand, I still don't see this urgency. I still don't see very often this feeling that timing matters. Because as we are speaking now and as we are discussing these matters, I keep getting notifications from the hometown, Odessa, about another attack, Russian attack on the residential areas. And this is how the Ukrainians are living these days, now for the third year, actually. So the role of the institutions, I think, in the current setting, in the current environment, has to be reviewed. Because if we speak broadly, not only about NATO, but about the United Nations, for example, about the Red Cross, about many other institutions, we still see this reluctance to take a leadership, to take some active steps, proper steps. And this is something about this cognitive Zeitenwende, mental Zeitenwende, that we are lacking in the discussion. Though, of course, Ukraine appreciates the support that it has been getting from NATO and other institutions, including the European Union, by the way, in the peace facility, which is used by the EU.
Have the presidential elections this year in the United States, and we don't know what will be the outcome. What can be the consequence if someone like Donald Trump enters the White House? How are the European nations ready to deliver what the US will obviously not be ready to deliver?
Well, that's a great question. And I think the changes in Europe that we've seen recently, including efforts to step up military production, including new initiatives, these are all steps taken to become more self-sufficient in case President Trump wins these elections. I don't believe in catastrophic scenarios, because I still trust in the institutions in the United States. But it's not about the US withdrawing from NATO, for example. The whole rhetoric about the possibility of withdrawing from NATO, that undermines trust, that undermines credibility. And this is exactly what Putin wants. Because one of the main goals in this war, not only on Ukraine, as we fairly mentioned, but Russia's war on the West, is to actually break this unit and undermine this credibility of the political West as a credible partner. So, of course, all these conversations about Putin shall feel free to attack any country which is not delivering to the 2% of their GDP to defense, and then the possibility of the US decreasing role in NATO, and then some kind of illusion about the possibility to end this war in 1 day or in 2 days, unless Russians withdraw their troops from the territory of Ukraine unilaterally. That all does not help to build this unit and to build this trust. So if there is a silver lining in the whole situation, I think this is a chance for Europe to actually step in and say, we can and we will defend ourselves no matter what. We do not want to depend on the situation in Washington, D.C., as it has been the case so far. And it's not about any kind of strategic competition or strategic autonomy seen as decoupling of Europe from the US. It's rather about the burden sharing, and it's rather about actually living up to the expectations of contributing to the European defense. So here, as you mentioned, the role of the Central European countries, of the Nordic Baltic countries, is also crucial, because these are the leaders in pushing for more, in bringing this sense of Zeitenwende and urgency to the European debate. But still, at this point of time, I cannot say that Europe is ready to act with this resolve, unilaterally, not looking back at DC. Be it ATACMS and Taurus, which has been mentioned today, or even debate on Ukraine's membership in NATO, because we are now ahead of the Washington summit. And speaking about the role of institutions, I still do not see a political will or leadership, neither in Berlin nor in DC, to at least extend invitation to Ukraine, not to mention, of course, the membership itself, because all of this is still about looking who will take the lead so that the others would follow.
And while you are providing us with this insight, we are receiving comments on our both YouTube channels, European Resilience Initiative Center and Silicon Curtain. And a lot of people agree with you. They write, it is not about who will lead, just step up and take a lead, just act. Or the others write that the leaders in the West do not understand the urgency of this situation and like sleepwalking into this delusional reluctancy and don't want to do what is needed. So a lot of comments who support your point of view. That when we look at the EU and NATO in Europe, we also see the countries which looked like weak parts of the chain. Hungary, now Slovakia. From certain perspective, surprisingly, the blockades from some, not the Polish state, of course, but some actors in Poland who block the grain deliveries from Russia, from Ukraine, of course, but do not block grain deliveries from Russia via Belarus. This all undermines the unity and creates additional tensions in our response. How dangerous is this situation? Can it get worse? Or have we reached now the bottom line?
Well, the problem is that we are now in this super election year, and this does not help at all to Ukraine, because in most cases, Ukraine is a hostage of the domestic politics in many countries. The second issue is Russian operations of influence, Russians agents of influence who are all over Europe in different domains, starting from academia, think tanks, universities, and go into the political parties, members of parliament, even intelligence services, as we can now see. And I believe you will have another panel on that today. So I would really recommend to those who want to listen to that. Because this is also about how the perception is created, that Poland is not supporting Ukraine, for example, because there is this blockade on the border. And then when you look, when you dig deeper into the situation, and when you look how those farmers who are protesting on the borders are actually affiliated or connected to the Russian partners and sponsors, that can shed a bit of light to this whole situation. It's not limited to that. It's also part of the domestic politics in Poland and relations between Warsaw and Brussels, for sure. But then there is also this dimension of Russian operations of influence and reflexive control. When we want it or not, we have to react to what is happening rather than be proactive in setting the stage and shaping the whole debate and discussion. So I don't think that we are in a dire situation there. I think that Ukraine still feels this support from the European and the Western partners in the United States. But again, because there are elections not only on the national level, but also to the European Parliament. And we now see how Russia is stepping up its efforts to actually drag its either pro-Russian or Russian-sponsored or Russian-bribed candidates sometimes to rather high levels, I think this is the threat, because we will be facing a totally different environment, a totally different setting by the end of this year. And this is the threat that I see, because I do believe that the level of support is still high in many European countries. But on the other hand, I think that the threat perception is not adequate. And there is this gap between the situation on the ground in Ukraine and in many European countries, which are quite far from the front line. Yesterday in Germany, there was this alert just to see whether the system or emergency system is working. And I saw the reaction of many friends here in Germany, how they were feeling uncomfortable, to say the least, if not panicking, those who did not know about that before. In Ukraine, people hear these kind of air raid alerts, which are not for the purpose of training, but for the purpose of saving their lives and going to shelters when you are under attack of the Russian missiles every single day, 5 times, 6 times sometimes. It's more than 1,000 air raid alerts by now. So this threat perception in such countries, maybe as Hungary or that you mentioned, or some countries which are far from the front line, it also does not let us tap into the potential of this defense cooperation and actually going all in to support Ukraine, not only as long as it takes, but also to deliver whatever it takes to ensure Ukraine's victory. So briefly, like to wrap up this long answer, probably if I see this threat to undermine the unity of the European Union from inside, yes, I do see it. But I also think that this is a good chance for the European Union to review its internal procedures, voting procedures, from going from unanimity to maybe a qualified majority on some issues, to talk about the defense union within the European Union that would actually allow to be more consistent and coherent in defense policies. So this is also a time of opportunities to have a real Zeitenwende, not only for separate countries, but also for the institutions like NATO and the EU as well.
Here you have mentioned the sign of hope that not all countries are being used by Russia as their agents or assets, but we have also leadership within the European Union and NATO, and I would like to name the Czech leader, General Pavel, who has led the action to find enough ammunition for the Ukrainian army. And he found the 800,000 shells or even more, and now he's looking for funds, and I think that some funds are being guaranteed. And combined with the Estonian initiative of creating a joint shells production for the European Union, which was not that successful until now, but we have hopes that the production capacities will be expanded until the end of this year. Do you see some hope in leadership of these countries who have much more experience with the Russian threats?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly the point that I was making before, that it's about the leadership, it's about particular personalities who can take this lead, but that's also about the threat perception and experience of living either close to Russia or under the Russian occupation. Because such countries as Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Czech Republic, they are the countries most exposed to the Russian threat and Russian influence for years, for decades. And I remember even after the occupation of parts of Georgia back in 2008 by Russia, when voices from these countries, including from Ukraine, but also from the Baltic states, were raised and saying that, hey, this is a threat we have to face. There is no time for self-deterrence. There is no time for de-escalation by not reacting. If we want to de-escalate and prevent further aggression, we have to react in a very strong way. These countries or certain experts or political leaders were seen as paranoics who are just afraid of Russia and who have the psychological trauma from the past. And this is not something possible in the 21st century. And now we actually see how these countries are at the front line of deterring Russia, also defending the rest of Europe from the Russian aggression. So indeed, it's just because we have knowledge of Russia, we know how it is to live with Russia here in the region, which brings us to the conclusion that there is no way we can negotiate with Russia when it has an upper hand on the battlefield and when we feel ourselves deterred by Russia. If we want to de-escalate, then we need to be strong, and this unity and strong reaction and being proactive rather than on defense and rather than reactive to Russian acts of aggression, this is what would be the most de-escalatory policy in the region. So I do believe that these countries in the Central and Eastern Europe, they are both morally leading the whole discussion, but also bringing very important sense of urgency and presence of this threat, not only to Ukraine, but to the rest of Europe as well, should Ukraine fail.
Leadership has been produced, like if this leadership is available, if this leadership is on the table, do the European countries have enough technological expertise and capacities to produce, let me say, enough shells, enough tanks, enough other types of ammunition and equipment?
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing now, how slowly but gradually, but in a coherent way, we see new initiatives to step up military production. One of the best examples probably would be the Rheinmetall, which builds new ammunition plants now. We are discussing also joint production in Ukraine, though it's not easy during the war. We need additional air defense to defend those facilities. But that is exactly the debate we should have been witnessing for 2 years now, at least. It's a bit belated, but still it's a positive sign that Europe is trying also to step up military production and come up with these new initiatives to increase its own capacities, because it's not there now. As has been mentioned today several times, there have been these decades of peace in Europe. And this, of course, influences not only the perception and mentality, but also the situation on the ground with the production of ammos. And now we're back to the beginning of the 20th century, probably, in terms of this threat. And artillery still matters. This is not a war only of drones and cutting-edge technologies, which are an important part of this war, but that's also about basic things like artillery shells, which we lack in Europe and which we lack in Ukraine, of course. So we are not yet there where we want to be, but I think that the positive dynamics in this domain is definitely there.
Thank you. It was an amazing, full of insights comment by Professor Evgenia Garber, who teaches at makes her research at the George C. Marshall Center in Garmisch-Partenkirchen. And thank you for having joined us today. And we are coming back to our live broadcasting with Aaron Gash-Barnett, who is a security analyst and expert Canadian living in Berlin, a co-host of a podcast Berlin Side Out, yes, which he runs together with Dr. Benjamin Tallis from the DGAP, German Council on Foreign Relations. And what Professor Garber has said, that there is not enough political will, but there are like technological competence. And I need to add, there is economy for that. Like we have a GDP many times larger than Russia. If we have invested a slightly piece of this GDP in defense, we would have already won. Can we still hope that this reluctancy and this denial that this war is not something that happens to others, that it can be overcome? We had Bucha, eyes opening moment. Mm-hmm. We had Mariupol, eyes opening moment. Yes. But now, like many people say, just, okay, let's just forget it because we're too tired of that.
I think, well, first of all, on the subject of Ukraine fatigue, which is a term that has been used in Germany lately, I'd like to be very careful about using it, simply because I think that I remember this one tweet, for example, by the Ukrainian ambassador to Germany, who did a fast motion video of the line to get into Cafe Kyiv a few weeks ago, and how it was a 1 to 2 hour wait to get in. I mean, you know, and then he said, yes, the famous Ukraine fatigue, this sort of thing.
We have been there at the Cafe Kyiv with our Crimea panel, and it started after 9 p.m. and we had full house. We had full house. People were staying in the L, and I thought, okay, if we have at 9 p.m. that Crimea liberation panel, then what kind of Ukraine fatigue we're talking about?
Yeah, so I think we have to be a little bit careful with using Ukraine fatigue, because I think that there are some vested interests in perpetuating this kind of fatigue. You know, and certainly there are political leaders who are very keen to get back to their domestic agendas, who have things that they want to focus on. And I mean, but this is the function of effective government. You should be able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You know, you should be able to handle these security issues, and you should also be able to handle domestic issues at the same time. And indeed, it is very necessary that that happens. You know, Ben and I, my co-host, of course, Ben Tallis, who we mentioned, who sadly could not be with us today, but we talk about this in relation to neo-idealism, of which Ukraine is absolutely the shining light of at the moment. It is, you know, a democracy which has been attacked, which has decided it's going to defend itself. You know, but part of that, part of defending democracy is also making sure your society remains worth defending. And so it is important for us to be able to handle security and domestic issues at the exact same time. But it does require us to have really frank discussions with the public. And that is a discussion that some, I think, you know, members of the German political elite are willing to have and have started having, but we're certainly not seeing that from Chancellor Olaf Scholz, for example. I think that you know, Ukraine is obviously a problem that they see it as a problem.
A problem caused by Ukraine in their eyes, not by Vladimir Putin and Russia.
Yeah. I mean, you know, why doesn't Ukraine just, you know, stop defending itself and then it will all go away? This is literally logic that we see, which is of course ridiculous. But you know, nevertheless, this is something that we see that I think is motivating some of their decisions. The reality is that it won't go away, and we can't go back to business as usual. Although I do think that there is a sizable section of Western political elites who somehow think that's possible. We are always going to have to spend more on defense than we have been, because of course the U.S. security guarantee is in question. We cannot. Even if Trump loses this election, Trumpism isn't necessarily going to die. We do see a Republican Party that is less invested in European security in general, and that isn't going to go away just because Trump goes away, for example. We can't, you know, sort of cross our fingers and hope that the Democrats win the White House for the next 20 years. That is not viable. So we do have to step up. We have to have the necessary economic and industrial policy production to put our economy on a war footing if necessary. And by the way, I want to get back to your point about GDP, because this is something we can do. You know, if we get into the whole subject of narratives, we bought into this narrative of Russia being somehow this, I mean, yes, it has nuclear weapons, we know that, but of being somehow this, you know, huge, you know, strong enemy. And of course, we have to take it seriously. It is, its economy is on a war footing, and because it's an authoritarian state, it can put its entire economy on a war footing and not really be overly concerned about the welfare of its people. But that all said, Canada has a larger economy than Russia, for example. You know, and that's just, and that's a relatively small economy compared to the UK or France or Germany or the US or Japan, all of which are larger. Italy has a larger economy than Russia. So if we want to put our economy on the necessary footing to ensure our own defense, we absolutely can. It just takes will.
Absolutely, and we'll certainly come back now to the question of economy. But before we do this, don't forget to go into the description of this live video First of all, you will see the time schedule and can plan your time, what panels you want definitely to attend. You don't want to miss them, and believe me, there will be stellar guests there. And also you can find links for donation for the Ukrainian army. You can also see the link on your screen with the QR code and with the donation link. And if you donate, your money will go directly to support of Ukrainian units, and we will buy them the equipment they need. They told us to buy them, and we are in contact with them since over a year, regularly delivering them things which can save lives and which are saving lives. Thank you to your donations. But we have this discussion on how can we creatively approach to the challenge of defeating Russia and protecting not only Ukraine but us all, because Russia with all their threats threatens us all. And we have already discussed the question of confiscation of Russian sovereign assets.
Yeah.
We have for that a video which we have recorded before this interview, before this live, and I want to introduce you this video we have recorded with Olena Halushka, who is a co-founder of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory.
So we are actually talking about the reserves of the Russian Central Bank. In total, their reserves before the beginning of the full-scale war were around almost $600 billion. A little less than half of this money were held in G7 countries and other democracies like Australia, for example, and or Switzerland. And around $300 billion assets were frozen in those G7 countries. These are actually bonds, securities, and cash that are held either in depositories or in banks or other financial institutions of the Western countries. Most of this money, around $200 billion, are held in one depository, Belgian agency Euroclear. And that's why we are currently advocating for the establishment of G7 plus Belgium confiscation coalition, because G7 decision would be a very important political step, and Belgian participation would have a very practical implication, because that's the country where most of this money is currently held and where it has to be confiscated from. Currently, there are actually two tracks of discussion. One is within G7, and there they try to discuss full confiscation. We have how the debates are going on there. We have the US, Canada, and UK that are in favor of full confiscation, and we have European part of G7 countries, France, Germany, and Italy, and Japan, who are more cautious with regards to how this has to be done. Simultaneously, we have parallel track, which is European Union, and it is focused on the windfall profits. They passed the decision in February to put aside on a separate account all windfall profits. By windfall profits, I mean actually interests on the frozen assets. Why they are called windfall? Because they would never appear if there was no Russian full-scale aggression and if there were no sanctions related to the Russian full-scale aggression, meaning that this money in the normal circumstances would not be generated. So there is the decision of the European Council that those windfall profits would be put on a separate account from 2024 and further on. We are talking about 4 up to 5 maximum billion euros per year. So it's not that this money, would be seriously life-saving, but it's much better, of course, to have them than not to have. And here it is also very important to mention that to get this money finally sent to Ukraine, European Union has to make additional decision that this money would not only be set apart, but actually transferred to Ukraine. Why this decision wasn't made kind of together with the previous one, I have no idea, because for me it goes without saying. If you put the profits on the frozen money aside, of course, those profits need to be transferred to Ukraine. But very important thing that it regards only the profits from 2024 and further. And we still have profits for 2022 and 2023. And here we speak about a little bit more than 5 billion euro. So in the light of Ukraine desperately needing money already today, this money is kept by Euroclear, this Belgian depository, with the decision of the Belgian government as the reserve for some hypothetical future risks. And we are talking to Belgian authorities, we are talking to the governance, to the Euro Commission, to the European Council, EU member states, that why should 5 billion euros stay within Belgian Euroclear when Ukrainians are dying already now? Just 2 days ago, Russia killed 12 people in Odessa, including 5 kids, including, 2 babies, 1 toddler, and 2 a bit older kids. I mean, Ukraine desperately needs every dollar and every euro already today. And we have this 5 billion euro, which will stay with Belgium for some hypothetical risks. What if Russia goes to courts? What if Russia attacks, does some cyber attacks against Euroclear, whatever else? But they do not say, what are their risk assessment? And, lawyers for 5 billion euro, I mean, you can basically hire all of the lawyers of this planet. And if we speak about the trials, Euroclear is very scared of trials in Russia. But, the court, Russia is not about rule of law. Russia is not about trials. Russian courts are about issuing the rulings of whatever Kremlin wants them to rule, meaning that what is the point of spending money on the trials in Russia if the decision would anyway be whatever Kremlin wants? So this sounds ridiculous from our perspective, and we will continue demanding that this 5 billion euros windfall profits made for 2022 and 2023 should be sent to Ukraine as soon as possible to protect Ukrainians. Well, maybe some part of this money should indeed stay with Belgium, that's true, but definitely not 5 billion. So there are basically 3 main blocks of arguments against confiscation. First one is legal. As you've said, that there were no precedents before, that this money is protected by the sovereign immunity, so we cannot simply take them from Russia and transfer to Ukraine. The second big block is financial arguments and the trust in dollar and euro as the reserve currencies, and that after confiscation is done, the reserves of the third countries will simply flock away from the Western financial system and undermine them. And the third important pillar is so-called retaliation fears, that Russia is blackmailing that they will start confiscating Western businesses or their assets that are located in Russia. From the legal perspective, there's absolutely no difference between the freezing and the confiscation. And if we speak about the legal arguments, international lawyers prove that the confiscation can be done as the countermeasure. Countermeasure, that's the actions of either the victims or the third parties who are also felt some damages from the illegal activities of an aggressor that are aimed at motivating the aggressor to stop their illegal actions and violations of the international law. So this freezing of the $300 billion in the first days of the full-scale war, it was countermeasure back then. And it was a relatively proportionate countermeasure because Russia hasn't inflicted very high losses back then like they are having now. According to the latest assessment of the World Bank, the damages of the 2 years of the full-scale war, and we are talking only about the full-scale war. We are not talking about the 10 years of the Russian aggression since 2014. So 2 years of the full-scale war inflicted at Ukraine $486 billion damages, meaning that it's absolutely logical when everybody is demanding that the countermeasure should be toughened. And the next step after freezing, of course, would be to confiscate this money and send it to Ukraine. You're also absolutely right that the message and the signal for the third countries was already sent 2 years ago. And those who wished to get their assets and transfer them into other more safe places, they had plenty of time to do this. But the problem, which is very often not said, explained, discussed by the opponents of the confiscation, is that in case if confiscation is done by G7 countries and European Union jointly, there are simply not many destinations for the assets to flock away, because Chinese yuan is not a sufficient reserve currency, because it is not fully convertible, plus Chinese investment market is actually not safe. They have plenty of cases of interference of the government in the investment markets. Where else can these assets go? Into Indian rupee. I mean, it's not convertible also. Into some Middle East currencies. Well, they do not have, the capacity to absorb as much of the assets. Plus, they also have this convertibility issues. Somebody speaks about the potential currency of BRICS Union. But do you really think that, let's say, China and India can come up with one joint currency when they are having very different geopolitical goals? Of course, no. So in case if the confiscation is done jointly, there is simply not many options at all for the currencies to flock away, meaning that the fears are very often largely overinflated.
Welcome back to our live broadcasting from Berlin, a TV marathon today, 8 hours long in support for Ukraine. Don't forget to send your donations to support the Ukrainian army. You can see the link for the donation in the description of this live video, and also on your screen now you see the QR code and the donation link. We will send the goods we buy for the Ukrainian army directly to the units, or personally bring them to the front, which we normally do. And we are talking today with Aaron Barnett, who is a security expert living in Berlin, a Canadian person, also co-host of a podcast, Berlin Side Out, which he runs together with Dr. Benjamin Tallis from the DGAP, the German Council on Foreign Relations. Benjamin is unfortunately not with us today. What do you think about the feasibility of confiscating of Russian sovereign assets?
It's not simply feasible, it's necessary, in my view. So we can do this, we absolutely are able to do this, and we absolutely should. I mean, the title of this event today is War on All Fronts, and we have to remember that this means that every possible measure that we can take to help ensure Ukrainian victory, we have to take. There is, of course, military dimensions to that. There's political and diplomatic dimensions, but there are financial dimensions. And that's part of why we're even having this, is also the financial dimension, helping to raise the money to get the things that Ukraine needs. So of course, and I encourage you to donate as well. Remember the links that Sergei has provided for you there. But when it comes to the financial aspect of this war, there is a financial aspect of this war, and this is absolutely part of it. I mean, these assets have been sitting on the sidelines for 2 years, and originally we saw that the freezing of Russian central bank assets, which is held in Western bank accounts, was absolutely an extremely effective measure at the beginning of the war. I mean, the ruble was absolutely hammered over a period of a couple of days, and it seems as if this is something that Putin and the Russian regime was not actually expecting, that the West really would take this step and help to paralyze Russia's ability to be able to wage this war. But that period is long past, and it's time to actually confiscate these, give them to Ukraine. And there's two various ways, of course, that those confiscated assets could be used. Number one is, of course, for reconstructing Ukraine. That is certainly something that has to not simply be done at the end, but ongoing. I mean, infrastructure is constantly being bombed in Ukraine and must constantly be repaired. So that is an ongoing cost. I mean, when we say reconstruction, people often think that that's something that happens at the beginning of the war, but this is something that is consistently happening, which is one of the reasons that these assets need to be confiscated now to help alleviate some of those financial pressures. But also they could be used for Ukrainian liberation, which is to help Ukraine to buy equipment, to buy weapons, to buy the things that it actually needs to be able to win this war. Feasibility is a tricky question. The reality is most countries do not yet have the legislation in place to seize these assets. But this is a technical issue. And this is a technical issue that, as with all technical issues, can be solved if there is simply the political will to do so. My home country is demonstrating legislative leadership on that, as I said earlier in the show. There is a Canadian law that is going through that allows for this. Originally, Canada was one of the first countries to pass a law allowing for the confiscation of private assets. These are assets that are held by Russian oligarchs in Western countries like Canada. Canada, for example, seized a plane. It seized assets, I think 26 million, that was sitting in a holding company believed to be owned by Roman Abramovich, for example. But that pales in comparison, for example, to state assets. In Canada alone, there are an estimated $19 billion Canadian of Russian central bank state assets that are sitting either in Canadian accounts or in accounts associated with Euroclear, which Canada has can claim the legal right to seize. When, as Elena was saying there, the amount of assets are vast, over 300 billion US. Most of those, by the way, are located in Europe. So over 200 billion of that, over two-thirds.
As we talked at the interview with Elena, she said before this live, she said that they, like a huge line port, are in Belgium. Mm-hmm. Like you can just like take them and use them, or like at least you can use the income which is being generated by the availability of these assets. So you just like need to have political will to do it, and there are, as you mentioned, the fears that it is like illegal according to international law because it violates Russia's right. We have a war, we have genocide in Europe. Of course you need to violate someone's rights, like property rights of the Russian army on their tanks, or property rights of Russian oil companies on their refineries which have been hit by the Ukrainian army. But to avoid your property being damaged, don't start the wars.
Yeah. Well, and this is precisely it. I mean, we have, there are still some people who are skeptical about seizing Russian assets, partly because they think that it would violate international law. As Olena's Foundation has been Center has been arguing, no, this is in accordance with international law because we are exercising enforcement or countermeasure of a obligation under international law that Russia has, which is to not invade your neighbors and not, perpetrate mass killing of them, which obviously is, I think, the more important principle of international law. But this is absolutely within international law as I see it, and there are legal scholars that are making this exact same argument that it is feasible under international law, because the original question was on feasibility. Under domestic law, we also hear legal arguments that it is feasible under domestic law because Russia does not enjoy as a state the kinds of protections that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms or the German Grundgesetz would offer. For example, as a state, it doesn't enjoy those. In terms of feasibility, Canada is proving, and actually Switzerland recently, of all places, is proving that it is legally feasible. We can pass these laws. It can be technically challenging because under domestic law in many countries, there is the states themselves are enjoy exception or immunity under currently existing sanctions law to have their assets seized. But with some political will, you can change that. And that's precisely what we are already seeing in my own home country, in Switzerland. And that's precisely what we need to be seeing in more countries. We need a shift of thinking on this.
We have, while we are talking now, we have some comments which our audience posts under the video. And I encourage you to ask your questions and leave your comments under the video or share this video to encourage other people to do this. We have 3 comments which I in particular find very interesting. First one, there could be, no matter what you took from Russia and gave to Ukraine, you will never compensate anything what Ukraine has suffered, like a bit of that. No. Because the damage is vast. Like, it is not only hundreds of billions of euros, it's human lives, it's tragedy, it's stolen years and years, ages of human life combined. I totally agree here. But here we have like 2 other questions. One thing is the role of businesses, and the businesses seem to be unhappy with what is going. And another question is, didn't Putin just sign off that leased airlines in Russia as theirs? So there is a fear that if we confiscate Russia's sovereign assets, Russia confiscates property of our companies. How much of I
am honestly so sick of these arguments, because Russia will do whatever it wants. It's already demonstrating that, right? Fear of saying that you're not going to do something because you fear Russian retaliation. They never pay attention to this. I mean, we're talking about this with Taurus, for example, where, let's not send Taurus. Well, that's not going to prevent them from getting Iranian-made cruise missiles of their own. They don't care. And in fact, they're like, oh, great. You won't send missiles, we'll send of our own. We have battlefield advantage. Russia is already retaliating against Russian Western companies.
I read this comment today in a discussion about the destiny of a Russian House representation office of Russia, a propaganda agency here in Berlin. Don't confiscate it, because if you do it, Russia will confiscate property of Goethe Institute, a cultural institute in Moscow. So I don't care, okay, they will confiscate the property. First, I'm not sure that Goethe Institute owns any property, but even if they do, you will not be able to teach Russians German language. What a huge loss, but you will undercut the Russian propaganda in the heart of our city, where they sell all their books and held all the speeches, etc. So if we think about confiscating, can several countries, without waiting for international community to do it, can the Netherlands or Canada say, okay, we do it alone and we lead?
And actually, I think that I make an argument in an article that I actually have coming out in a couple of days that is precisely what my own home country, Canada, should do. That it should not wait, that it shouldn't wait for G7 agreement. It has the necessary legislative framework in place. It needs to set an example, and it needs to go ahead. Because we often see, also on Ukraine, is that when countries do that, other people do follow. It does build a certain amount of consensus, and I think that is precisely what is necessary. It's just time to act. And especially because every single day that passes in Ukraine, as you say, is a time when we lose more precious human lives there. As you said, the Ukraine has already lost far more than what we can compensate them for. Nevertheless, it's important that we do this, partly because Russia is never going to pay reparations. I mean, anyone who's expecting Russia to pay reparations after the war is over or anything like that.
Russia never pays voluntarily for what they have damaged. But we need to close this panel now, as the time is coming for us to go into a break. Don't switch off, or if you do this, then don't forget to enter into the panel again. And to look at the time schedule in the description in this video. We'll see you again, but now look, the interviews were recorded extra for this panel.
The word the global south is usually used for these regions, because that is definitely quite a diverse community of the countries, and because of these, many of them had different experience, different alliances and partnerships, different political preferences as for now. So we have an extremely diverse picture. What we definitely know, that Russia been actively working for the last 30 years in all these countries. Doesn't matter right, left, democratic or more autocratic. Russia been working because they had the diplomatic presence, what Ukraine didn't have in many of these countries, and didn't have the enough capacity and money to be present in terms of the political, in terms of the visits, in terms of the contacts, in terms of the soft power and public diplomacy. So now we're de facto trying to catch up with what we've been neglecting for many years. At the same time, we have countries that clearly immediately realized what is happening and took the strong position, like Japan. Here, no questions. What is interesting, Guatemala suddenly became one of the leaders in the Latin American region who understood, joined Crimean platform, and we had our friends. With other countries, the problem was originally that we thought they just understand what does mean the rules-based order, human rights, and how important that is. We underestimated that Russia played perfectly on the anti-Americanism and anti-Westernism in many of these countries, and also presenting it as anti-imperialism. So all that Soviet narrative that worked well, meaning that Russia is against empires, not Russia is empire. And the question, when we started to speak that Ukraine being a colony of Russia for centuries, and we even received the surprise, like, eyebrows in Africa, you are white, you cannot be a colony. So on the certain moment, we needed to reframe our narratives, and starting explaining, we just realized that, first of all, many of these countries are not supporting Ukraine just because they don't know what is happening. Because they are perfectly living at the certain information bubbles. Many of the information agencies are just reposting Russian information agencies because they're free of charge compared to Reuters, for example. Yeah. So it's just came naturally, and we need to break this wall. And for this, what we really need to do is to go there and to speak directly with these people, because sometimes we don't feel nuances, what touch people, what don't touch. A big surprise for me was, for example, that India, being a nuclear country, doesn't want to speak about nuclear security. They are not interested in this topic. That's not the topic that really touches them. But at the same time, they were absolutely open to speak about food security. Even that we thought originally, our assumption that food security is probably more the question for the African countries. Then you came with that's really so many nuances and details that without coming to the region, without speaking directly with these people, you would not be able to feel the moods and to understand the needs and what are the common topics. We suddenly received a very interesting support from Singapore, who was very interested in disinformation and in maritime security. Small country, but they understand that because of their ethnic composition, because of their neighbors, because where they are, there is two spheres where maybe they don't care what is happening in Ukraine, but they care about experience of Ukraine. So we can speak from how we can be useful for you by sharing our lessons learned and experience. It's not that we need to share the threat, because when you come to many countries, they openly says, but do you understand that you are not a global conflict for us? You're regional conflict. So explain us why we should care about you. Yeah, morally we understand that that is bad, that you have refugees, you have destruction, everything. Yeah, Russia is bad, but why should we care? And that's to find these nuances why they should care. What are those interesting elements? And what are the transnational or even transcontinental effects? That's how we are getting these countries, because with many Southeast Asian countries, for example, we started to explain that we understand that China is bigger threat for you than Russia. You de facto don't care about Russia. But look, China is now learning the lessons from Russia, both in terms of tactics, how war can be conducted, but also in terms of the international reaction. So they are looking, okay, sanctions are not effective, or what mechanisms we can, preventive mechanisms implement, so your sanctions would not be effective to us. Or, okay, we understand that West would not go after this. Yeah, that is their limit in terms of actions. Why not to try? Let us try to do this, or this. So, you know, all of these, and suddenly they start opening like, okay, so you think that China can go, let's say, attacking, yeah, it can be hybrid actions or direct, if Russia is winning, because they understand that the West is weak and are not capable of facing this. We said, yes, we already see the indicators, and you have, like, you know, a switch. Oh, that's interesting. Let's talk now. Maybe we can help. So that is probably now we are in this period of, you know, search, of experiencing, of trying, of learning, but not only telling. And that is the huge difference between probably our activities before 2022 and now, because originally we were coming just advocating. Now we are coming to learn, so to understand how we can be useful and interesting to each other. South Korea is not openly supplying us with any ammunition yet. That's what we are working on. They try to do it through the third countries, because according to their legislation, they cannot do it to the country in war. And even in South Korea, where we've been in December, I cannot say that the position is so strict. On the one hand, they are absolutely recognizing Russian aggression and that Ukraine is a victim and Ukraine needed to be supported. But at the same time, they are not imposing a lot of sanctions against the Russian Federation. Or they are looking at the situation as, okay, but we can continue trading and doing some of other stuff. So they are still trying to balance, also partially because of China and because of North Korea. They're trying not to spoil relations with Russia that much that Russia would destabilize situation in their region. And that is the fear of a lot of countries, especially in Southeast Asia. With Japan, that's a little bit easier, because let's not forget that Japan is still, from the legal point of view, in the state of war with Russia after the Second World War. But at the same time, they don't have the armed forces. So there are also limits to what they can supply to us. What still can be done from the region? There are not so many countries that can supply us with what Ukraine needs. Because we don't have so many Asian countries that are producing weapons. They've been usually the buyers of even Ukrainian weapons. But some of them are important trade partners, and you understand that we need the economic activity. We need their voices in the United Nations and other organizations. That's very important. What is much more important, we need them to join sanctions, because Russia is using a lot of these countries to bypass sanctions of the European Union and the US. They are using these countries for the gray export, and they are using these countries for the supply of the technologies that are important for the weapons production, such as microchips, for example. And the last but not the least, many of these countries bought in the past the Soviet ammunition and equipment. So now Russia is trying to buy it back. and sometimes even very, very old equipment, like last year it was the contract that they bought in Cambodia, the weapons that de facto been produced in 1950s. But who cares? If it is the tank, this tank is driving, so it can be used at the battlefield.
There is no limit for Ukraine to go on with not only Euro-Atlantic reform agenda, but also continuing to will to be a NATO member. But we have to talk about specific member states inside the NATO and the political willingness of the NATO to accept Ukraine. That's, I believe, it's something that you are asking, and we as Ukrainians asking ourselves. So when, how, under which perspectives? Of course, everyone from Ukraine, civil society in particular, looks on the July agenda. July is the time for annual, but this time very memorial 75th NATO Washington summit. And we were thinking, so apart from writing the security assurances with Ukraine, US could make a much more of a message, not only NATO member states, but united with the member states to other parts of the world, saying that not only Ukraine will be a member, but Ukraine will be a member of NATO when and how. That's the precision framework. So when, how, it means by which conditions. Yeah, that's something that we are very much expecting and working on intensively with our partners as a civil society organization, think tank, in other countries, with the organization, for example, but with others from the NATO member states, in order to make sure that we elaborate this understanding and the timely concern that we already talked about. Because, yes, we already have a Vilnius communique or Vilnius declaration last year when the annual NATO summit was taken on, with the perspective of Ukraine somehow, when we don't know, to become a NATO member state. But we want to make sure that it happens already, and there are already not only economic but also political preconditions to that. Of course, our eyes look more to what we say Atlantic partner of NATO, United States in particular, where the concerns are that Ukraine is not ready and it might be ready to join NATO only after or when Ukraine wins and have a full victory. And this precision to have a full victory itself and to win, that's something that we as Ukrainians see as already being a precondition of being a member state of NATO. So it should happen in a parallel tracks. I want to maybe foresee some of the questions that, Sergei, you might think, or your audience who will be listening to this podcast in particular might see. Well, there is a kind of a stereotype, or at least it used to be a stereotype before, that the expansion of NATO was the precondition why the Russian Federation attacked Ukraine, right? So it was a very common knowledge for a lot of communities in 2022, but also in 2023. As a picture now in 2024, I might say two arguments that are against that. Firstly, Finland already became a partner, or actually a member, to be precisely, of NATO, so expanding its borders, and NATO literally being on the borders with the Russian Federation, but Sweden as well. Did something happen to them? Not at all. So it means that this idea that sometimes politically blocks, or sometimes some expert societies blocks to the vision to have a full victory of Ukraine, at least to help Ukraine in order to gain this full victory. We say that these arguments that the expansion of NATO was used as something why the Russian Federation attacked shouldn't be the argument as well in 2024. The argument should be why Ukraine is not still winning with all together. So what it makes sure, or how to make sure that Ukraine not only wins but have a full victory. These, I believe, are the key questions that we should ask our Western partners. But we as Ukrainian experts make sure that we are providing necessary not only questions but answers to that. We are definitely ready to both receive the military aid and support and supply of all possible ammo, but also far-launch missiles, in particular that you mentioned. Your country, in Germany, is making intensive debates whether to exchange the Taurus to the British Storms and then to, in such a way, to overcome, let's say, the political shape and political discussions or dilemmas for some of the representatives still to support Ukraine on time. Because as a matter of fact, Sergei, it's very important that we do that on time and as soon as possible. And it's not about as long as it takes formula, it's now. And as you know, when we are talking about military cooperation in particular and planning and delivery on time is a kind of a very essential thing to support not only the militaries but also civilians in Ukraine, which are literally making sure that each and every drone attack or missile attack is not hitting their homes for this moment. And that's why political dimension of the discussions, which ammunition, but also in particular which military aid to provide to Ukraine. It's something that has been long debated, and that's why the length of this discussion sometimes is immeasurable. In Ukrainian framework, time is a very different concern, and we make sure that our response is making it as quick as possible. Of course, we definitely understand the partners in the West that will take much more time politically to negotiate and discuss these matters in particular. I only mentioned Germany, but it's not only the one country that we have to talk about. Of course, UK, we have to talk then a priority for, let's say, creative approach sometimes that even the Minister of Foreign Affairs, David Cameron, was making it sure that talking to her vis-a-vis Annalena Baerbock, making sure that this request for the exchange of the missiles was never something done before. So it's a very creative approach, the partners thinking about the future of Ukraine and also their future to some extent. Of course, here is the talks about France and his again announcement in the upcoming weeks to still visit Kyiv. As you know, the visit was planned to be in February, but then was cancelled. Still, after the talks with Volodymyr Zelensky himself with President Macron, make sure that President Macron will make it happen. So we literally think that this visit is not only political momentum of when France and Ukraine signed the security assurances, but it's a kind of a concrete, what we say, how these security assurances are making sure they are transformed into the action plan. Action plan with concrete deadlines, concrete, let's say, indicators, and concrete cooperation in this sense. We know that our partners from the Baltic states and Poland are making their efforts to do so as well. And it's not a secret that Baltic states representatives, in particular Estonia now, where Sergei is coming from, is elaborating the framework for the security assurances with Ukraine. So something that we expect more countries, in a nutshell, in March, April, and May, to sign with Ukraine the security assurances, which are sometimes politically said as security guarantees, but to make sure that it's not somehow the same thing that we are talking about. And we have to mention also one more partner, which is definitely from the Scandinavian, and Sweden and Finland and Norway. So three countries from the, let's say, Scandinavian profile, which important to mention, not only Finland, but now Sweden is a member of the NATO, so we do have the Baltic states being protected by what we say NATO Lake. So the cooperation with this country intensifies with Ukraine, also with security assurances, but also military aid that these countries are providing. But on the south side, from what we say the old members of the EU, Italy is one of the very interesting partner now, trying to elaborate its framework, not only politically, but also, as we understand, economically, how to boost presence of its efforts. And just on another side, very important question here to answer is not only the military aid, but how Ukraine will be able to economically recover. When we're talking about the procurement system, and of course how the ammo, if we talk about the ammo, let's say, should be produced and then supplied to Ukraine, it takes definitely time, and the preparation for that should have been started, which is the case. But it's true that those, let's say, ammos that already been delivered to Ukraine, they were in stock of the countries that were providing them, and they vacated their stock, that's for sure. That's why EU is thinking about enhancing their industrial defense capacity, as we know, and there is also the strategy to do that, and there is also an idea to have a special commission on that, an open office in Kyiv. What stops that? Well, interest, definitely, as we say, sometimes political interest, because it provokes also the questions simultaneously to many European communities who, as we know, also go on elections, apart from not only United States, potentially UK as well, we don't know, we will know in the upcoming weeks, to explain the questions of conscription, because if we expand the defense capabilities and productions, and potentially politicians are not sometimes ready to answer the questions of conscription, for example, so to boosting the production. Is it only for Ukraine, or is it how it potentially might be used, and for what? The societies in Europe, I'll be talking in Europe in general, it's not only EU, they are very much accommodated with the democracy, and sometimes democracy makes it so comfortable, which we definitely understand, and that's what Ukrainians truly want. But in order to be potentially safeguard this democracy, we need these capabilities to be present. And it also involves training of personnel, because capabilities without personnel and thinking about logistical chains, how they're going to be supported and supplied, that's something that should be considered as well. War is mathematics as well, so it's definitely about numbers, how much of what and when. So the time concern, the volume concern, but also the times when the production lines can be elaborated. That's something that is on our agenda as well. And to make this very, maybe my vague answer to you, but at the same time with some concrete messages, Ukrainians are very open, and we do believe that military production in Ukraine is one of the solutions. But we also need the transition solutions as of now, because in order to win as soon as possible, we need already the solutions to be elaborated and being implemented now. And this term now is not as soon as it takes, but it's now already definitely as a very something concrete. So that's why my prospects for 2024, which might be, it is a challenging year for sure, is that when the political leaders are coming to Ukraine and making their discussions, we are discussing a very concrete action plans in these concerns and in these domains in particular.
Important to remember that the war started 10 years ago, not 2 years ago, so we actually are into the 11th year of conflict. And after 11 years, with Russia having every advantage, they still only control 20%. Their Air Force and Navy have failed in all of their critical tasks, and 500,000 Russian soldiers have been killed. So I would not focus so much on yet last year's counteroffensive, but step back from the map and think about where we are. And this was done without a strong, decisive commitment from the United States to help Ukraine win. So I actually am quite optimistic. I think that, Russia is actually in deep trouble. Now, three things. Number one, we have to make it clear that we want them to win, that it is our strategic objective that Ukraine wins. Germany has to do the same thing. Make it very clear, and then provide the support that's needed for them to win. Number two, Ukraine needs long-range precision strike capabilities that will enable them to make Crimea untenable, and that will neutralize Russia's advantage of mass. That means the capability to destroy artillery headquarters logistics at long range. That's a capability that we should provide them. And then the third thing, Ukraine is going to have to fix their personnel system. They've got enough people, but they don't have enough soldiers. And so this is going to require political decisions, political fixes, changing laws, and then for the government in Kyiv to explain to Ukrainians why they have to get more people to expand the size of the army so that they can have enough units to rotate. First of all, we should recognize that these are threats, bluster, and it's a part of the Russian repertoire or their arsenal. Just like artillery, just like rockets, is disinformation, constantly threatening people. And I think we in the West should quit overreacting to all of these threats, be firm in our resolve, be clear in our objective, and then push back on it. The Russians will complain every time we do, but they actually only respect strength. When we cower or like, oh, we don't want to provoke, that just makes them want to do more. And I don't understand why we still have a hard time acting with confidence and decisiveness instead of always worrying that we might provoke them.
And we're going to pick up where Ben Hodges left off, and we're going to start talking about escalation management, which seems to be a feature of this war, at least amongst some of the allies that are supposedly supporting Ukraine, but not giving Ukraine everything it needs to win. We're going to look at this strategy, what it's founded on, what is restraining the actions of the allies, and how Russian propaganda is potentially manipulating, coercing the allies into not doing what they should. It's an element of fear, there's nuclear terrorism, but we also have to examine what is Putin prepared to do, what is he not prepared to do, does he in fact have any red lines at all? Sergei, it's great to have this conversation. It's great to be in Berlin to talk about this. And of course, Germany is one of those countries where it gets a lot of bashing because of tourists and certain systems that aren't supplied. But at the same time, Germany has come on an incredible journey over the last 2 years, from initially providing a handful of helmets to now providing some serious hardware and, of course, a very, very large, in volume terms, amount of military support.
Well, first, where to talk about it, not in Berlin. Berlin is a symbol, a quintessence of Russian attempts to intimidate, to distract, to distort, to disinform, and to subjugate Europe. And Russian agents, maybe only in Vienna, feel as good as they do in Berlin. And I don't agree that it is Germany bashing, it's more Germany encouraging. We already discussed on the later panel with Aaron Burnett that after this war has been unleashed, the full-scale war, of course, the war started 10 years ago, but the full-scale invasion has been unleashed by Russia, by Vladimir Putin himself. A lot of countries in the central part of Europe, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Ukraine, said to Germany, send your tanks. Polish foreign minister said that the only thing he is afraid more than a strong German army is a weak German army. The Ukrainians, who had a terrible experience with German army on their soil, because like our army, Wehrmacht and SS, have killed millions of Ukrainians. 16% of Ukrainian population have been killed during World War II. The whole territory of Ukraine has been occupied. Like hundreds of towns completely destroyed. The largest massacre on Jews in a single town took place in Kyiv in 2 days in October 1941. Over 30,000 of Kyiv Jews have been killed. The largest destruction of one city in the history of World War II by soldiers took place in Ukraine, and these people told to German Chancellor, send the tanks. We want German tanks rolling towards our countries because we want us to be protected. And I remember how the Ukrainian Jews, Association of Jewish Communities in Ukraine, published an open letter to Olaf Scholz a couple of weeks before the full-scale invasion, and they urged the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, they said, we are the grandsons and granddaughters of those Jews who survived the Holocaust, and we are afraid that we will be killed now in this war. And some of them were killed. And we ask you, German Chancellor, to send arms to Ukraine. Please do not let us be killed. And you know what? German Chancellor has never answered. And that was the terrifying, absolutely terrifying sign of how Germany did not understand what is going on. So, of course, as you said, a lot of progress has been done. And Germany has no problem now with sending artillery, tanks, or missiles, like air defense missiles, is the best compromise because it doesn't kill Russian soldiers, but it protects Ukrainian lives. But we still have a lot of problem with sending missiles which can change the situation in this war and bring Russian troops, which are still outnumber the Ukrainians, bring the Russian troops in the situation where they cannot bring reserves. Because as you know, the best thing when you hit your enemy is not when the enemy has arrived at the front line and constructed all defensive lines and is in trenches, but when this enemy is on the train or in the road, that is when you need to hit. And that is what Germany is still, German Chancellor, not Germany, he's quite a different man, has not understand or understands but is not willing to do. That's why no bashing but encouraging.
Let's deconstruct some of the, not just Russian narratives, because that does play a part. Let's deconstruct some of the reasons of why there is reluctance. And this isn't just Berlin. There is, I think, deep reluctance in Washington to give Ukraine everything it needs, not just to hold the line. I think there's a common agreement that holding the line is a good thing, but to actually retake territory. I think there's a reluctance to do that. One, of course, one can say is the fear of escalation. And this is one we need to unpack. And this is really down to fear. This is where Russian narratives are really playing and working, especially the nuclear fear. And we need to unpack that one, because I think that is especially taken seriously in Washington and Berlin, the two capitals that really, pay attention to that. For some reason in Britain and possibly France, I'm not so sure about France, but in Britain we seem to be a little less concerned. We see that as a kind of terroristic threat, which we're not going to be intimidated by. But let's unpack, because I think it's more significant what Berlin and Washington believe. Then you have, and it's the elephant in the room, there's business interests. There is potentially a hope that business will return to normal and that the companies that are either left or are semi-operating or fully operating in Russia will be able to resume their operations, and here we go, let's carry on making money. That has to be analysed there. And then you've just touched upon the third one, which is some misplaced war guilt, but also perhaps a misplaced sense that Putin is the main problem, that Russia is a deeply humanist country. There are good Russians, etc., etc., and that if only we can give them a chance, their behavior will change. If they could just get rid of Putin, everything would be fine. Ukrainians have obviously a very different point of view on this. I'd love to know your point of view. Are these the three main blockers to us supporting Ukraine? Are there other things we need to be considering as well?
Well, you have touched a lot of topics, and I'm happy that we have this 8 hours marathon, and we can dive deeper in every discussion, because it really needs to be discussed in a very academic, if you want, manner, with a lot of details and nuances. I would say that, of course, there is this dream in Germany of greater Russia, better Russia, sacred Russia. For many generations of the Germans, there was no such country as Ukraine or, I don't know, Belarus or other other nations because it was all Russian Empire. And if you look into the albums with photographs, which German soldiers and German army was most equipped with portable cameras, photo cameras. That's why we know that much about German war crimes, because they made pictures of every war crime they did because they were proud of doing that. And when they...
Not so different from now. I mean, a lot of the Russian war criminals are being found because they're posting on social media.
Absolutely, and that is what we see in parallels. We see that Putin uses, to large extent, rhetorics of Adolf Hitler, with Lebensraum, with the gathering ethnic nationals, with denying right of countries to exist because they allegedly threaten Russia and all these talks about world plutocracy and Washington. And they even touched the topic of anti-Semitism. They attacked President Zelensky of Ukraine, clearly with anti-Semitic rhetoric. And we know they can touch it later. But what is important is that the German soldiers who were in Ukraine during the World War II, they normally wrote that they are in Russia. And if we read, for example, the diaries of Heinrich Böll, who turned into a pacifist and Nobel Prize winner, but that time he was a German soldier, and when he was traveling from Ternopil to Vinnytsia in Ukraine, he read with huge letters in his diary, Russia, and he put 5 or 6 exclamation signs. So for them it was Russia, and the guilt is towards Russia. So, and Ukrainians, who are Ukrainians? Yeah, they are maybe collaborationists, like pro-Nazis, and that fit perfectly into the Russian narrative. So now I want to touch another thing, because there is no aggression caused by Russia which has not been prepared acribically, in a very sustainable and well-elaborated way for months, if not years. The Russians, before they attack a country, the Russians try to demoralize the possible, not only the potential victim, but most and foremost, the potential allies. They try to explain that, A, the victim is a danger for Russia. It's a NATO expansion, or some anti-Russian Russophobic policy. We don't want to do it, but the Russians are being oppressed there, Russian language, Russian schools, you name it. Then they want to demonstrate that this country is actually a Nazi country. And the Russians tested it with the Baltic countries already in 27, 28, and all the Balts were Nazis. The Ukrainians are Nazis, all the Nazis. Zelensky is the Ober-Nazi, and that is what they say. But then they try to explain the resistance is meaningless, like it will not help you. We are so strong. That's why all these propaganda videos about the might of the Russian army, we know now it's not true. I ask myself if the might of the Chinese army of the same quality, because we don't know, like the Russians, they had wars without stop. Transnistria, Georgia 93, Chechnya 94, 2000, Syria, Ukraine 2014. Like they have the whole generation of officers who are fighting, and they are still incapable. Russian army didn't fight a war, but that is just a side topic.
There's the famous incident, isn't there, where US Special Forces in Syria came up against a battalion of Wagnerites, and the Russian High Command disowned them and said, no, we have no one in the field. And then the US soldiers proceeded to absolutely obliterate them with no equipment and troop losses on the US side.
Exactly, that is what happens when the Russian army meets real army. If it is the US army or the Ukrainian army, like they just got obliterated if the opponent has enough weapons, like the Ukrainians with 20 HIMARS, the West provided them, they have stopped the Russian offensive and started a counteroffensive. But if we talk about the pre-war situation, the Russians target our elites and try to spread fears, discord, and false hopes. Fears about escalation and consequences, discord, smearing the potential victim, and false hope that you may sign a deal with Russia. That this is not about the whole Ukraine. this is only about Crimea. And Crimea is not that Ukraine, it's Russian, it's not about Donbass, it's only about parts of Donbass, and we can sign a deal. It's not about the whole Ukraine, it's only Kyiv. It's not about NATO, it's only about Ukraine. And they are using this salami tactic, slicing the victim, so the potential allies think, okay, should we risk a nuclear escalation for Luhansk? Do you know where is Luhansk? Have you ever been there? Why risking nuclear bombs falling on Berlin or London when we can just agree that Putin takes that and he's happy? He's not happy. He's never happy. And that is the topic of nuclear escalation. I'm really happy you touched the topic because later in our program, I just revealed this secret. We have a special interview on that, German fear and nuclear escalation. But they know that we, especially in Germany, we are absolutely afraid of that. The whole German anti-NATO and anti-US movement in the 1970s, deeply infiltrated by Russian KGB agents, deeply used as assets, like absolutely used and infiltrated. But it was based on the idea, better red than dead. We can accept to be slaves, but we don't want to be grilled. And that brings to the idea, yeah, and who is interested in fighting Russia? Who will be a winner? Maybe the US Americans. They will fight a war on German territory. So we just ask them politely to remove their nukes, and they will be neutral, and Russia will not attack. No, exactly in that moment, Russia attacks. Because now I wrap up, Ukraine in 2014, when Russia attacked, was the most pro-Russian country among all in Central Europe. 94% of Ukrainians said that they positively look on Russia. Only 2% say that they think that Russia is an enemy state. Now it's quite the opposite. Ukraine definitely was against NATO membership. Now it's the opposite. And Ukrainian constitution was a ban on any foreign troops stationed on Ukrainian territory, with one exception, Russian troops in Crimea. So if you look at the legal state and public opinion, Russia would say, why to attack? Like, this country is practically our best ally. But the Russians promote, because they were hungry, they wanted to get more. And they started to promote narrative about danger from Ukraine, occupation of Russian lands, oppression of Russian-speaking population. And the West bought this. But Russians use it all the time. They use it in 1920s against Poland, in 1940s against the Baltic countries, in 1996 against Chechnya, and now they use it against Ukraine.
And Finland, we remember. And this is an interesting example because, of course, depends who you speak to. Finland either lost its war against Russia or it won. I mean, and people will say, well, obviously it lost a lot of land. It lost its third largest city. The Karelia Peninsula was lost as a fantastic area of ecological beauty. Russia gained a lot. But at the same time, Finland was able to demonstrate that you're going to get punched in the face. You come here, we're not going to just sort of let you get away with this. You're going to be punched in the face and you're going to get a bleeding nose. And Stalin accepted that. And that idea that your adversary can hit you back with force seems to be the only thing that, this is going to sound crude, that Russia understands. It understands the power of force, and then it will negotiate. It will try to exact a high price, but it will negotiate with you as a genuine partner rather than trying to bypass you. And at the moment, it's clearly trying to bypass Ukraine. It doesn't want to be seen to be negotiating with it because it does not want to consider it as an entity with agency. It genuinely sees Ukraine as a US puppet. In fact, it may well see all European countries as a puppet of the US. We're in Berlin, and it sort of struck me as we crossed the city this morning, why did Russia not carry on advancing after the Second World War? And that's because we show determination not to let West Berlin fall to Russian threats. Once they realized that we had the will, determination, and the force to back it up, they accepted that reality and then moved on to try and fight somewhere else. Do you see an analogy in this? Because this talks very much to this idea of escalation management. History tends to show that actually it's more about projecting your will, projecting force, and creating a physical barrier to Russian aggression. That's the only thing that works. The aggression doesn't stop, it just tries to find a weak area rather than the strength you've projected.
Absolutely, and what you mentioned with Finland, it's a classic like porcupine tactic. Like you cannot win a fight against a tiger, but you may grow so much needles that it will at a certain moment stop trying to attack you, because like he's full of his face is full and his tongue is full of your needles, and you also get scared and you probably can get even injured, but you survive. And that is the only thing that Russia understands since decades. When the opponent fights back, and Russia tries either to find other tactics. If they don't work, they just look for the next weak opponent. It is what Lenin wrote, and from this point of view, I urge everyone to read Lenin, because he exposed the whole nature of Russian foreign policy. He was the creator of it to a certain extent. He said, we shall check their readiness with bayonets. If the bayonets hits the steel, we retreat. If the bayonets hits the grass, we advance. Mm-hmm. And that is what they did with Poland. They got hit in Poland. They disappeared in like 1920. They disappeared for like almost 20 years. There was no Russian attacks on Poland. Of course, after that, when they agreed with Hitler and when there was this Russia-Nazi Germany pact, and they combined jointly attack Poland, it was quite another situation, but they grew up muscles and they found other dictatorships as alliances. That is their tactics. And we need to understand that the Western approach to Russia, and as we in Berlin, we talk about the German approach, it was this Wandel durch Handel, change through trade. And the basic idea was that nations which have trade, they got closer, they have contacts, they understand each other better, they don't attack. And the change really happened, but not on the side of Russia as we hoped. The change happened here in Germany. And it is understandable, because when you have your business active in a dictatorship, you're a democracy, and you're dependent on what your people think about you. And if your businesses who have their interest, and not everyone is interested in politics, they say, okay, we can earn like 5%, 15% a year if we have good relations, but if we have bad relations, we maybe not earn anything and even have losses. So I will pressure my government to have good relations with that guy. I don't care about democracy, I don't care about strategic peace, etc. I want my money. And your government accepts that because they have elections. But in Russia, in a dictatorship, and we do now the same mistake with China, in a dictatorship, they can order their businesses to keep quiet. They can tell them, okay, you have losses, it's what your job is to have. I am a sovereign, I am a monarch, I run the business, and if I want all of your property to fund it, I will take it. And you just shut up. And that is what Russia did. Of course, the economy is falling. Of course, the whole industries are being destructed. Their planes cannot fly. Their citizens get so much overcredited now because they cannot pay their debts. But it's calm in the country because it's a dictatorship. And we believe that if we buy Russian gas, Russia is as interested in our money as we in their gas. No, they used it as a weapon. They just cut the delivery of gas and they destroyed their own pipeline just to provoke unrest here in Germany. For Putin, like a couple of billion euro was not interesting enough compared to political destruction of Germany. And they hope that we have here public unrest, burning streets, scores, like maybe if like some ethnic riots appear, it's even better because you can broadcast it on the whole world and say, look, the German society is falling, Russia is a bastion of stability. And that is what the German politicians never understood. They believe that Putin is as Scholz, a person like a department chief from a provincial city. Yes, he was once in Petersburg, but he's much more than that. He's a ruthless criminal, manipulator and psychopath.
And this exposes, I think, some fundamental misconceptions about how Russia operates and a fundamental view of the world. So we're projecting onto them the idea that they are as economically rational as we are. And I see this a lot in some of the arguments people make about why Russia invaded Ukraine in the first place. And people still insist, this is all about resources. US is only interested because there's gas deposits, mineral deposits, blah, blah, blah. Russia's only really interested because, and then they list all the wealth and assets that Ukraine has that Russia can take, ignoring the idea that Russia is purposefully destroying the entire industrial base. It has got a scorched earth policy. It doesn't care if anything's left standing. It doesn't seem to care if the territory is economically productive or workable. And this is going to be controversial. When Germany took territories in the Second World War, they did not raze everything to the ground unless there was strong resistance. And we know in Warsaw they did eventually. But generally they wanted to try and keep the industrial base intact because they wanted to use it. They wanted to extract wealth from it to power their war machine. Russia doesn't seem to work on the same economic rationality, but we act as if they do.
Well, I would not agree here with you. I'd say the Russians do the same. They also extremely interested in making their wars profitable. Or just look, during the first 8 years of Russia-Ukrainian war, the Russians dismantled and deported to Russia almost every single factory in Donbass. And they even made TV stories on state TV about that, how they evacuate the factories. By the way, exactly the same way they made protocols of their crimes on deportation of Ukrainian children, and Putin himself delivered a testimony on TV talking to Maria Lvova-Belova, his chief kidnapper. And Putin gave her an order to kidnap Ukrainian children and deport them. That's why Putin got a warrant, an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court. But back to the economy. Of course, they try to exploit territories. Of course, they want to steal everything. They have stolen every piece of cultural heritage of Ukraine. From Mariupol, the whole museum of painters, world-class painters like Kuinji was just brought to Moscow and Petersburg to Hermitage. And I really cannot understand how European museums still can cooperate with Hermitage, saying culture is above the politics. No, it's like you are cooperate with a Nazi museum director who just taken all the Jewish property or Polish property, etc. No, he's a war criminal. And exactly the Russians tried to get access to Crimean gold, which was an exhibition in the Netherlands, the Scythian gold, and thanks God, after 2 years of court process of court decision was that this gold must return not to Crimea occupied by Russia, but to Ukrainian territory. So they try to do it, but what you write, absolutely, and I cannot repeat it enough, the Russians have another economic rationality than we. They are ready, because they think in the concept of value of violence and ability to cause pain, because they think that only ability to cause you pain and on the maximum, the top, to kill you painfully, is the best way to control you. So that's why they are willing to play even a negative sum game than zero-sum game or positive-sum game when they see that their opponent suffers more. So a German politician would say, okay, I can have an outcome like you get 10 euro after this round and I get like 2 euro, and another outcome is you get like 0, I get 1, then maybe it's better for me to get 2 because 2 is better than 1. So I will be in the first outcome, I will have less money than you, but in the second outcome, I will have more money than you, but I will have less money than they could have got. The Russians say, in the first outcome, I suffer -1, you suffer -2. In the second outcome, I suffer -10, but you suffer -100. I take the second one. Because it will make you so weak that next turn I come and just take all what you have. And that is what they do. Of course, they wanted to occupy Ukraine within 3 days. Of course, they wanted to fully integrate Ukrainian economy, and they need Ukrainian technologies. They need Ukrainian missile production, rocket engine production, helicopters production. Remember how they tried to put, and Chinese tried also to put under control Zaporizhia helicopter engine plant. Of course, they need it all. Ukraine has a lot of population, and Russians wanted to re-educate them and use them as cannon fodder. But as soon as they see we cannot take it, we better destroy it, they say, because it may not get into hands of the enemy. And enemy is everyone who is not Russia.
And we see them, coming back to your point earlier, they label everyone as Nazis who shows any willingness to resist. To an extent, if they also, they clearly miscalculated on the reaction of the Ukrainian people as a whole. They miscalculated what the people in the so-called Russian-speaking areas would react. They expected to be embraced, to have people coming out on the streets and welcome them. None of that happened in any areas really where they occupied. Didn't their perception potentially go from seeing some Ukrainians as potential material they could work with to increasingly seeing Ukrainians as something to be feared and destroyed? And we start to see that behavior in Irpin, Bucha and others. It seems to go beyond just the envy and cruelty of individual soldiers to a realization that we're never going to control these people. We're never going to control this land. It's going to cause us endless pain. We kind of miscalculated, right, well, let's just destroy anybody who is going to be resisting us.
Well, once again, excellent question. And of course, the Ukrainian society has demonstrated incredible level of resistance. And from this perspective, I can only repeat the popular saying of a Ukrainian soldier. It's very good for us. We're lucky that the Russians are so stupid. So the Russians did that. They went the first days. They went into Ukraine without any proper protection, with all the columns of trucks, without armor. They brought a musical orchestra with them because they believed that in 2 days there will be a celebration on Khreshchatyk in Kiev. They brought tanks without camouflage, but in a parade with parade stickers with the St. Georg's badge. Because they thought we just, we go this 100 kilometer, everyone salutes us, and we have taken the city. They even called the Kiev restaurants in front of that, and there have been that calls. They called Kiev restaurants to book tables in a restaurant for celebration. And that didn't happen. But do not underestimate the ability of cruel dictatorships and of totalitarian societies. And Russia is a totalitarian society. It's not a dictatorship, it's a totalitarian society. The abilities of these societies to digest and absorb people. If you take, they have all the means for that. There is in the West the idea that a guerrilla war cannot be won because you cannot fight the population. Of course you cannot fight the population if you're a democracy. Like you burn like several villages and it causes that much damage to your credibility that, and for right, you just arrested soldiers, you put them to, you court-martial them, and your public opinion says just go away of that. But dictatorships, they don't have that problem. And if you give them enough time, they will digest any nation. They will torture them, they will kill deliberately people who resist or who think differently, they will re-educate children, they will take children from family, and. And don't forget, despite all the resistance which existed in Ukrainian society up to 1990s against the Soviet occupation, most of Ukrainians were integrated into the Soviet army, into the Soviet structures. Of course they were not happy, they were not the best Soviets, but the Soviets used them to occupy Afghanistan, to occupy Czechoslovakia, to do other things. And Russia wants to have it. That's why they kidnap children, they bring them to the military camp, and they re-educate them because they know that on the long run, you have one generation, you have 2 generations, and you win because you're cruel, you're reckless. And that is what they did in Chechnya, in Ichkeria. Ichkeria won the first war against Moscow with incredible costs and without any Western support, only with light arms, with firearms and RPGs. But then Russians regained. They signed even the peace treaty with Masada. They promised autonomy. In 2 years, they violated it. They entered again with new army, with new troops, highly motivated troops. They occupied the country. They imposed incredible level of violence with organized rape, with organized kidnapping, with organized torture, with execution of the whole families, hand in hand. And now what we see, some Chechens in exile are against Kadyrov, some are for Kadyrov, and many Chechens are fighting in Ukraine for Putin. You can re-educate people, even the bravest one, and dictatorships want to re-educate the bravest and the cleverest and the most clever ones, because they know they need capable soldiers. And the best soldiers in the Soviet army were Ukrainian soldiers. And that's what Putin wants. That is the resource he wants to get.
And we forget that this strategy has been tried over and over and over again. Hungary wasn't just beaten by Russian troops. They used the other countries' populations against it. Even more so in Czechoslovakia in 1968. It was attacked by the combined forces of the Warsaw Pact. Again, not just Russian soldiers. So this is a tactic that has worked for Russia over and over again.
Absolutely. And look, when I really sick and tired listening in Germany to some guys, sometimes girls, who think that they are over smart. Mm-hmm. And they think, look, we have a creative idea. Like the moment when a German politician doesn't understand what is going around, he comes up with a creative idea. And it says, why don't we just like sign some sort of treaty with Russia? And once again, it's very good to trade what is not yours. Sign some treaty with Russia. We accept this front line, it's frozen. And we don't recognize the sovereignty of Russia over that regions, which Russia occupies, as we did with the Baltic states in 1940. But then we'll pump a lot of money into Ukraine. And the people on the occupied territories will see that Ukraine is flourishing, and one day, in 2 generations, they will join it like Germany united. Like Germany in 1990, fall of the Berlin Wall, close to the studio, and we'll be happy. Okay, nothing can demonstrate the arrogance and the ignorance of the German politicians more than that. First, they ignore the reason why Germany was partitioned. Like there was some tiny little thing like World War II and genocide and death camps and everything. So Germany was partitioned actually as a result of World War II, partly as a punishment, partly as a guarantee that there will be no war anymore from German land. That's why Germany was occupied. Like what did Ukraine do to let Ukraine be occupied? But the second thing is, okay, like putting aside the topic of guilt, is it realistic to keep peace with that sort of deal? No. First, there is no guarantee that Putin will not start the war in 2 years when he gets more missiles from Iran, from North Korea, maybe from China. He builds new tanks, he conscripts new people, he trains new troops, he buys more European politicians, he organized some sabotage acts in Ukraine, and here he comes again. And what will happen to the population? Despite all the cruelty of the Soviet regime on the Eastern German territory, and despite all the cruelty of the communist regime in the GDR, there was no plan of the Soviets, even under Stalin, to genocidally erase the German nation. They wanted to re-educate them, they wanted to have us as loyal citizens of that country, as slaves, as vassals, you name it, but they didn't want to eradicate us. They didn't want us to be Russians. And the Russians want Ukrainians to cease to exist. So you practically punish Ukraine in this plan for what Ukraine has never done, and without any feasible, realistic perspective of stable peace. So maybe you just like go back to your Hamburg tax office, where Scholz belongs, and it didn't went well, we know it, and stop talking about world politics, because you clearly don't understand. But of course, the German politician always knows how to fix any country in the world.
And let's take a step back, because there is this unfortunate assumption that seems to be built into a lot of the calculus in many Western countries that first Putin will be satisfied with Crimea, then he'll be satisfied with Donbass. Okay, maybe he's not satisfied with those. He'll be satisfied with Ukraine as a whole. That's the limit of his ambitions. And what we're essentially placing on is not just a limit on his ambitions, but a limit on the methods he's prepared to use, the escalatory ladder he's prepared to go on to achieve his aims. And this is where it gets a little bit speculative, but we see absolute chaos in the Middle East. Now, whether Russia is or isn't behind it, whether they knew the date, the time, the scale or not, is highly debatable. What is not is that the world's focus on the Middle East, on the chaos happening there, and now the Houthis sabotaging, trade routes and so on. What's quite clear is that benefits Russia because it takes the focus off Ukraine and it takes the focus on what their Wagnerite forces are doing in Africa and the many other arenas around the world where Russia is quite clearly directly trying to sow chaos or where chaos is beneficial to Moscow's interests.
Well, I agree with you again. And of course, that is a part of Russia's strategy. They want you to believe, as a Western politician, that there is something terrible in the room which can happen, what can happen. And you can prevent it by accepting a much lesser evil and even evil on costs of a country which is not a real one and which is a bad one, a Nazi country, bad, corrupt Nazi country. And that's actually another one narrative the Russians spread about Ukraine, the corruption. Like those people who purchased our Chancellor, who purchased Austrian foreign minister, French foreign minister, they are talking about corruption in Ukraine. So the Russians come with more or less a proposition to you. And it comes, they combine their force because it's dictatorship. They come in coordinated way. But you, as a democracy, think that it is just the public opinion because the academia comes to you, foreign minister comes to you, their experts come to you, your businessmen come to you, and they all say you have actually two choices. You can face a global war, or you can accept that Russia takes a tiny little part of a country which you don't even know where it is, and it will be over. And then it goes further and further and further, of course. And that is a trick which actually every street criminal knows. Every street criminal knows. There are like two ways of street criminals attacking. First one, they need to create a pretext for attack. Like they come across in front of you and provoke some collision. And then they start to attack you, like blaming you for the collision. As a polite man, you try to explain, no, I didn't want to do it, sir. But they don't need your apologies. They need to create the situation when you are already in a weak position. And then they rob you or they maybe steal something from you because while you're arguing with them, a accomplice steals your money back. But it is a faked escalation. They know they want to escalate, and they know you will try to find a compromise, but they're not interested in compromise.
But they're also testing you. Because if at that point you don't apologize,
absolutely,
but you say, what the hell are you doing? Get out of my face. That for them is a signal.
Then they disappear. Yeah. And the second strategy is typical for fraudsters. They never start with you a talk with like, transfer me $1 million today to some account. No, they say, we have a great deal and you can get like 5 million, or I have a great delivery of goods, but I need to pay a fee, and could you transfer me like 200 euro, 300 euro? And they say, oh, sorry, there is another delay, the custom officers needs to be bribed, and could you transfer me another 500 euro? And say, wow, the profit is that big, and I have already sent 300 euro. What makes a difference if I send another 50 euro, 200 euro? It makes no difference. And at the end, you see it on a deal which never was intended to be. You have paid 5,000 or 20,000 euro bills, and we know a case when people paid millions like that, millions, and you get nothing. Because it is the fallacy of sunk costs, because I have already invested that much, and I will invest one more, and that is what Putin is doing. He is saying to us, look, the dilemma is very simple. A little bit of Ukraine or a huge thermonuclear war. What do you choose? But it's a false choice. And you need to answer him, you know what I choose? I choose delivery of terrorist missiles to Ukraine, and every single oil refinery is being hit. And then we look what happens next.
And we're not playing their game. They'll do these things. I got a faulty earpiece there. I'm just going to let that fall down here. So we also have to do things in the open. We have to be seen as democracies, and sometimes we overshare what we're about to do and what we intend to do, what we don't intend to do. We've seen Biden, right from the start of this war, sort of spelling out what they're not going to do, but not spelling out what they are going to do. The only exception to that, of course, was to send ATACMS, limited quantity, but send them and not say anything about it, give them a chance to kind of work. Now, if we were going to tackle the propagandistic threats, we would adopt some of their techniques, which is to say maybe, no, we're not going to do this, but then do it anyway, and just create that uncertainty on their side about what we will and what we won't do. But we have this extraordinary transparency. For some reason, we think that's how you should work on the international stage. In some ways, we are still positioning, or ask you the question as a question, are we still positioning Russia and thinking of it as a country that operates, foreign policy, diplomacy in the way that it's operated, and international relations in the way it's operated in the West? And yet what we're dealing with is a gopnik, to use your phrase.
Look, let me put it that way. When Russia, and I come back to my favorite topic, when Russia starts to prepare to the next war, they want to delegitimize the opponent. And that's why all the Putin's saying about Ukraine is not a country, it never existed, Lenin created it, the territory is not legally realistic. Then he created the narrative that the Ukrainian state doesn't exist anymore because Yanukovych left the country, and that means that Ukrainian statehood is not existent anymore. That means that no treaty with Ukraine needs to be respected, and. So they try to create some false discussions with false narratives, trying to put them in a quasi-legalistic way. So we start saying, oh, interesting, what was the year Ukraine was created? Oh, does it say that Ukraine may be attacked by an older country? What says Professor this one and Professor this one? Let's make a TV show about it. At the same time, the Russians, they create a mythology of own greatness and own ancient character. And from this perspective, everything what happened somehow being related to Moscow or Petersburg is being called Russia. Ukrainian artists who created their art during the Soviet occupation or Tsarist occupation, they are Russian artists. But Ukrainian nationalists who allegedly cooperated with Hitler are, of course, Ukrainian. And then Russia says, yeah, we have 1,000 years of history. Now, the Supreme Council of the Soviet Union stated in their document on 31st December 1990 that the Soviet Union as a subject of international law has ceased to exist. Not transited to Russian Federation, ceased to exist. And Russian Federation was proclaimed as a new state, new entity. Yes, they claim that they have all the rights of the Soviet Union, but it's not the same legal entity. Only after that. Now they say, no, it was all the Russian history with the Tsars, with Catherine II, with Peter I, and even further to Kiev at times, before Moscow was founded, and the word Russia was invented in 17-something by Peter I as he used the Greek term.
Ignoring that Novgorod was a separate republic.
Yeah,
it was not even a monarchy at that time.
Hanseatic state, Hanseatic. Together with Gdansk, together with, Szczecin, together with Hamburg and Bremen. So then they say, Moscow was founded 1147, but Kiev, which had adopted Christianity on the whole country in 988, it is still Russia. And they are all Russian. That's why they're so obsessed of stealing cultural artifacts. When the Soviets destroyed the St. Michael's Cathedral in Kiev, so-called Golden Dome Cathedral, what they did as the first, they have stolen mosaics. They have stolen the mosaics from the Byzantine time and brought them to Moscow. The same they do everywhere. They just took it and bring to Moscow and then explain it, declare as Russian. And what is interesting, the so-called good Russians, the liberal Russians, the Russians who oppose Putin, do the same. We have now, in these days, in France, a film exhibition celebrating, or not celebrating, like honoring the memory of Alexei Navalny, who was a brave person, who was an opponent of Putin, who was brutally tortured and murdered, yes, and that is terrible and illegal, but who was Russian, I'm not saying imperialist, but a person who wanted to see Russia great and other countries around as brotherly nations, if not subjugated, and at least slightly guarded by Russia and guided by Russia. So what they do? They took the most important Ukrainian movie from the 70s, The Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors, created not even in Ukrainian language, in a Carpathian dialect of Ukrainian language, which not every Ukrainian understands, created by a Georgian-born Armenian director who identified himself partly as Ukrainian, who lived in Ukraine, who was arrested by the Soviets for Ukrainian nationalism, and finally died because of the oppression and everything. And his film was banned because of Ukrainian nationalism. So what do the good Russians do now, these Navalny Russians? They take this movie, which is the quintessence of, it's an amazing movie. If someone hasn't seen it, I recommend it. It's an amazing movie. They take it, they translate it into Russian, and they present it as a Russian culture which opposes Putin. No, it's not Russian culture. It's Ukrainian culture, if you want. It's Armenian, Georgian, Ukrainian culture. It was opposing Russia. And Parajanov, who was the director of this movie, who was arrested by the Soviets for Ukrainian nationalism and was humiliated, he was never been a Russian. And this movie, you have stolen this movie for your purpose, and you have appropriated it in the worst colonialist manner. And you try to fool the West, and it is the sign of that fact that you are the same imperialists as Putin.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that centerpiece of theft, appropriation, which comes from a position of envy. And this is interesting, where you have geopolitical schools of thought. You have people trying to look at it in terms of these big geopolitical rational ideas. But I think the idea of envy, theft, violence, these are much better explainers of what's going on. Power, control, coercion, these are far more sort of primitive attributes of the state. And you have to go back, I think, way before, not just Middle Ages. You have to go back far further to something far more atavistic, based on the figure of the Tsar, who is the ultimate, not just the ultimate power, but the ultimate owner of everything.
Absolutely. The Nikolai II, the last Russian emperor, when they organized some census in Russia, and one of the questions was what is your job? And the question was asked the Tsar himself, and said I am a owner of Russian land. So he was like the owner. But what is really interesting from this perspective, how Russia tries to appropriate everything, including food, including music. When you look at Russian official concerts, militarist propaganda concerts, it's not the single case. They took, for every of these concerts since years, they took Ukrainian music, the music from Maidan, the music of military songs. They just write Russian songs, Russian letters, Russian texts, sorry, but they use the songs like Plive Kacha, an amazing song honoring fallen Ukrainian soldiers, was appropriated by that. And it's not only Putin, once again. If you see, after Alexei Navalny was brutally killed by Putin, the most important Russian liberal, allegedly, TV channel, TV Rain, TV Dost, posted a banner with Navalny's photo and with the slogan, "Heroes never die." But "Heroes never die" is a slogan, "Heroi не вмирают," is a slogan which is being used by the Ukrainians from the time of Maidan, when the first Ukrainian patriot and Armenian ethnically, Sergei Nigoyan, was killed by a sniper on Maidan. And that slogan, "The heroes never die," accompanies almost every remembering event of the fallen Ukrainian soldiers. So they just took the slogan and they claim it's their own. And they sell it to the West. When you look at the Russians have created the whole propaganda pages. Like they had like all these English-speaking pages, not only Russia Today, but a lot of them. And they just posted the allegedly innocent things like 10 dishes you need to taste in Russia. And then like when you go through that, you say, okay, there is no Russian dish there. It's the Ukrainian borscht or Georgian hinkali or Tatar's manti or Bashkirian Tatar chak-chak sweet, etc. But they say, look, we have that rich culture. Everything what is good is Russian. The nations should be happy that we have occupied them. And now we come to a very interesting moment, because I love very much a German Kazakh professor and sociologist and historian, Botakovska Sembekova, who teaches, I think, in University of Basel or Bern, I'm not sure here. And she wrote a lot of articles on Russian colonialism, how it works. And they say the West doesn't see Russian colonialism because we know the British colonialism. We know like the German colonialism, okay, we tried to hide it. We never speak about like Namibia and stuff, but we had it like overseas colonialism. And the idea was you come to the country, you establish a rule, you use resources, including manpower, and you separate from the locals. You don't want to be identified with them. You want to be like a supervisor, a lord there. And that is the colonialism, you know, like first people of different skin color or different appearance, and you separate from them, but you exploit them. The Russians do it opposite. They occupy the country, they eradicate the elites, they eradicate writers, they eradicate sometimes religion, and they want to integrate the rest, erase the nation, erase the language, erase the culture, rename the cities. They always rename the cities. They destroy cemeteries, they destroy like churches, mosques, and then they claim the land as their own. Like you have never lived here. That's why it's hard for the West to understand Russian colonialism. They say, yeah, it's not colonialism because Russians marry Tatars, Russians live there, Russians eat their food, etc. There are no Tatars as a nation, like it's a part of Russian nation. No, it's a nation which has been colonized, partly destroyed, partly eliminated, and then the Russians try to integrate them. With Tatars and Bashkirs, the bigger nations, they're not as successful as much, but some nations like Erzya or Moksha or others, Komi, they are almost not existent anymore. And that is how Russian colonialism works.
And it's extraordinary, isn't it? Because I remember my time in the 90s where there's a certain amount of, I'd call it sentimentality, not placing Ukrainian culture, humor, etc. on the same level as Russian, but on a folk level, you can have a certain amount of sentimentality towards it. You can look at it as a sort of little brotherly nation, etc. That changes though, doesn't it? As long as those people are subservient and acquiescent, you can have fond feelings for them as long as it's kind of measured and limited. The minute they try to take their culture back, take their resources back and resist that, we flip into they're all Nazis mode. And this is where Ukraine is at the moment, regaining its agency, regaining its history. That is a process you get the impression of when you speak to any Ukrainian and the personal journeys they've been on, whether it be perhaps sort of, starting to use the Russian language less and use Ukrainian more, discovering Ukrainian literature for the first time, discovering their family history. You get this sense of Maidan being a spark of political awareness, but it goes in parallel with the rediscovery of language, culture, history, and so on. How threatening is that process to Russia?
It's a death sentence to Russian imperialism. And I agree that for many Ukrainians, even 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it wasn't obvious for many of them, not for all, but for many. And I personally know people who serve in the Ukrainian army and came as volunteers, who said to me, look, I volunteered like in early 22, but before that, I didn't understand what is the difference. Okay, we can use Russian language, we can consume Russian culture products like movies, TV series, books, etc. What is the difference? And now they say, I understand how it works. Because first the Russians, they substitute your product with the Russian one, and then they start to sell you the Russian narratives. And then the Ukrainian writers from Ukraine have no chance to publish their books because there is no market for it, because market has been consumed by the Russian publish analysis, and it comes step to step. And sometimes in one movie, you have like the only bad person who is Ukrainian. It's nothing against Ukrainians, but it happens that the only negative person in the movie is a Ukrainian. And in another one, like there are scenes about like Russian history, military history in Odessa or Kherson, and it is the only thing which is being put on the front of that movie. And that is the level of intoxication. And of course, not every Ukrainian saw that, because you need to have a special, you need to have education, you need to study, you need to have time, you need to have a privilege of think about it. But now it's very obvious, because the Russians came to Ukraine with their body armors where it was written, speak Russian or die. And that's a pretty straight into your face sentence.
So, having seen this take place, and I think there's a huge, and we're going to talk about disinformation later, there's a huge gap between the reality, the most documented war in history, the most documented genocidal behavior perhaps in history as well, and Western policymakers who are, in my view, not fully talking about and recognizing that depth of disgusting behavior and the full depth of the aggression and where it might lead. We are still limiting it to, well, they've done this and this, but that's okay, that's it. Let's just bring a sort of stasis into this situation. They're not thinking forward into, well, what next? What are they prepared to do? How far will this go? My view is Putin will do almost anything, not just to win, but to survive.
You know, like I already quoted Lenin in this talk. I now want to quote Marx, which is not very typical for me. And Karl Marx wrote a lot of articles on the Crimean War in 1850s. And on the other quotes which I love from Marx, he says that the Russian bear is capable for everything as long as he knows that other nations are capable of nothing. And in this sentence, I'm a Marxist, because that is exactly what we see in Russian behavior since decades. And that's what Putin is doing. Like, of course, they want to sell narratives that Bucha was an excess, and it was like, it were not even Russians, it were Buryats. Like all the Buryats or Dagestani, not the Russians. Or like that it will never, like Mariupol never happened. We rebuilt it, we reconstruct. Look what beautiful is now the car station in Mariupol. They have stolen pictures of some German car station, like bus station, and posted it as new Mariupol bus station. That's what they do. And of course, there are many people in Germany who say, yeah, because like Russians cannot be that bad, because it is we Germans who were bad, and no other nations can be that bad. But look, the banality of evil is, as Hannah Arendt said, that actually everyone is capable for evil as long as it is being encouraged. And the Russian cultural, political, social narrative encouraged people extensively to do evil things. And that's why it's not enough to just change Putin for anyone who's good. Putin was actually very good in his speeches in the first years. He spoke for press freedom, elections, free elections, cooperation with the West, and. But was it what he really thought about? I don't believe so. That's why it's important to completely reorganize the Russian society, or deter it if we don't want to intervene. Deter it with all means. Because just saying, okay, Putin will go and another one come, who will come? Medvedev. We have seen what he tweets. He's not a guy with an iPhone and Deep Purple music. He's a genocidal psychopath. And that is what the Russian system demands from the people to keep this country as one piece.
Well, we see what we want to see, and in 2001 it suited us to see Russia as an ally because of the war on terror, because of our own wishful thinking. But already in 2001, 2, 3, it was quite clear that Putin was dismantling the independent media, piece by piece, using one oligarch against another, one network against another, and it's the same salami slicing, divide and conquer tactics. They are already fully in evidence at the time. Not many voices pointing it out, but that was already happening there. So they controlled the narrative, they controlled how we were reacting to Russia and hiding their intentions. They're not hiding their intentions now, but they are still seeking to coerce and control our actions. Let's look at some of the areas where Russian narratives, Russian manipulation is preventing the supply of weapons and finance. Let's tackle in particular the F-16s, which never seem to arrive, the ATACMS, long-range ATACMS, which are crucial. We've talked about Taurus already, but there's also the issue of Russian central bank assets. And I know you touched on this earlier, but they're still seeding narratives that if you take those funds, you will destroy your credibility as a financial system. You'll do this, you'll do that. This coming from a state that is already confiscating foreign assets, has already put a legislation in place that will allow them to confiscate the assets of their own citizens. Essentially, there was no rule of law, but now that lawlessness is enshrined in law, if that makes sense.
Well, I agree. And what we witnessed during the Putin's development and his evolution as a dictator, of course, the West ignored it. And here in Germany, I can say about Germany, we have seen the case of like anti-Americanism, which played a huge role. Like, look what the Americans did in Iraq. It's much worse than the Russians did in Chechnya. Look at the free media, Snowden, Assange. Like, blame the US, Russians are good people. And the Russians use it, of course. But regarding the wellness, we still have, I think I need to wrap it up, we still have a lot of people in Germany on the politician level who made their career preaching understanding of Russia and anti-Americanism and anti-NATO and anti-capitalism. It's actually weird that they see Putin as a champion of anti-capitalistic force, the arch-capitalistic leader. And they need to preach to their core and to continue to evolve. And they don't want to get wiped out of the historical books as losers. They want to say after Ukraine is consumed by Russia, look, we were right, Russia has reached its borders and we don't care about Ukraine. That is the hugest danger, the biggest danger.
Well, we're going to have to wrap this panel up. Deeply fascinating topics. We're going to carry on talking about propaganda and its effect on coercing and controlling our actions in a later panel. Do please submit questions. Look at the topics coming up in the panel. Please submit your questions ahead of time. We would love to be able to call those out and use those as the basis of our discussion later. Do get involved, and thank you for staying with us.
There is nothing the United States has done since the Vietnam War ended that is anything remotely close to Ukraine. I often describe where my field of battle in Ukraine, which was in Kharkiv province during the counteroffensive and the months leading up to it, was closer to the Ardennes forest of Belgium and France in 1944. Only in winter, when we had fog and no air power. So it was men with rifles, tanks, and artillery. And that's all the resources you get, right? And drones are the equivalent of those little Piper Cub observation aircraft that could fly just, a few hundred feet in the air and look for them. So we stepped back in history. But we're fighting the war that we really prepared for in the 1970s and 80s. And here's a little clue that's going to be very interesting. We are now beating, when I say we, this is the Ukrainians. I was a legionnaire. I am still a legionnaire. My battalion commander wants me to come back right now, today. We are fighting the Russians who have their most advanced equipment, whatever they think is their best, with equipment and technology from the 1970s. And that's the war we would have fought had we had a fight with the Soviet Union. It would have been a massacre, just as it's a massacre right now. It's just we could use bigger and better weapons. Let me tell you how and why the Russians adapted, because the news media really got this wrong, certainly last summer with the counteroffensive. They say, oh, the Russians spent this spring and the few months before the counteroffensive preparing defenses. That's not what happened. The first wave of the Russian war, Russia got utterly beat almost everywhere along the line, particularly in the north. Just destroyed. 3 armies eliminated until they withdrew. So these are the guys who got surprised. Most of their professional soldiers died. Then came what we call the head-on-anvil strategies that the Ukrainians allowed the Russians to do. By June, you were seeing operations in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. The Russians would send a mass of soldiers into a Ukrainian anvil. And the Ukrainians would prepare heavy defenses and allow them to hammer their head against these cities until they lost 10, 20,000 soldiers at a time. And then, as President Zelensky says, when you've completed that defense and we've lost 10,000 soldiers, we'll give you that village of 5,000 people and move back 2 kilometers. And then you'll do it against Lysychansk. And then you'll lose 5,000 soldiers. And we'll give you that little dirt village or that small town. And as President Zelensky said, oh, we're going to get it back. Your soldiers are dead. This is what we call the head against anvil strategy. Russia would just bash its brains out. That happened in June, July. But by August, Ukraine had been preparing its own counteroffensive. And the Russians had pretty much dug in along the line and were still in the same posture that they were in March, April, and May, right? Still thinking they could do these offensives. The Ukrainians had no combat capacity. And that's when the September counteroffensive occurred in Kharkiv province. And that was, to me, that was amazing because, and it will be the last time it ever happens. Ukraine caught the Russians off guard due to good reconnaissance, due to good strategic intelligence sharing with the United States. And what I thought was a very tough line shattered in a matter of hours. And in fact, I made a video as a joke because we were the Special Purpose Brigade. We were very far out with the Joint Special Operations Task Force at the tip. But within 3 hours, the Russian line had fallen so fast, artillery was coming up behind me. I was like, they're supposed to be 20 kilometers behind me. The Russians ran everywhere. Where we were, Ivanivka, Izium, and the western approaches to Kupiansk. When they told us we were going to take Kupiansk in 72 hours, I was like, this is going to be a tough fight. We're all going to be shooting all day, all night. But the Russians shattered like broken glass because they didn't think Ukraine had the offensive capability. But some things, the Russians, they fell back almost all the way to the Russian border in many of those areas. Now, come November 2022, this is where Russia really put the posture that they're in right now. They spent all winter digging in tank traps, millions of landmines, and those lines were very tough. When I met Minister Reznikov earlier in spring of 2023, first time he ever met a Legionnaire. That's a little surprising, right? Hundreds and hundreds of us, he met me in a diplomatic briefing. I was with some VIPs, and he said, this counteroffensive will not be what you had happened in 2022. It won't be easy. It's going to be tough. We're going to push all along the Russian line and see what breaks, right? So the Russians changed their strategy to do defense in depth, and that worked. It worked for them, okay? But what else also worked was Modniks, bringing out hundreds of thousands of disposable men. And then they started the same head against anvil strategy on Bakhmut. Right? Head against anvil. Let's just lose thousands and thousands of guys. But it became so clear Russia had adopted this, and they didn't care what the people were. They had fantasies in their head that if they take Bakhmut, they could break through the Kramatorsk and they would be in Dnipro in hours. And everybody was like, are they crazy? No, they would just rather lose 10, 20,000 men. Same thing occurred this fall in Avdiivka. Okay, Avdiivka should have fallen in 2014. I was there. It was heavily fortified, but it really was 10 years past its due date. And for the Russians to now do head against anvil again in Avdiivka for one small town, they're just slaughtering their own forces and their own armor. So say what you will. Yes, Ukraine is suffering. All of our forces are fighting. Men are being rotated through these combat zones and are taking losses. But Russia thinks they can sustain these deaths. And they can't if America gives Ukraine the resources we need at the levels we are asking for. Here's the level: unlimited. Okay, if they were to have given us not 100 ATACMS missiles or 10 ATACMS missiles or whatever it was, 100, but the U.S. is about to destroy 1,000 ATACMS missiles. We'd have to pay like $1 billion to get rid of them. Just say, hey, all the inventory goes to Ukraine. Bye. Right? We're building brand new missiles that are even better than the ATACMS missile. But we saw on day one, rocket one, Ukraine destroy an entire Russian helicopter base, right, with these missiles. For the coming year, I think that the Ukrainians might be more open with General Syrskyi to sitting down with NATO and actually developing a Ukrainian-based offensive strategy. When we hit Kupiansk, we had every tank in northern Ukraine assigned to us. One night I was there, I thought it was like D-Day. Just tanks started coming in at 4 in the afternoon, and 7 the next morning. They were still rolling nonstop all night. And we hit the Russians so hard with massed power. We also need to understand, and we comprehended last year, that engineering, sappers, right, going through, being able to breach assault lines, knowing the Russians just have to sit there and shoot at you, okay? General Zaluzhny had a strategy last year that started in June about counter battery fire, neutralizing every Russian artillery battery. If we had 5,000 more HIMARS missiles and 200 more launchers, we could own Russian artillery. The United States has that many launchers waiting to be repaired, or the National Guard, if I'm not mistaken, has like 350 launchers. They're used on weekends only. Weekends only, and they don't even shoot, right? They just sit there and get painted and cleaned and all that stuff. I think a strategic effort, the incrementalism of Washington, needs to end. I have said that to people on the National Security Council, looked them right in the eye. And I was like, you need to stop this. Well, we're going to give you this one thing, and maybe that will help you. Why the United States why President Biden hasn't embraced what I would call a 100 F-16 initiative. I'd make that big, he should have made that announcement last night at the State of the Union. All stops are out for America. The abject, total, absolute, utter defeat of Russia is now America's strategic priority. We're going to give you the hammer, Ukraine, start hammering. But he has people on his National Security Council staff who worry more about Russia. There's only one thing Russia hasn't done, and that's used a nuclear weapon. It's the only weapon they have not used in their arsenal. And the way they're getting beat, they're not going to. Because one, the radiation just goes back into Russia. We saw that at Chernobyl. But we have to stop thinking we can manage through sniper shots of little pieces of equipment like 24 F-16s here and 12, HIMARS in this batch. Empty. the old reserve. Did you know we were giving Morocco 500 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles? The Bradley, if your viewers don't know, it's a murder machine. Okay? The Ukrainians, if you saw that one video of the Bradley going against the T-90, the most absolute brand new vehicle in its inventory, and the Bradley runs out and hoses it down and ducks back, and the Russian tank starts burning, and he comes out and he just hammers it and hammers it and hammers it. That was one Bradley. You know? It's a murder machine. And why the United States didn't go to Morocco, who does not need it, doesn't need it. I've been to Morocco. I've seen their army. And just say, hey, we're going to cancel that order. We'll get you something in the future, and say, all of these Bradleys onto ships right to Ukraine right now. Go through every armored Humvee that is going to be turned over to another army needed to have gone to Ukraine, right? They didn't even use Lend-Lease. But that's because there are individuals who are more afraid of Donald Trump talking bad about them than saving Ukraine. So go figure. Ukraine is without all question the single most experienced army in the world. And here's why. Because when this war's over, the threat is not over to Ukraine. Everyone's going to be a reservist this war. Okay, Zelensky says he has 500,000 men in uniform. Virtually everyone has stayed there for 2 years, men and women. These old hands, right, these graybeards like me, they're going to be training these young kids who are 18. And one thing I have to say about General Syrskyi, a lot of people don't like him. He rotated literally every brigade into major combat in like Bakhmut, Avdiivka, to get that experience of, you know, if they didn't have it before, we sat in Kharkiv, we were like, yay, we broke glass and went up and took Kupiansk. That's nothing. That's not Bakhmut, baby. Okay, that was not Avdiivka or Avdiivka or any illicit chance. That was none of the hard places. Everyone got rotated to the hard spot so that they would know what real fighting was like. And we lost a bunch of really great guys in my platoon. But everyone in Ukraine has some measure of combat experience. And if you've never been bombarded for 72 hours nonstop, okay, then you haven't been in a war. It's just that simple. You've been in a police action, a counterterrorism action, a counterinsurgency. This is full-scale, wholesale, war fighting. And Ukraine is now the global dominant. Russia, by the way, they won't survive this war. Whoever gets out of this war will never look at Ukraine twice.
Before 2022, unfortunately, there were no clear perspective of bringing Crimea back to Ukraine. People were under occupation, under oppression, under the threat of their lives, and they didn't see the possibility for the next 10 years, for example, for Crimea to come back. The full-scale invasion completely changed the situation. I mean, that first of all, everyone saw that Ukraine not only is able to resist, to make a resilience, but also is able to release the territories, that the army is strong, that there are all the limitations on non-military means usage or something like that, because we do remember that it's always were a discussion about only diplomatic means toward Crimea, and all our partners were insisting on such a wording in all the official documents. So all these limitations gone. I mean, that everyone understands that this is war, this is military means, military operations, that Russia has no intention to live by their goodwill. They can leave the Crimea and other occupied territory only in result of military operations. And people saw that these operations are possible and they are feasible, that the releasing of Crimea is some kind of feasible perspective. All the military experts whom I'm talking to, they're saying that the liberation of Crimea from the military point of view is a much easier task than liberation of the so-called mainland territories like Donbass and Lugansk regions. Because the Crimea is a peninsula and geographically, and it's like quite an isolated area. And we see that within this war, Ukrainian army was using this tactic when we cut off logistic routes, when we cut off supplies, and afterwards the army of Russia became much weaker, and actually the offensive became much easier. With Crimea, these tactics can work like even better because we have quite a limited supply chains. So as soon as we approach the peninsula itself, this is like a small bridge to peninsula, and cut off the carriage bridge, cut off the land supplies, the liberation of Crimea would be just a matter of like a time, a few months, is when the army to be exhausted. And what we see from now, that we see that Ukraine already is substantially limited capabilities of supplies, of connection of Russia through the sea. So with this quite an active operation of Ukraine on the sea domain, Russia is not so active and not so flexible. So I would say that this looks like a shaping operation already. But of course, we're highly dependent from the supplies of the long-range missiles, for example, to disconnect the carriage bridge. But technically, this operation is highly possible, and I think that we will see some kind of increasing of this shaping activities quite soon. If you cut the supplies, you give just like a few months, and most of the army won't have enough food, ammunition, and all the other part of it we consider will be evacuated by itself from Crimea, yes, using the different opportunities. So I don't think that we will even face in some kind of a heavy land operations. However, the military experts would know this better. But as we discussed before with you also, historically Crimea was always occupied or deoccupied by the military power, yes, by military operations. It never was passing from one side to another in some kind of diplomatic ways. Yes, it was always a military pressure, which looks like already started with this a disconnection. As I said, Russia relocated most of the ships from Crimea to Novorossiysk port facilities. And so they trying to hide as much as possible capabilities from Crimea, relocate to some other parts, because Ukraine is already reaching Crimea, reaching quite actively. Again, we are limited with missiles capabilities, but we actively using drones. And the more Ukraine developed the long-range drones, the worse situation with Russia presence in Crimea is, because before they were quite inactively using these sea platforms, for example, for shelling Ukraine, or airports for locating their fighter jets, which is not so already now. So we observe now substantial decrease of the sea launches of the missiles from the Russian ships to Ukraine, and we observe that many airports were evacuated. So we see how Russia already squeezing its capabilities from Crimea because they feel unsafe. Well, the problem is that the bridge is like a construction which needs to be destroyed with some massive explosives, and no one of drones can just bear such an explosives, and no any drones for now can just hit those points which are crucial for a strength of the construction. And that is why we're speaking about necessity to guard the possible types of the long-range missiles. If we speak about Germany, this is Taurus, and this is one of the principal capabilities we need to destroy it effectively. There could be not only Taurus, but some like other missiles with some proper characteristics. But I would say that Taurus is the most reachable for us. Yes, for now. Unfortunately, as we see, still we have some kind of excuses from Germany, from Scholz, whatever happens, we have a different type of excuses, and all these excuses are actually not very trusted, because we saw that some of them are using arguments which are not applicable to the situation, and we also, all of us heard this discussion of the German military personnel, which was discussing that it's only about 10-15 missiles what needed to broke up the breach, actually. So I hope that with all the efforts, with collective efforts, we will reach the purpose, and we will just somehow to ensure, Mr. Scholz, that we need them for not only for Ukraine, yes, but for establishing the security situation in the Black Sea, decreasing substantially the capabilities of Russia, which is required now, and which is all the European leaders are speaking about now. And I would like also to explain that the longer we, don't make some critical moves, the longer the war will continue, and the more expenses will be borne by Ukraine, of course, but also by the European countries, because finally I think that most of the leaders declared that they do understand that this is the war not only of Ukraine, but this is the war which directly threatens, physically threatens to the most of European countries, including Germany. Ukraine's maritime strategy in this war, it's actually something which was declared as a necessary strategy for the future and for the current war, unfortunately. It means that we need to use the very asymmetrical approach, very innovative, because we can never compare Ukrainian potential capabilities with Russian. I mean that we always will have less people, less weapons, less munition, just because of the size, just because of the level of preparation. So we cannot just overcome them with standard capabilities it was used in the Second World War or in other wars. So we need to invent something more innovative, we need to invent something more flexible and very asymmetric. The sea drones, it's a very, very good example of how it can happen. Yes, you're absolutely right that it's already around 30% of the actual numbers, but this means not only 30% of decreasing of capability, it means much more in capabilities, because this is you cannot just apply this number of capabilities. The capabilities actually, I would say, decreased more than half, because first of all, they lost one of the biggest situational awareness ship. I'm telling about the Moskva, yes, which was used for covering the situational awareness purposes and covering the protection, defense purposes. They lost a lot of maneuver ships, small maneuver ships. They lost a lot of those which were used for transportation, and they actually almost lost the capabilities of deploying the troops, amphibious operations, because many ships of these vessels of this type were eliminated. So we're speaking about much more serious capabilities loss than only 30%. And as I said, also they relocated some ships from Crimea to Novorossiysk, but Novorossiysk port is not applicable for keeping up such a high, a readiness fleet, and that makes them a trouble. That's why Russians try now to use the Georgian waters and Georgian ports for placement of some kind of their fleet, but still it just decreases their ability to react. It just decreases their ability to make the strikes and operations on the Black Sea. And you see that we use it now for making our own grain corridor which we don't need to, coordinate with someone, which we are not dependent on someone's decision on negotiations, and the corridor is working quite well. We just increased transportation of goods from Ukraine to the level already before the invasion. And I think that's a great achievement, and that's great, a proof that these asymmetric methods are working. We need more and more these big military drones, which are more precise, which are long range, which can bear a lot of destruction power on board. And so we see here private initiatives. We see here a public-private partnership when the government cooperates with the private companies. We see efforts of our partners who also promise to supply some drones, or UAV, quite a big one. So this is some kind of massive operation now. We obviously don't have overcapacity, so we still need a lot of them. We still need a lot of them also because we need to compensate lack of ammunition, lack of long-range missiles, lack of other capabilities which Ukraine doesn't obtain. But even should we have an ideal situation with the ammunition, with the artillery, with long-range missiles, still drones would be heavily used in this war because they are still cheaper. They are less obvious for observations. They are a more flexible weapon, which give us a weapon or a tool which give us some kind of possibility to use it massively and therefore spread attention of our enemy. And what else we should say that speaking about drones, we should understand that the cycle of this operation, is quite fast. So we have, if you try something new, you have 2-3 months as maximum before Russian will understand how to deal with it and will try to copy the technology. And so even having established production, you need constantly develop and redevelop your equipment, your drones, whatever you use there, to protect it better from electronic warfare, to protect it better from the vision, the vision technologies. So it's a constant development which is required. And I believe that within this war, drones and UAVs demonstrated that actually we have a combination of very classical approach with very innovative approach, and it will continue. We see that how Iran, for example, actively developed these technologies just because they're cheaper, just because they can be used. And I think that many other countries are now looking at this war. They started to develop these technologies, and we will face with more and more drones operation in small wars, in some kind of local wars. So that's something which we're already in.
read.
Ukraine, organized by the European Resilience Initiative Center and the Silicon Curtain YouTube podcasts. I'm very delighted to join the third panel. My name is Sasha Ostania. I'm an EU Security and Foreign Policy Fellow at the Berlin-based Jacques Delors Center think tank. At the third panel, we're going to be talking about the Russian-Ukrainian defense industrial competition and what nuclear blackmailing has to do with it. And I have a stellar panel of guests to talk about those topics. Starting from my left, William Alberg. He's a director of strategy, technology, and arms control at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Next, I have Roderick Kiesewetter. He's a member of the German Parliament. Gustav Gressel, a senior research fellow, policy fellow, my apologies, from the European Council of Foreign Relations. And we have one more person online, Mykola Beleskov, who is a research fellow at the National Institute for Strategic Studies in Ukraine. Mykola, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I know that you have limited time available for us today, and I want to start with you. And my first question is about the year of 2024, the third year of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. When we look at the discussion in Europe, and in Germany in particular, there is a slight understanding that the 2024 year is a year when we can take a break, breathe in and breathe out, and start preparing our defense industrial base, our arms production facilities, figure out what we're going to do with Macron's sudden proposal to put European or NATO troops on the ground. Can you describe us how this year is seen from Ukraine? Because I'm pretty sure this is absolutely not the picture that Ukrainians themselves are having now at the moment.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for an invitation. Hope you can hear me. I'm delighted to see familiar faces, to see new faces. Greetings from Kiev. Well, from point of view of Ukraine, everything is quite simple. So we are in a second phase of a big war from the standpoint of the race between military industrial complexes. So the pre-war stock accumulated before 24th of February 2022 is depleted. First, it was depleted by Ukraine, then Russia depleted it, and now West depleted it. So right here, right now, from the point of view of Ukraine, the question is whether NATO countries, EU countries are ready to translate this nominal economic and GDP advantage they possess compared to Russia, translate this nominal advantage into actual advantage. And well, basically, we are told that you need to wait for at least one more year before European military-industrial complex start to produce necessary amount of artillery, and that's how it's seen out of Ukraine to be shot.
Can Ukraine withstand this additional year of fighting with Russia while NATO and the EU are still trying to figure out their production facilities ways?
Well, we don't have a luxury of a choice. We need to persevere. That's a pity. That's a great tragedy as for me that 2 years proved to be not enough. And if Western countries mobilize the same way they mobilize now, they did it in World War II, I guess Axis powers would not have been defeated in 1945. And that's the problem. But again, we gained 2 years, and now we are told that we need to endure for one more year, and we don't have like a choice. That's why, for sure, we persevere. We're going to find some ingenuity solutions. As you see, asymmetric approaches, asymmetric strikes targeting Russian oil and gas infrastructure, and we have no choice basically. And we hope that really next year the minimum requirement of shells for Ukraine would be finally met, and we can credibly fight Russia in terms of supply of ammunition, artillery shells first and foremost.
Thank you, Mykola. Gustav, my next question goes to you. What went wrong? Why those 2 years were not enough, and why Ukraine needs to wait for 1 more year? How those processes within those 3 years were developed that Ukraine still requires time?
Well, the main problem was that most Western governments, not only Europeans, but Washington is to blame to a quite large extent as well, thought that the war would not last very long.
Is it the same as the Russian idea of the 3 days?
Yeah, it was not 3 days, but sort of in 2022, of course, at the beginning of 2022, people thought that Ukraine would not last long, not 3 days, but 3 months, and then the war would transition into guerrilla warfare. Once they came to the idea, and that was basically April 2022, that was not the case, and they started to think, okay, on existing footage, when will the Russians have exhausted their potential? And then they thought the war would probably end. But Russia mobilized the defense industry, partial mobilization, and they carried on. 2023, I heard a lot of voices that, yeah, after the counteroffensive, the Russians will seek negotiations, and then the war will be frozen, and it's going to be end. This is going to be the end. Well, it's not. And the problem is all these kind of illusions on a quick end, they deferred the starting point of saying, okay, now we have to produce like mad. There was a lot of decisions, like when I started to discuss this in defense industrial support, refurbishment of second-hand stockpile, etc. And for example, in 2022, asked people about, look, these martyrs, they are all these Leopard 2 in this storage site, in this storage cell, they're old, but we can renovate them and train and bring them. It lasts 1 year. They're so old. It will last 1 year. In 1 year, the war will be over. Well, in 2023, the war wasn't over. The problem is all these measures for second-hand equipment to renovate them. It lasts, depending on in what state the vehicle is, from like 4 months to 1 year. If you only take the ones that take 4 months, that's roughly what was being donated to Ukraine. But the 1 year vehicles, a lot of countries just shy away from it because it takes too long. The same with the ammunition. A newly produced shot takes 6 to 9 months to materialize. Even for such a stupid, quote unquote, product like artillery ammunition, not because it's so complicated, but the propellant charge, the powder, it needs a time to stabilize. So again, 9 months. If defense industry said, yeah, you can order, but you'll get your shot in 9 months, a lot of governments said, that's too long. Then, of course, there was a lot of politics. The EU Commission actually started to float the idea of this 1 million round initiative in November 2022. And first they were told, no, that's none of your business. Then it was, okay, you can do that, but it's still the prerogative of the national states that should do that. And you can just make some framework contracts and laws, but we'll do that. Then I sort of found a compromise. They found the subsidies for the defense industries to actually be able to increase their production to do that. And then they made the contracts, and then the nation state said, yeah, but we're not going to sign that because your contracts are wrong and we want to negotiate better contracts. And so they started again negotiating, and the contingencies for the artillery ammunition that should have been booked by September were not booked by a lot of member states. They thought, in next year the Americans will cover this. They were told by Washington that, don't worry, we'll cover this. Then came the tussle in Congress, and suddenly they said, oops. And now, of course, they're running behind time. And the problem is, artillery ammunition, we are running behind time, but actually we do as well with tanks, with infantry fighting vehicles. On artillery, at least the French have their initiative, and there is the Danish Nordic initiative to buy checkmate howitzers. There's a little bit of production going on, but for a lot of other fighting vehicles, we're basically waiting for Ukraine to produce this stuff on their own, but there is no plan B. If the Russians manage to hit these factories, there's nothing from the West that's coming forward, because we were told a new tank, 3 years, the war won't last 3 years. Now we're in the third year. Infantry fighting vehicles, usually 2 years from order to delivery. We were told the war won't last so long. The war is over 2 years old. The full-scale invasion of the war is 10 years old. But yeah, that's and it's this mindset that prevents people from scaling up defense industry. At least in France, it's changing. In Poland, in Bulgaria, and the Czech Republic, it changed quite quickly. But in other countries, in the Nordic countries, it changed. But in other countries, change is gradual, slow, partial, uncomprehensive. And that's the issue.
So if we look at March 2024, can we say that there are at least a couple of countries that are running in full speed and that will be able to help Ukraine starting from January 2025? Or is it going to be another year of political promises?
Well, it depends on what kind of ammunition and what kind of defense goods we're talking about. So yes, the artillery ammunition in 2025 will be less of an issue because now we ramp up production. We will next year be at least able to sustain Ukraine on the defensive minimum, and together with the Americans, if they then are on board, depending on their presidential election, it might actually lead to a situation where we can deliver stuff to Ukraine to enable them to have at least localized fire superiority. So this is getting better. Problematic, for example, is air defense. Here, actually, the Germans are not so too bad. They ramped up production, for example, for IRIS-T. The problem is IRIS-T alone is still too few. And the critical bottleneck with Russia buying North Korean and Iranian ballistic missiles are Patriots. Because unfortunately also in France, SAMPT interceptor, so the Astra 30, which has roughly the same capabilities as Patriot, is produced in much too slow numbers. There is no big batch order for this missile up today, although the launches were delivered at the beginning of last year, but there's no ramping up of ammunition production, and it's as this missile has a much narrower usual customer base, let me say so. It's also for them industry-wise harder to, unless there are big orders from the few countries that operate the missiles, to really ramp up production, because for such an expensive weapons platform, you really need to have a 10-year procurement plan in order to justify an increase in production. And that hasn't come, neither from the Italians, nor from the French, nor from the British, which are the three main operators of this thing. So Patriots will be the bottleneck. And here the Americans are indispensable. They produce it. German Patriots will roll off the assembly line in 2030. Contracts were conducted last November that finalized it, but it takes time. Japan also produces Patriots, but of course they have very restrictive export laws. Now the Americans are the central buffer. They buy Japanese Patriots to free up American Patriots to go to Ukraine. But if the central buffer that really sort of allows all these swap deals would cease to exist under President Trump, then we're in big trouble. And that could make a lot of things. And again, for tanks, for infantry fighting vehicles, we are only resting on Ukraine's own production because there's basically nothing else. If the Patriot plan falls apart, then the other things fall apart as well, because the Russians will more freely attack these sites that produce them. So this can have tragic follow-on consequences, and that's what I'm really worried about.
Mr. Kiziveta, can we blame everything on these political competitions inside Germany, inside the EU, between the European Commission and individual member states, in the US, between the two parties? Is those political difficulties in reaching a joint solution or a common solution in one country, is it the main explanation why Western aid to Ukraine been so, had so many shortcomings?
It's not only a political question, but very brief greetings to Mikola, and thank you for your recent visit to Berlin. I believe it's a question of mindset, as Gustav said. It's a question of strategic culture and a lack of political willingness to coordinate European efforts amongst EU member states, amongst NATO member states, and the reaction from the European Union member states was, at least in Sweden and Finland, to become a member of NATO. So we only have left Ireland and Austria being no members, as EU members, no members of NATO. And the strategic culture was deterrence.
And Sweden and Finland and the Baltic states have very well understood. And I believe that we see today we are faced with a split in the European attitude. What do I mean with that? Look to Macron, his speech yesterday, and Medvedev's answer, if you so wish. So Medvedev is clear saying the negotiation position is Ukraine to become part of Russia, dismantling itself. And Macron is saying no red lines. And to be very clear, Macron has now understood that the new Europe will be more eastern, more northern, more deterrent, more defensive, more innovative, and less influenced by Paris and Berlin. And Macron now sees, if Trump is elected, that there is a lack of European leadership because Germany is not fulfilling its hinge function regarding Eastern concerns and Southern concerns, which are very different in Europe. So Macron sees the lack and sees also the hunger for leadership and coordination. So it is very helpful. Today there is the meeting of Poland, of France and Germany in Berlin, the Weimarian Triangle. I believe it's a dual meeting of Poland and France trying to convince Germany not to pursue the way of a stalemate, of a frozen conflict. But this is the big difference between Germany and others. The question is, what is the war, the end of the war? And Germany, at least the Chancellor is saying, Ukraine must not lose and Russia must not win. And if you ask the Chancellor, why don't you say to regain its borders of 91, as it is laid down in the security agreement between Germany and Ukraine? He's saying, you have listened to me correctly. So he is not believing in Ukraine regaining its borders. And it's a question of strategic culture and the consequences of Russian deterrence. It's self-deterrence. It's the hope of the old German romanticism that Russia and Germany, Germany's engineers' art and Russian resources might be a second pillar between China and the United States. And this is the old German view. The countries in between are not seen on the same level. And this is the consequence as of today, as we experienced it yesterday in our parliament. And therefore, as a convinced member of the German parliament, I see we have, due to our parliamentary law, too little influence on the Chancellor, who is not only formulating, he is setting the political guidelines into practice. And therefore, we need also international colleagues exerting pressure on Germany to understand that the largest economy in Europe has to start much earlier with production, with standardization, with interoperability. And the key mistake is that we in Germany, you mentioned it, believe that the war will last some weeks and then there is Minsk III. And now they believe, listening to the German population, that in the course of the next year, when we have federal elections, the Chancellor might go public and say, I have prevented Ukraine from a nuclear assault, and Ukraine must be grateful to that, so they could give in and say, okay, we give up some territory. And we do not understand in Germany that this is combined with war crimes, with atrocities, with mass migration, with a loss of perspectives. And therefore, the evil is not only the orientation of Germany towards only the United States instead of coordinating Europe, the evil is a lack of mindset and strategic culture inside this country.
William, since the word nuclear has been brought up, my next question must come to you. So did Scholz succeed in preventing a nuclear assault on Ukraine?
No, I don't think he did at all. I think the reason that Vladimir Putin has not employed nuclear weapons in Ukraine is a combination of a lack of military utility. What target would he hit? Number two, the political costs of introducing nuclear weapons into the conflict.
This would be, a further horrific violation of Russia's international obligations. And as you heard, there was a point in the crisis when even President Xi of China and Modi of India said they didn't want to see nuclear weapons introduced into this conflict. Now, of course, there was no Western threat of introduction of weapons. There was no Ukrainian threat of, so that was a message to Putin himself. I don't think he expected that. I think that actually forced him to moderate his rhetoric and to leave it to his attack dog Medvedev and the television pundits to say irresponsible things. Since then, Putin has said things that are more consistent with our understanding of Russia's nuclear deterrence policy and its doctrine. So I think the idea that Scholz somehow did something, all he's done is emboldened Russia to attack further by self-deterring, by saying sending propelled artillery would be an escalation, saying battle tanks would be an escalation, sending aircraft. By doing that, Putin realizes that nuclear coercion and nuclear intimidation has worked on Scholz. For Scholz to try to reverse that and say he's prevented a nuclear attack that takes some special kind of mindset to believe that because the bully hasn't beaten someone else up that you intervened. It's disappointing. But I do think that Putin is still inhibited from using nuclear weapons, not only because of the political cost that China and India threatened, but also because the US, the UK, and France would undoubtedly unleash at least conventional weapons on Russia if it were to introduce nuclear weapons into this conflict. We have strong evidence that the US has privately conveyed this directly to, from Blinken to Patrushev, and not just at that level, that the price for Russia would be immense. And you can imagine, the United States firing hundreds, if not more than 1,000 JASMs into just Russian-held Ukrainian territory would leave Russian forces in Ukraine open to massive attack from Ukrainian forces. And also it's Putin's worst nightmare that the West would get directly involved in this crisis. And if we retaliated at the conventional level, leave it to Russia then to further escalate, this further isolates them, presents Putin with very bad options. And again, you notice Scholz doesn't play a role in any of that.
But to this idea that Russia wouldn't violate this international obligation of not firing, of not using nuclear weapons, nothing has stopped Russia before from violating international obligations. What's the difference this time?
Because I think countries like China and India would actually make it pay a price. So far, you're absolutely correct. I mean, few, if any, countries around the world, especially in the global south, have made Russia pay a price for illegally seizing Crimea. For instance, on several continents, that's seen as a sign of strength. Even Russia in this war not achieving its aims, there are countries that see Russia as being strong. I do think the introduction of nuclear weapons to this conflict would be a bridge too far for many countries who would then be willing to do something, who are currently sitting on the fence. And I think Putin knows it's just not a risk worth taking right now. He is trying to build a coalition in Africa and in the Middle East. He's trying to build this coalition of the sanctioned, the people who will flock to Russia rather than to the United States and the rule-based order. So I think it's not because he loves rules, it's because he has more to lose if he crosses that particular boundary.
And I want to remind our viewers that you have a possibility to ask questions, and I want to address one of them right now. Mykola, if you can still hear me, there's a question about the manufacturing of ammunition in Ukraine and whether Ukraine can produce sufficient amount of those ammunition to decrease its dependency on Western supplies. Can you describe what's happening at the moment with the Ukrainian ammunition production and whether Ukraine can say goodbye to all of those political difficulties in Europe and the US and arm itself?
Well, I'd like to have a situation when Ukraine has this kind of autonomy. Unfortunately, no country in NATO except US is capable of confronting Russia alone. So it's an issue of continuous cooperation. For sure, we can find some niches, some directions where we can be more self-sufficient, like UAV production. Right here, right now, for the last 2 months, January, February, our military-industrial complex was able to produce more than 200,000 FPV drones. But self-sufficiency, it's an illusion for a number of reasons. First, we doesn't possess all technologies, all expertise, and second, it's about being able to finance everything. Because with decreased GDP and all the losses, we can't on ourselves finance everything. That's why the most viable option is to have bilateral agreements between Ukraine and different countries implemented in the field of military-industrial cooperation. Entities, Western military entities, they are bringing technologies, they're bringing production, Ukraine bring labor, and then we combine it and partially it's financed by Western governments, and that's how we meet Ukrainian requirements, because that's an illusion that Ukraine on its own can meet all the requirements, but we are doing a great job, especially in field of different kind of UAVs.
Ukraine just recently signed a number of security agreements with G7 countries. Can those security agreements work as a base for expanding on them and then turning them into the defense industrial agreements between Ukraine and its Western partners?
As far as I understand, after conclusion of these agreements, there was already a huge interest out of specific countries. They want to understand how our military-industrial complex writ large is functioning. That's why, as for me, it's a good sign that specific countries and their enterprises mean business. That's why, yeah, that's one of the fields I'd like to see radical changes, because in 1992-2021, Ukrainian military-industrial complex existed as an autarky, as a part of USSR military-industrial complex with no connections or very loose connections with Western military-industrial complex. So I'd like for Ukraine to take a model of Poland. So Poland quite successfully integrated with Western entities in terms of military-industrial cooperation, and that's the future for us. Otherwise, we should be open that Western governments won't be ready to finance purely Ukrainian enterprises. So they have their own interests. They want some part of the profit retained in their countries, and that's natural. So we need to find models that is most suitable, and bringing enterprises, bringing know-how into Ukraine, and that's the most viable option. And that's one of the pillars of the security model for Ukraine: more military-industrial cooperation with Western countries, Western entities.
Thank you very much, Mykola. Thank you for joining us today. I know that you have to run, so I'm going to let you free.
I'm really sorry. And thank you for organizing. And again, we are glad that despite all the difficulties we are facing, there are a lot of people who support Ukraine and mean European Resilience Initiative and all people you have in parallel. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Kizaveta, we heard now that Ukraine cannot be self-sufficient in arming itself. So there is a dependency on the West, there's a dependency on the EU, and in particular, Germany. And I'm going to introduce the T word, Taurus. Yet another discussion in the parliament, yet another no. Can you describe how these discussions are going for people who did not witness them? Those three sets of arguments, the three sets of discussion, did they differ in any way?
Excellent question, thank you. We started the discussion on this in late April last year. I brought it in, and then in the coalition, the Greens and the Liberals demanded it from the Chancellery. And for several months, the Chancellery didn't answer. They were very reluctant, and they gave very different answers. We need them for ourselves. They are not available. We don't have the capability to refurbish them, and. About 600 pieces, and 150 of them were available in April. Now a much larger number is available. The challenge was that the Chancellor never gave a clear explanation. So we brought in November a request in the Parliament, and the coalition denied to handle it. So it was then transported to the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And in the Committee of Foreign Affairs, the Chancellor's party demanded always to bring it out of the agenda. And therefore the others, in their loyalty to the coalition, voted with them. So we were in a minority. And then if this has been achieved 10 times, then it has to go back to the normal panel. And we brought it back to the plenary session 2 weeks ago. And then the government brought in an own request mentioning far-reaching weapons, the EU perspectives and the NATO perspective. And the coalition believed that these far-reaching weapons would encompass Taurus. And 3 days after this debate, the Chancellor said no. So they were disappointed. But due to the discipline inside the coalition, they explained that they would support our request to send Taurus, but the coalition would fail and would break into pieces if they voted with our opposition request. And therefore, there is a majority in the parliament, but there is also the discipline not to endanger the government. And the Chancellor now said that he does not trust Ukraine to use this weapon in an agreement, in a treaty, in a bipartisan arrangement like France and UK and United States did with ATACMS, with cluster ammunition, with Scalp and Storm Shadow. The challenge is that Germany could do that. We could have geofencing and anything. But the key issue of the Chancellor is he does not trust Ukraine because he wants a final German military control on it. This is not necessary. Normally the enterprise which is producing that would install everything. We know that the Ukrainian soldiers and engineers are so smart that they could include this weapon system within a few days and train within a few weeks. So there is no political will on the side of the Chancellor, and his key argument is no trust. And why? No trust means this weapon has a reach of 500 kilometers, so you could reach Moscow. But with geofencing, you could avoid this. And all other countries who are supporting with very deliberate ammunition and deliberate weapons say you can only use it on the occupied territories, but not on the Russian soil. This is a smart idea because then Ukraine could use its own weapons and drones to carry the war on the Russian soil, which is really necessary, to also show the Russian people that they are in a war and to destroy lines of communication, supply chains, and military installations, due to the international law, by the way. And also to employ Taurus in Russia would be according to the international law. But the Chancellor believes, by the Russian deterrence, that then Germany would be threatened nuclear or Kiev would be threatened nuclear. So this is the self-deterrence, and this is the consequence of always talking about red lines, and Putin has abused this, has utilized it, better to say, so that the Chancellor is now in an impasse where he cannot come out face-saving. And so he is like a small child, we call it Trotz. I don't know the right expectations. If you have 2 years old, 3 years old child, it cannot deviate from its course because it would lose its face. And this is now the key question of this coalition, and probably Taurus will not be delivered. And even the Brits have made an excellent proposal to take over the Taurus and then to send their Storm Shadows. And also to send Taurus to UK, and then UK could send it, is denied by the Chancellor. So we see now, also combined with the statement of his caucus leader, the Chancellor is working on the SPD on a frozen conflict. And a frozen conflict, look to Minsk I and Minsk II, means a Minsk III, and this is disappointment, and this is mistrust, and this would lead to a Russia which could refurbish itself and then restart the war and fulfill all its war goals. This is the reason. And so we are in the parliament really in a very bad situation. There is a majority, but due to the discipline of the coalition, there was no majority. And I would like to encourage the Ukrainian people to really, and also our neighbor states, to increase the pressure, not on the government, on the Chancellor. The Greens and the Liberals, and also my caucus, Christian Democratic Party, is really in very high favor to send this weapon to cut off the Russian supply chains to Crimea, because 80% of the attacks on Ukraine are conducted via Crimea.
But you basically just stole my question, because if we cannot convince the Chancellor, and it's one person, is it possible to convince people around him? We all see those videos of Annalena Baerbock, the foreign minister of Germany, and her body language when she heard arguments against the deliveries of Taurus to Ukraine. What would it take to convince other coalition partners to stand up against the Chancellor?
This would damage the coalition, and we would have pre-election, and Putin would clap his hands. The main issue is that the United States start with this pressure. So we have to overcome Kirby, Sullivan, and others. as they did the Americans in the tanker question, where Austin and Blinken convinced Biden, and they overruled Sullivan in December and January 22-23.
I'm going to talk briefly about the political aspect of the question and then go back to the Taurus technicalities, Gustav, if you allow me. William, what will it take to convince the US to overcome Sullivan yet again?
Oh, I mean, that's a great question. And if you have answers, please send them to me on a postcard and I'll employ them right away. Yeah, this timidity within the US system as well has been an issue all along. And, you know, I really think it is folks like Austin who are able to make this case the most strongly to Biden. I think Biden's instincts are exactly in the right place. And quite frankly, I think there's just so much going on right now, it's hard to get through to Washington that this is a critical pathway. The U.S. has its own issues, especially in terms of Congress and getting funding through for further tranches of support to Ukraine. I think that's dominating the conversation so much. So I do think it's his colleagues in ministries of defense. If other ministers of defense reach out to Austin and reach out to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and reach out to Commander EUCOM, who's also SACEUR, and tell them to call Biden, I think this will bypass any resistance.
It sounds like a great algorithm. Why wasn't it done?
I think people have a tough time understanding exactly where the levers of power within the US system are. I think Biden has a massive trust for his military colleagues throughout the government. And again, it's because everyone is so watching this battle that's happening in Congress. Everyone's so worried about the election. Everybody's so focused on these 20-meter targets and 30-meter targets, they forget that this is the target that's right in the room. And again, direct contact with the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Commander of U.S. European Command / SACEUR can break this free. We have defense ministerials at NATO, which are fantastic opportunities to concentrate these messages and to get them back to Washington. We have the NATO summit coming up. This is another great opportunity to put this squarely on Biden's radar, because the summit's going to happen before the elections. There's a lot that can happen, and if the U.S. can break Taurus free, I think that would be such a huge contribution to the defense of Ukraine. It's a target, but again, it's not something that everyone's focused on. So perhaps an event like this can remind people that this is a way to go, and to give hope to our European and NATO colleagues who want to see Taurus, that they do have an avenue of pressure to use that has been underutilized so far.
As promised, nerdy technical questions on Taurus in particular. I had a discussion recently with people unrelated to security, and there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding how Taurus works and how this geotagging works, and whether people can just go on Google Maps, look up coordinates of Moscow, and then shoot a Taurus right on the Kremlin. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, it's a cruise missile. The thing is, in theory, yes, you can Google the coordinates of the Kremlin and enter to the missile, and it will fly there. But it's not going to fly there very well, because there are three guidance systems within the Taurus. The first is GPS. Then there's an internal navigation system, and then there is a georeference system. So that's basically an artificial intelligence pilot. So it has an infrared camera, and the infrared camera looks through the nose of the missile, and the camera sees the terrain, and it has a map of the terrain in its memory, and it compares that. And like a pilot who's flying his glider or sports plane and saying, yeah, okay, here's this church and that's that village, and here and behind there is my aircraft. Basically, the missile flies around and, okay, here's this, here's that, and there's my target. And depending on how sophisticated you want the attack to happen, how deep the missile shall fly. Should it do retargeting? Should it be able to avoid air defense, etc.? This endeavor becomes more and more complex. How small is the target? How mobile is the target? Or what's the time difference the target relocates? That all plays into the amount of how much computing you need to do that, because it's sort of on the highest level of sophistication of an attack. It's very complex to program it. For very simple attacks, it's easier done. So the thing is, when you sort of deliver towers to Ukraine, and the same applies to Storm Shadow. Storm Shadow is a bit simpler because only the terminal guidance, so when the missiles really strikes on the target, that is done with an artificial intelligence pilot. And Taurus navigates it all the way, but the principle is the same. And if you see, for example, the Storm Shadow scalp attacks, the first attacks Ukrainian did were very stationary, easy to recognize targets, because that was sort of the easiest thing to program, and they needed to get used on how to program the attack runs, etc. And they did extensive preparations for that with other reconnaissance, special forces mission, drone attacks, diversionary attacks, to kind of make these few cruise missiles succeed. Ukrainian missile attacks with the French-British cruise missiles became more and more sophisticated the longer these operators were familiar with the programming of the attack runs. And finally, they hit a ship in harbor, which it's a moving target. You need to be good and really promise your attack run will happen in that and that time reference, because the ship will unload for a few hours and you need to strike it there. Otherwise the missile, because it's artificial intelligence, but it's still 2000s technology of artificial intelligence. The missile kind of sees there's the hover, but where is my ship? And sort of gets confused, because that's then a too complex situation, etc. So yes, of course it's complex. Yes, of course you need to train Ukrainian pilots. Yes, of course you need to feed them with satellite imagery. Actually, Ukraine already gets German satellite imagery. It's just the resolution would only allow strikes on stationary and non-complex targets like Crimean Bridge, because it's easy to identify. Even if you get a low-resolution picture from the Crimean Bridge, the missile can tell that's a bridge. If you hunt a certain specific weapon system that is hiding behind camouflage, like a command post of a missile battery, etc., then it would get more tricky, because you need to get the dumb computer to recognize that's the command post. There we are. And that would need more experience in coding and understanding and how the code thinks, how the computer thinks, etc. That will come by time. So there's no this kind of technical wonderland that can't be done. It's all a matter of how much money do you want to take into your hand to facilitate that, because depending on which model of also computer calculation center Ukrainians get, how long do you want to produce that, how long do you want to train them, etc. You can have different models, one where they can relatively quickly strike simple targets and sort of later on get more sophisticated, or you train them to the highest sophistication, but they can only use the missile then next year or somewhere. But that's all, in theory, politics to decide on how do you want to proceed. And frankly, I would have had even sympathy for Scholz if he said, well, the process for towers is all too complicated. We'll lease that to the British so that they can, because there's no time pressure. I mean, the British are not at war. They can do their conventional deterrence work in the northern part of NATO with the Taurus and give them the Storm Shadows, because they're trained, they know the operation system, they hit, and it's roughly the same missile. I mean, it's not the same, it's a similar missile. The Taurus is wider and it's a bit heavier, so it has more countermeasures and a bit longer range and a bit heavier payload, but that's on the margins, yeah. I mean, here in Germany, we discuss it as die Wunderwaffe. Like, if if you give that to Ukrainians, then the war will end and they will march into Moscow. That's nonsense. It's a cruise missile. It's a fairly similar cruise missiles to what the British and French have. And yes, improvements are there on the margins. The only real difference between the two is the British and the French already work on the successor. It's going to be flight tested in a couple of years. It's going to be introduced before the 2030s. Hence, also for the British and the French, it's easier to give that away, what they have, because they know replacement will come soon. That's a trickier discussion for the Germans, but then still, whether deliver it or not, I don't understand why this is not mass-produced 24/7 in Germany already, because we see how important deep strike is in the war. We see how important cruise missiles are as a conventional deterrent. We see how scary the Russians are. We should produce a ton of that anyway, whether we'll give it to Ukraine or not. And it's not done, which also speaks to the lacking Zeitenwende mindset.
But yet another argument from Scholz is that Ukraine will need German boots on the ground.
That's nonsense, and this was debunked. I mean, here comes domestic politics into play. Scholz wanted to be the guy who saved Germany from becoming a party of war, and he thought that, or some of his advisors who understands nothing of the military and even less from technological issues, tell him, look, here it's going to be your word against the defense experts, whom we call now the TV marshals, yeah? And you can say, yeah, this will need German boots, and everybody who contradicts you, you can say, well, I'm the Chancellor, I have access to classified information, so I know, and I can the Bundeswehr. The Bundeswehr is ordered not to say anything about it. And then you have this narrative, and you can point at the leader of your party and say, yeah, you're a risk taker, warmonger, this is dangerous, and hoping to regain voices from the AfD or Sarah Wagenknecht, etc. Well, then the Bundeswehr leak came up with Chaurus, where the chief of the Luftwaffe with 3 other generals were exactly discussing all these options and how long they would take, and sort of what would be a simple option, what would be a complicated option, what would the training requirements be, which are the private enterprises that, if the Bundeswehr can't help, are able to code this missile, are able to train Ukrainians, are able to provide assistance in all of that, because of course South Koreans didn't ask the Bundeswehr for their missiles. Of course they get industry support for that. It's complete nonsense that this can only be done by the Bundeswehr. And of course, this kind of line of argumentation collapsed overnight, and he was proven a liar. And that's, of course, why the debate on Taurus missiles probably won't stop until general elections, because, I mean, this is just too perfect for anybody who is in the opposition, because the Chancellor has proven himself on record, basically on record, in lying. But this is the kind of the rabbit hole he dug for himself. If he would have declined it on the means that, look, we don't get the replacement too quickly, it's easier to give them the British missiles. If he would have reacted to the numerous offers by Sunak and Cameron for swap deals, he could have moved around that. If it's for his party problematic to deliver the missiles, there would have been smart options to do that. He refused to do that because he thought that this is a domestic policy victory for grabs, and it was a self-goal. But now, I mean, the toss is on, and it's his fault. I won't save him from that. Here we are.
While the German Chancellor is considering or hesitating to send Taurus, the European Resilience Initiative Center is not, and it's collecting donations to support the Ukrainian army with whatever needs are there, and whatever the non-governmental organizations can do. You can see a QR code for the link with the donations on your screen now, or just go to the description of this live marathon, and you can see the link there as well. I also encourage you to post questions that I can forward to my guests, and one of them came with a little bit of critique that we discuss individual weapons too much, while Western countries continue to do business with Russia and do not try to cut business ties with Russia as much as we would prefer it to be. Mr. Kiesewetter, the question to you, is there discussion about further sanctioning Russia, further cutting ties with Russia, or either in Germany or on the European level? And if yes, what are its focuses? What does it focus on?
Well, there are a lot of sanction packages ongoing in the European Union. I believe today we have the 12th or 13th one, stopped to count. However, there are some countries who are only sanctioning war-important goods and not dual-use goods.
Is Germany one of them?
Yes, and Hungary. And the question is, why? And it is really a pity for us, because in the parliament there is a majority to improve the sanctions and to exclude war-important goods. There's also machines for CNC production and so on. But this is not yet done. Also, nitrocellulose, which is a kind of cotton, is also exported from Germany to Russia. Because
just recently complained that we cannot produce ammunition because we lack liquids.
And also the question of ship-to-ship transfer those ships have to be stopped in other harbors, and there are several other smaller items. The challenge is that there are also some enterprises specialized on procuring, for example, chips in Turkey or in Armenia or even in China, and they are private enterprises who are purchasing washing machines and exploiting their technical devices, which we then find in Russian missiles, for example. So there is a coalition of of Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China is the country which is trying to cooperate, for example, with Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, who have increased their import numbers for washing machines by 15 times in Kazakhstan and by more than 1,000 times in Kyrgyzstan, probably from 5 a year to 5,000 a year. And this could be sanctioned with the enterprises, but they say, well, we sell them to private enterprises and these are intermediators. So we have to look who are the intermediators and have to stop them. There is a special investigation in the German media, so I see that these holes are going to be stopped. But we have to be very honest, it's not only Hungary, it's also Germany in this context. And this is not a question to the parliament, it's also not really to the government, it's the free economy we have and the lack of a self-understanding of these enterprises that they are responsible. In France, there are more state-owned enterprises, so it's easier to control them. We have a very small number of state-owned enterprises, but not in this context, and so it's much more difficult to control it. But therefore, we should be a little bit more decent and a little bit more smarter in this context to stop and to contain this.
Well, is it going after individual companies now, or can we adopt the French model? Can we increase the regulation of the free market, which at the end of the day should be regulated by the government?
Well, it's very simple to be resolved to contain dual-use goods. And washing machines are dual-use goods, and this is part of the 13th package, and Germany was against it. But then we have to talk to Bosch, Siemens, Hausgeräte and others and have to tell them, well, show us where you want to export to and we will give you restrictions or better regulations, but don't sell them to anybody who is requesting them. So this is possible, but this needs more political will and also a kind of self-conscience and a question of own strategic mindset to stop the export. One example is Infineon, where Infineon chips are exported since 2014, and now they are ready to stop it. The other are banks. So to freeze bank accounts like Commerzbank and others who have to do a little bit more and to help Ukraine and not to foster their relationship with Russia.
Well, I guess that's now your turn, because we're talking about international regulations and how it can be implemented and how we can differentiate when we're talking about exclusively defense issues and when we talk about free economy. From your experience, is it possible to introduce such an effective sanction regime that it would not be 100% bulletproof, but at least would prevent such mass-scale sanction evasion schemes?
It's a big challenge, especially in the United States. The idea of export controls as being part of your national security was divorced for a long time. Even at NATO, they used to have an export control committee at NATO. But after the end of the Cold War, so many of the non-military instruments of power were let go from NATO and either given back to the nations themselves or reconcentrated in the European Union. And while I think the EU has done a great job, and I'm very grateful for the sanctions and for everything like that, the idea that NATO itself, which has so many non-EU members, Norway, Turkey, the United States, Canada, I mean, the idea that they outsource a lot of this to the EU, and even within the EU, you have Cyprus and Malta and Hungary and Austria, who may be against these things, it strikes me as a little bit odd. I think NATO needs to claw back some of these non-military instruments of power. Again, in the Cold War, it was not the case that they would outsource these things. And there's no reason why they can't use the European Union and other organizations where NATO members also have membership to increase their reach, to increase their span of control. But I think these things should be decided at NATO headquarters among allies, should then be used in these other organizations. But export control itself, I mean, this is literally arms control. This is literally controlling arms. And unfortunately for too many countries, especially in the West, it's seen as individual national profitability and boosting of of commerce, the individual companies themselves lobbying against the government for restrictions. But I think this is a case where it's actually inhibition or a lack of political will or a lack of focus from the West to really say, let's close all of the loopholes humanly possible. We know where they're taking advantage of resellers. We know where these chains are going. But the political will to work with industry, to shut down all these avenues is very difficult. We've lost the muscle memory, as we say in the United States. And it's time for a much more muscular export control policy. There was a colleague of mine actually in the Trump administration, Chris Ford, who put this very, very well. He said, we have to work together to make sure our friends can run fast and our enemies run slower. And that means things like export control. That means things like coordinating on trade. That means working with not just allies, but with partners as well. But it's something that we have fallen out of the habit, and we have to rebuild that habit and really shut all these things down and show politicians that the cost of them not doing it is actually higher than the cost of them doing it, and that we're costing lives here. When we open up an Iranian drone and it still has American chips in it, that is a huge failure of America's export control system. And the people in Expos at the State Department and the Commerce Department need to work together to shut those loopholes down. It's on them that Americans, in the Middle East, that Ukrainians on the battlefield are being struck by these weapons, that our partners and friends in the Middle East are dealing with these kinds of drones all the time with American chips in it. It's an embarrassment. And we all need to work together to close these loopholes and shut down Russia and North Korea and Iran from having access to these things. This coalition that is working together on missiles and on drones, it's just a true embarrassment.
Would the appointment of a new General Secretary of NATO be such an occasion to start introducing tighter export control measures? Or would the person appointed to this position have enough of their plate already to be able to deal with export controls in addition to it, while having an institution with no institutional memory of how controlling those measures?
I mean, let me just say right up front, I think Secretary Jens Stoltenberg has been one of the greatest SecGens in NATO's history. The number of tasks he's taken on, the fact that he's survived and thrived and helped the Allies increase security at a time when I think the wrong person in that job would have not supported Ukraine as much, would not have transformed NATO's defense and deterrence policy as much, would not have maintained support of 30 and now 32 allies. I mean, absolutely extraordinary. Finland, Sweden, Montenegro, North Macedonia. The way Stoltenberg has done things has been truly extraordinary. I know that at SHAPE, the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, two of his predecessors, and Steve Covington, who's the advisor to the SecGen, have been working really hard to claw back some of these non-military instruments of power and to reintegrate military and non-military instruments of power at NATO to remind the ambassadors that they have this capability. But there's still within NATO, I think, some allies, and in some ways it's France, in some ways it's Germany, who want to use the EU as sort of a counterbalance to US and UK leadership within European security, and who want to maintain that sort of independence. And that's usually been the historic bloc within NATO, has been France wanting to preserve the right for it to be the bigger player in the EU. And of course, absolutely, but also the Franco-German engine has normally been what really runs the EU and has necessarily advanced. Now that engine has broken down and Macron is actually leading in terms of trying to support Ukraine, maybe he could be convinced that standing up more powers within NATO is not actually a diminution of France's autonomy or power within Europe, but actually a way to enhance its leadership within NATO and within the EU. Not to take prerogatives away from the EU, but just to remember that if you're a NATO member state and you're not an EU member, that you still have the right to work with NATO allies to wield these non-military instruments of power to deter Russia, to support our allies and partners and friends, to help defend Ukraine.
Can I add two things here? One of the biggest problems in the whole sanctions quagmire is implementation. And the EU is great on working on regulations, but it has no muscle to implement them. And also the special envoy for sanctions, they're looking into implementation. They're looking like, is Austria, is Hungary, that needs to translate the EU regulation into domestic export laws, drafting these laws correctly. But nobody's controlling them. Are they actually implementing it? And that's the huge problem, because first of all, some countries don't have the muscle themselves, especially smaller ones. They don't have a really capable foreign intelligence service. They don't have diplomatic or trade attaches that can actually double check or do due diligence. Either companies buy that because they're afraid of external US sanctions, or they just don't. And in these days, they just don't. And the second thing is then you have states like Austria and Hungary that are basically doing the minimum they can. They don't object the legislation because they know that will have a cost in Brussels. You would pay for that if you are a sanction spoiler, but you just don't implement them. And it's much harder for other countries to basically see, our stuff is going out via Hungary or via Austria, and it's much easier to hide. The next thing is fines, court terms, time, and here I'm looking at Germany, and time. It actually needs to really get managers into jail. The German legal system, the courts are so overworked. Prosecutory service, they're clogged. There is a capacity issue. So a lot of the bad guys, they say, well, we can export. Nobody's going to bust us. And if the fines are so negligible, you can run on high profits selling to Russia, and if you're caught, you're paying a nominal fee. That needs to change as well. There needs to be punishment for misdeeds. There needs to be also a clear consciousness in legislations that these are not kind of cavalier affairs. It's really these people help Russia kill people, and you're basically committed second-degree murder if you export this stuff to Iran or to Russia. That mindset isn't there yet, and this harshness of our penal system isn't there yet. But it needs to come there. Otherwise, you will always find a crook who, for a decent margin, will resell this stuff.
And then if that problems that you has at home, then it's difficult to go out there to Turkey, for instance, and say, hey, Turkey, you need to align with our sanctions, because you cannot align them within your own union.
Second that, and of course businessmen there will even find less risk, because Turkey, they have 80% of their foreign trade is with the European Union, so it's not that they're completely invulnerable to that. But of course, if they don't feel pressure, if also private enterprises there don't feel pressure, if business representatives don't have to think that I can't go to Germany for a sales fair or for whatever other business I do because I'm on an arrest warrant, then of course they'll be happy to cut the margins and do what they're doing.
Mr. Kiesewetter, citing Gustav Grössel, looking at Germany, we had this speech 2 years ago about Zeitenwende, another buzzword in this debate, which happened to be not that large as everyone expected, not that miraculous. It didn't solve all the problems hesitations that Germany had when it comes to understanding its own security powers and understanding its role within the EU. Do you think that Zeitenwende 2.0 might be coming? Do you think that finally, after those 2 years of hopes and drawbacks on the government side, do you think that that's the time when actual changes when it comes to sanctions, when it comes to funding the Bundeswehr? Do you think that's coming, or do we still need this, again, mindset shift?
I'm full of hope and expectations, but when I listen to the speech of the Chancellor this week and in the Parliament and to his caucus leader, I see that Zeitenwende is already history, because it's only linked with more money for our defense budget. And this means 100 billion euros, which lost about already more than 20 billion euros to inflation and interest rates. Zeitenwende is a question of cultural awareness, of strategic culture as well, and the willingness to see that this Zeitenwende has to take place in the civil society, in the universities, that we need an integrated approach to security, that in Germany we need to redefine security. In Germany, security is defined by social security and welfare, but there is also domestic security and foreign security and economic competitiveness. And these 4 or 5 facets of Zeitenwende, they are not yet completely in the public mind or in the public debate. In the Parliament, yes, we reiterate from my party, from the Greens, more or less every week of session, but in the government, Zeitenwende is now only focused on to mitigate the war against Ukraine, to explain to the people that there will be no change in their social welfare, whereas we see, for example, Finland or Lithuania, who explain to their own people that the crisis is so strong and there are multiple crises, polycrises, which are challenging the security system, and that the people have to understand that their security is dependent from a mindset of deterrence and enablers, and that if this is not the case, their own social welfare is endangered. And this is not yet the case in Germany. There are some promises, and we in our liberal conservative party, Christian Democratic Union, Christian Social Union, we are a little bit in fear of the voters, because we have not only the European parliamentary election, we have 3 elections in Saxonia, Saxonia-Anhalt and Thuringia, where very right-wing parties, which are close to Putin, they are their spokespersons, if you so wish, might gain the majority, or at least will become part of a government. So we are too careful. And I believe we can only convince the public if we are steadfast, if we are strong, if we say, no, this is wrong, like Helmut Schmidt was, like Helmut Kohl was, like Adenauer was, very clear. But in Germany, people believe in disarmament and in a kind of romanticism, but Willy Brandt, who is the witness for that, had a defense budget of 4% of the GDP. So he was able to invest in trust-building measures because the other side, so yes, we need to take them serious because they have 3 military corps, they have 12 divisions, 36 brigades and 80 reserve battalions. This is not the case today, so the credibility is not there.
So even the brigade in Central Lithuania by Germany is not convincing you that this shift
is the strongest signal of the current government to our partners, that we are not receivers of security any longer, but we also are willing to promulgate security. This was the best decision the defense minister did, and the best decision in security politics of Germany in the last 20 years. However, it must be financed. And this brigade is part of the division which should be fully fledged next year, but the brigade will be available in 27. So there is a lot to do also from the Lithuanian side, but it is a game changer in our willingness to support our neighbors, because we received 11 countries in Germany until 1989, even from Canada, a brigade was there, but only because we invested credibly in our own defense, and Lithuania does.
William, I think you want to add something on that
No,
topic?
you're 100% correct. Deterrence is the primary entering argument for any kind of dialogue that you have to have. Why would your adversary engage with you if you can't defend yourself? And for Germany, not only to be able to defend itself, but I mean, there is a debt here. It's remarkable, living in Germany now for 3 years, how many people forget that West Germany was one of the largest and most capable militaries. And at the end of the World War II, there was a real question as to whether West Germany would rebuild its military. And it only joined the NATO alliance in 1955 and then really rearmed. And once it rearmed, it made sure, as you pointed out, 4% of its GDP. And the allies that were stationed here, the British Army on the Rhine, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Canadians, all here, the French, US, UK, and we have to recall that the US, the UK, and French forces that were in West Berlin, their job wasn't to win. Their job was to die for the cause so that the Soviets would be confronted.
And I would assume that they did not believe in disarmament.
They believed that with deterrence, that again, this gets back to at NATO, the Harmel Report, which is a 1967 report embarked upon at the behest of the Belgian Foreign Minister, Pierre Harmel, to understand the core purposes of the alliance. And the two core purposes was to deter your adversary, to make sure that no ally felt under threat of attack. And on that basis, you could have talks to see if you could resolve whatever the underlying conflict was. But unfortunately for Germany, since the end of the Cold War, it's been, no, let's just jump right to the talks. And again, Russia does not see that as a serious position. And so for me, when I heard Zeitenwende, when I heard that speech, I thought maybe this is the moment where Germany really transforms itself, where it can defend not only its own borders, but then it has an in-theater capability to project that defense all the way forward. And when I found out that when Germany first sent the EFP, the battalion, forward, that it didn't have rules of engagement. It couldn't actually defend Lithuania. It could only defend itself if it was fired upon. It wasn't really capable of being reinforced. So now the promise to send a brigade, great. If that means that Germany is going to have an in-theater expeditionary capability to defend allies credibly and to defend itself, and to look at its partners, its new allies, Sweden and Finland, and be able to look at them square in the eye and say that we're doing all that we can do. When Finland is clearly doing everything that it can do. Sweden is literally transforming its military. You go back 10 years ago and they had no land forces. They had disbanded their land army, only an out-of-area expeditionary force. But they made the decision after Crimea to re-stand up 3 heavy land brigades and to buy more capable cruise missiles to start to defend themselves. And then 2022, they and Finland to join the NATO alliance. These are countries that have transformed their defense relationship and doing exercises where Jutland gets invaded, the exercise Aurora, and realizing they couldn't defend themselves without Allied support, without standing up its own credible military force. I would love to see Germany turn itself into a real provider of security in the region and to be able to stand up military forces commensurate with its wealth. Because, exactly as you said before, the balance of power in the alliance is shifting to the east. And if Germany does not fulfill Zeitenwende, having raised expectations so high, and its military is seen as being less than adequate even after Zeitenwende, then its political power within the alliance will fall further. And Sweden, Finland, Poland, and the Baltics, they're more than happy to lead. But if Germany, for instance, transforms Rostock into a real logistics, sea logistics center to be able to flow forces through, heavy forces through to the Baltics, if Germany is providing larger and more capable forces, really credibly able to defend, if the Sky Shield initiative really supplies the alliance with integrated air and missile defense to be able to challenge Russia's ability to penetrate our air defenses or to fire missiles, then this will all have seemed like an amazing step forward and Germany fulfilling its destiny within the alliance as a security provider. But if it doesn't, that credibility will wane and other people will pick up the mantle and lead the alliance from now on.
Thank you for your words.
Thank you for your words.
I agree more.
I have a question from our public, just quick, and I encourage people to post questions to the European Resilience Initiative Center YouTube channel. William, you briefly mentioned the rules of engagement. So what's going to happen if the German base in Lithuania is attacked? Are they going to fight back? Are they going to negotiate? Are they going to propose to go to Minsk?
Well, they have to. I mean, so the commitment now, NATO has transformed since 2019. Well, you go back even further. Since 2017, the Supreme Allied Commander realized that the alliance wasn't ready to defend itself. And we were operating off a strategic concept that was written in 2010, which already should have acknowledged that Russia was a threat because Georgia had already been invaded, but didn't. Still looked at Russia as a future friend, lover, member, who knows. And so Secure decided to try to change, and through the military processes, came up with a new concept for the defense of the alliance, the defense and deterrence of the Euro-Atlantic area, what we call DDA. And has gone even further now with a single integrated operational concept for the defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. This is the first time, so this was just agreed 2 years ago, this is the first time that NATO has a standing defense plan since 1989. We didn't have a standing defense plan. We had different scenario plans. Sure, the graduated response plans were a good step forward, brought about by Phil Breedlove, but now we have a standing defense plan. So previously we used to generate capabilities based on scenarios, which meant it wasn't really serious. Now we have a standing defense plan. So our capability requirements are much higher and they're real. And now we have to look to allies. And this is an opportunity for Germany, not just to be a framework nation, not just to provide, some kind of concept for defense, but to actually provide forces that are being tasked to actually defend and resupply and ammunition and rules of engagement that are going to be flexible to defend Lithuania, because all of these plans are now predicated not on defense in depth, not based on a tripwire that dies and then hopefully, we are able to reinforce and defend, but to defend the NATO alliance so that every inch at every moment is defendable. This was the pledge at the Madrid summit. This was reinforced at Vilnius. This is an utter transformation. In the Cold War, we had to rely on things like atomic demolition munitions to stop the Soviet army on the line. It's not the case anymore. With the conventional forces we have, with the artillery, with HIMARS, with high precision, with cruise missiles, we should be able to defend every inch of the alliance all the time. And I think with Finland and Sweden in the alliance, and if Germany can really play a role making sure that this Nordic-Baltic region is secure, then Russia will not be able to invade the Baltics. They certainly won't be able to invade Finland. They've never been able to invade Finland. They're not going to be able to invade the Baltics if everyone works together. And Russia doesn't want to hit us where we're strong. They want to hit us where we're weak. So the more Germany can do here, the more they can deter, and the more Russia will start moving its high readiness forces out of the Baltic-Nordic region and move it to regions where they can actually do some damage. So again, Germany can safeguard the future of the alliance by becoming a more credible partner within this region. Are they willing to do it? And anything that we can do to help, this system. It's one of the reasons why IIS Europe was stood up, was to try to transform the defense debate here. And we haven't had the effect that we've wanted to have so far. But I hope we can continue to work with our friends in Parliament to transform the dialogue here and to make sure that Germany is a huge provider of actual, real, credible, deployable, dependable, credible defense and deterrence capabilities within the theater.
Gustav, if I listen to William, it sounds like Germany needs to become basically France, minus its own nuclear weapons. How long will it take? Do you think it's possible?
Well, it has to be possible, and the thing is, we haven't talked about the orange elephant in the room, and the things have to go much faster anyway. But coming back to Mützenich's dreadful speech yesterday, he said we should think about freezing the conflict. Well, Mr. Mützenich, if you want to freeze a war where Ukraine had, in a Minsk format, over 200 rounds of negotiations and more than 20 different ceasefires, and none was kept. If you love Sam Charab for his talk about the Korean solution and blah, 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 well, then you have to talk about German allied forces on the demarcation line, because that is what freezes the war. If you can then choose whether you want the Kupiansk sector or the Avdiivka sector, or the Bakhmut sector or the Robotino or whatever, but you will have then, and not a brigade, but then you need at least to put a division on the ground there. And is the Bundeswehr ready to provide a division for Mr. Mützenich to freeze the war? And what would it cost? And this is the thing, that there's so many things floating around, nobody ever thinking through the consequences of their words, what they announce, what they imply, even for themselves.
It's interesting how when the discussion goes to delivering Taurus, Germany doesn't want to be a party of war. Yeah. But when it comes to freezing of the conflict, Germany suddenly sees itself as the...
It doesn't see itself, they don't think of it, but the problem is freezing the conflict would need international deployment there. It's just ridiculous to say, Ukraine should freeze that, and just live with the promise that nothing ever happens. When you have a track record what Russia does, and you have a falling attention after the ceasefire, you have a falling international attention because okay, it's ceasefire, it's over, done. Let's go back to our business. I mean, what do you expect to happen there? So if you really, as the leader of the leading parliamentary fraction, start to talk about a freezing war, then you should also spell out the consequences for you, for your defense sector, what it needs to imply, how to implement it. Otherwise, it's just nonsense talk for domestic purposes. And that's a huge problem. Defense policy is super serious and super real. And in West Germany, in the Cold War, whether you were Social Democrats or Conservatives or whatever you were, you did not use defense matters for nonsense talks and smear your party as sort of the other line of the aisle. That was the serious stuff, and this is the problem with Zeitenwende. We're not yet, and Mützenich was the proof to the case. We are by far not there.
There is also another counter-argument, is that when Emmanuel Macron said that he would consider sending troops to Ukraine, there was a huge opposition from Germany saying that no, Germany will not send any troops, as if Germany could send any other troops, but the Bundeswehr.
He said NATO will not send any troops. You're not the SecGen here. So you can say Germany will not, this is his prerogative. He's the Chancellor. He can say Germany will not send, but he can't say NATO will not send troops because he's not the SecGen. And that particularly infuriated other countries who were also part of NATO and who think a German Chancellor should not talk on their behalf.
Mr. Kiesewetter, is the Bundeswehr ready? If we wake up tomorrow in a Zeitenwende Germany in which the Chancellor is considering sending troops to Ukraine, is the Bundeswehr ready to assist Ukraine in an actual, efficient manner?
We are ready to send a frigate within 2 months to the Red Sea. We are able to support with airdrops in Palestine, on the Palestine region, Gaza.
The Red Sea shooting American
and we
drones.
are able to send troops to Lithuania already, a combat-ready troop, very well trained and equipped. The challenge is that we need, well, 3 divisions and to support NATO with at least 10% of any weapons and any equipment of all NATO by 2030. If now troops should be sent, which is a very theoretical question for Germany up to now, perhaps after the trilateral summit today there might be some changes, but it's a very theoretical question. If there is need, there's always be the possibility to send, but the question is how long are they endurable, how long are they equipable, and is the mindset ready that they are knowing what they have to do to defend Europe at its outer borders and to send a signal to Moscow, to Putin. I believe that our armed forces are ready to do this. There is the right mindset, but not the right equipment and the right ammunition so far.
So we're going back to the question of the defense industrial competition.
And of Zeitenwende, and that Zeitenwende is not only a better armed forces, it's also a question of mindset, but also a question of industry. And our industry is not allowed to have a 2, 3, 4 shift system. They have a 39 hours week, and with a 39 hours week you cannot produce the necessary ammunition in time. So there must also be some leeway in our over-regulated country that the armaments industry gets the right guarantees and the right guarantees from the political side, from the Ministry of Finance, and that they have the leeway to produce whatever they want in legal terms in an acceptable time.
So I guess ammunition manufacturers and weapon system manufacturers now to get on a tank and ride to Berlin and demand the changes in,
Look, we have delivered,
in shifts similar to
we have delivered
farmers.
18 tanks, Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine, and the production which was ordered after this was only 18. So instead of 200, 300, because they are needed. And the other issue is we have delivered 4 MLRS, 14 howitzers with not the necessary spare parts, with the necessary ammunition. So we give signals, but we do not give the signal to our industry and to our population that we start production. because we need it in the next years, only if for deterrence, but perhaps for more if we are not deterrent enough.
Talking about signals, Gustav, the European Union recently presented its European Defence Industrial Strategy, the first one that was supposed to encompass all stages of the defence production and related things. How do you assess whether this signal is efficient enough and effective enough for the industry to understand that the EU and its member states are now serious about defence?
Well, it was a good signal. It's also sort of to understand the role the EU plays. The EU is a regulator. The EU is a body that takes down kind of market turfs and creates a common market. The EU is an industrial policy actor that can subsidize certain industries that struggle. And it was always outside of the defense sector. All EU policies did not apply to the defense sector. All industrial subsidies, this was always the national prerogative. And now the Commission, with their instruments, are getting into the defense sector, and they have laid out sort of their vision where they want to go. The problem is, of course, it's still not their turf. You have lots of things that are to be decided in national capitals that are national prerogatives only, but the EU cannot do anything on their own. The EU can't procure directly. The EU can only incentivize, subsidize national procurements, even the ammunition incentives. The EU has negotiated en bulk large contracts, but nation states have to sign their contingent of the contract to legally procure something to send it to Ukraine. So it depends on member states playing along. And there's unfortunately a very uneven readiness of member states to play along and to go down that road. I think it's a first step, but a lot of cans need to be kicked down the road as well. So yeah, it's a start.
It's my final round of questions. Mr. Kizibet, I will start with you. First, brief comment on the EU Defence Industrial Strategy. Is Germany ready to go along? And also, how would you see Germany's policy changed in the, let's be less ambitious in the next year to demonstrate its actual support for Ukraine?
We have a very strong and very sophisticated armaments industry, despite of all the regulations. We have very smart engineers and technicians. And this is already known. However, we need to keep these people inside the armaments sector. And we should not lose them to other areas or abroad. And this is, I believe, a key political task for the next years. Second, next year there will be federal elections. So from probably February or March, we will be in the election mood, in the campaign mood. And this will stop clear-cut political decisions, and the time frame is known by Putin. So if we want to have significant and considerable moves in Germany, we have to urge our country by autumn this year. And therefore I'm not skeptical, but what we need is a population which is not in fear, but is convinced that their freedom is also the freedom of the Ukrainian people. And if the Ukrainian people gain their freedom, I believe that Germany will be a little bit more decent, a little bit more humble, and stronger on the side of those who are under pressure.
Gustav, your comment on the next year?
I also fear for a very nasty election campaign. I can only recommend to the Social Democrats to not go down the road of peace pacifism. If you look on the polls, Social Democratic voters, the core voters that still vote for them, these people demand stronger support for Ukraine, quite consistently. The Social Democracy lost to the AfD and Sarah Wagenknecht, they're lost. It's the same with the Conservative Party. If you cross the borderline to vote for the AfD, despite the fact, and we are talking about a different AfD now than the AfD of 2013, where this was an anti-Euro party and you could, fiscal conservatism, kind of, it was an odd choice, but something you could rationalize with. With all the scandals, with all the knowledge of whom the party is with, relates to, conveys, etc. If you made that decision, you lost to the democratic center. And peace pacifism will not bring anybody who basically has sentiments for the GDR and wants an alliance with Russia back to the Social Democrats. He will only scare off the reasonable people that still support the party. The second thing is all Big Ten parties, and this is not a question with the SPD, are there going to be a Big Ten party or are there going to be an issue party for social justice? If you are a Big Ten party, you need defense experts. You need also Bundeswehr officers. You can't treat the Michael Roths and Fritz Felgentreus the ways you treated them over the past years. You need to have this competence in your party. They don't have to be the party stars and determine the party line, but they have to be in there. Otherwise, you're not a Big Tent party. And I think that's really on the line. I hope the SPD party base exerts pressure on the cadres, because I don't think this is a problem with the party base and them not checking what's going on, but a cadre problem of people who have been grown up in the peace movement and have made a political career in the immediate 90s, where everything was smooth and nice and shiny, and we were all at peace, and are just reluctant to change their mindsets and recognize the fact that it's not the time anymore. Yeah, and that will depend a lot. That will not only depend whether we will have a nasty or not so nasty election campaign, it will also determine the kind of future of the center-left Democratic Party, whether we still have one or whether this stuff is atomized. And yeah, even if you're not a social democrat, Germany needs a center-left party. A country without a healthy center-left party has usually problems. Look at France, where Mélenchon is the only left-wing person. It's a disaster for France and the French parliamentary system to only have this alternative.
William, you have a luxury of choice to comment either on Germany or on the US.
Well, I think I have to comment on the US. I mean, it is remarkable that I know that if President Biden wins a second term, that support for Ukraine will increase, and that if the Democrats can also take the House and hold the Senate, then support for Ukraine will be locked in. The idea for me as an American that a Republican candidate, if he wins, this is the party of Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, would abandon Ukraine, would abandon NATO, would abandon South Korea and Japan, is truly astonishing. I think Donald Trump himself is relatively sensitive to his own party's sentiment. And so I think if Republicans stand up and say, no, we are against Russia, we are against totalitarianism, we're against China, we're against North Korea, we need our allies, going it alone is not a viable path for the United States, that the more friends and allies we have around the world, it doesn't make us weaker, it makes us stronger. If the Republicans stand up and say that, then I'll be much more sanguine about this election. But now, I mean, if you are a national security involved person in the United States, it looks like you have to support Biden. And that to me is just horrifying, that the Republican Party appears to have given up on the rest of the world and true American security. It's a nightmare. So I hope the Republican Party can stand up, and that when faced with the electoral choice, it really does come down to who you want to support rather than whether you want to support Ukraine or not. And I hope, regardless of what party affiliation Americans have, that they will stand up for Ukraine regardless.
That's amazing words, and I hope that some people will get encouraged. If you want to support Ukraine, you can also go into the description of this live stream and see the link to help fund the needs of the Ukrainian army. I want to once again introduce the stellar panel of my guests: Wilhelm Alberg, the Director of Strategy, Technology and Arms Control at IISS, Roderick Kiesewetter, the member of the German Parliament, and Gustav Kressel, Senior Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. My name is Sasha Ostaina. I'm an EU Security and Foreign Policy Fellow at the Jacques Delors Center. Stay tuned. Our next panel will be in 15 minutes.
So one of the key lessons of the war is how air defenses are still an extremely lethal and therefore important asset for any countries, both whether they are in the offense or whether they are in the defense. Doesn't make a difference. They are still absolutely critical. In the case of Russia, we saw it because lack of air coverage in the early phase of the war exposed its columns of tanks to detection, and in some cases like damage or destruction by airborne assets, like famously the Turkish TB2 drones. And in the case of Ukraine, this has been pretty obvious from the day one of the war. Air defenses allowed Ukraine to reduce the effectiveness first, and then to, I would say, impede Russian air forces to essentially operate with impunity. That is, to penetrate Ukrainian airspace and carry out strikes or provide intelligence about potential targets and so forth. And then when the war started kind of slowing down, like the Russian invasion kind of retrenched towards the Donbass and Crimea, and the kind of number, the frequency and intensity of missile attacks increased dramatically. Air defense is exactly the same technology of missile defense, and so it played a key role in avoiding civilian casualties and destructions. Electronic warfare, as I would say, it has been the case since over the past 50 years, and probably since World War II, has played an extremely important role. Now, to those who are not familiar, what is electronic warfare? Is the use of the electromagnetic spectrum. That might sound very kind of niche or something inaccessible to the most. In fact, all of us are very familiar with the electromagnetic spectrum, even though we don't know. So visible light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. X-rays are part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio waves are part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So this is all those frequencies that travel in a straight line, like visible light, and that can be used for both long-range detection, communications, identification of targets, and much more. And of course, radar, laser, and as I was saying, radio waves as well. So for communications, these use the electromagnetic spectrums at different frequencies for multiple purposes. Of course, the key advantage of all these systems I just mentioned, communications and radar, is that they have very long range. So we know radio, for example, radar is the same. Ground-based radars have a range that goes up to 400 kilometers. So these allow air defenses to to have significant time for interception. So being able to detect the target at 400 kilometers away allows the defender to plan and decide how to best intercept an incoming missile or aircraft so as to maximize the probability of interception. Because of that, denying your enemy the capacity of using the electromagnetic spectrum is very, very important, because you reduce the time it has available, at its disposal to intercept a missile or an aircraft, or you impede real-time communication. So all these communication, as I said, so they are part of the electromagnetic spectrum, therefore they travel at the speed of light. So this is 300,000 kilometers per second, like super fast. Of course, this is why warfare is so lethal, because you can provide in real-time information about a moving target to a platform that is very far away for precision targeting. But of course, if you impede your enemy to acquire this information, you slow down the process, or if you interfere, things get more complicated. And in a war, like we are in the age of real-time communications, and this is why electromagnetic warfare is very important, because of course it plays a role not only with interference, but also with the counter-interference. That is, you develop your radars and communication systems so as that they are resistant to jamming, spoofing, and any type of attempt by your enemy to intercept. We do know that both countries have invested and employed extensively electronic warfare systems. For example, Russia has been using jammers of GPS, sort of satellite kind of signals on which some munitions rely for accurate targeting. And so by interfering with these jammers, these systems that essentially they send a radio frequency, a radio signal in the same frequency of the satellite signals that is used by these munitions for identifying, for following, for targeting precisely the objective. So by doing that, they significantly degrade the accuracy of these munitions. And similar, we know, both for like high-end drones as well as for low-end drones, both countries have been using different types of electronic warfare systems, both sometimes radars or systems that detect the source of the radio signal so as to identify where the drone pilot is and therefore then strike the piloting positions, as well as systems for just basic interference. So again, you send back a signal that is modulated on the same frequency of the radio command, and in this way the radio operator loses control of the drones, and the drones may fall or may not be able, or you may gain control of the drones. It's very difficult to say which country is more advanced. Like Ukraine, since the start of the war, has been using mostly Soviet legacy air defense systems and therefore communication systems. So that probably gave an advantage to Russia in the sense that it knew how these systems work, and knowing how they work is very, very important then to be able to jam them or to interfere with them. But we also know that Ukraine has a really advanced industrial base, especially in radar and communications. Before the war, I assume now it has been relocated, there was a very important institute in Kharkiv, apologies for the mispronunciation, that was working with radar. So there was reason to believe people working there have been playing a very important role in updating, modifying these systems. So probably both countries have had an advantage at different times. Limited access to some components might at some point kind of limit further the capacity of Russia. That's what we can conjecture. The more radars and air defenses, the better, because it's always important to keep in mind that all these systems have range limitations. 400 kilometers for a radar is very long, but generally aircraft fly at very low altitude, therefore you can detect it with ground-based radars only much later. And therefore, if you consider a circle around you that is a circle in which you can detect a system, then you understand there can be many gaps in coverage. And this is true for radars, but it's also true for munitions, whether it's missiles or artillery. Artillery has a way, way shorter range than missiles. So the more you have, the more overlapping coverage you can provide. And in this way, you really minimize the probability that missiles or aircraft can break through. So that's definitively, I would say, for a country at war, there's never enough of them. And also, because any batteries has a limited stock, recharging them, putting back missiles is not something that you can do in a couple of minutes. It takes some time. Along the same line, systems for electronic warfare interference, electronic warfare, and along the same lines for reliable communications. These are all systems that the more you have, it's always the better. Of course, you need to have personnel then that use it. Ukraine has shown that it can gain proficiency in fairly short time. So as of now, I suspect this should not be a problem. I don't have hard data about it. And then it's difficult to say, but paradoxically protecting also, so providing munitions for artillery is, even though we are no longer in the realm of air defense, but this is central, because we do know in some areas Ukraine is kind of limiting the amount of artillery shells it uses, and if the positions can hold, or if they are way less effective, the role of air power becomes much less important. That is, if Russia manages to make advances, all the kind of victories in the sky become much less important. So it's really, really important to make sure that on the land kind of domain, Russia doesn't make any advance. And I forgot to mention, absolutely, long-range missiles are really, really important for logistics. We know it with HIMARS, how Ukraine managed to strike a long-range, very important targets, sometimes killing command and control, so very high-ranking military personnel of Russia were killed in kind of together with many others in single strikes, as well as fuel depots, arms depots. Long-range missiles do allow essentially Ukraine to change, instead of fighting in the trenches or instead of fighting in cities like Bakhmut, you kind of bring the war like much farther from the front, as easing the pressure on the front, because munition doesn't arrive, or to arrive it takes much longer, it's much more difficult. Same with personnel. If you strike specific buildings, you limit the number of troops that might arrive at some given front. Of course, we should make no illusions. As will happen with HIMARS, Russia can always make countermeasures. So it's not that these missiles arrive and magically things go well. They're like war is fought on multiple fronts, and there are the enemy always has a vote, as an American general at one point said about Iraq. But of course, the more you make it difficult for your adversary, the better it is for you. So definitively, long-range missiles of any type, I would say these, especially in scale, because it's very different if Ukraine can strike occasionally high-value targets, even within Russia, but this is something that is not systematic. The capacity of doing it at scale is completely different. F-16 by themselves would not change kind of the advance, because we know the advances by Ukraine has been made very difficult by fortification of defenses by Russia. So we have all these kind of very detailed pictures of multi-mine fields with both anti-personnel, anti-tank mines, ditches to impede tanks to proceed at sustained speed, as well as there's this dragon's teeth, this kind of chain block of kind of cement or heavy metal cement, further slowing down, plus the availability of sensors that detect any minor movement, so allow artillery to strike in precision. So I would say the F-16 would not be able to kind of overcome this key barrier that Ukrainian forces have encountered. But they would definitively help. First of all, with air defense, so incoming missiles and aircraft, they would be one more asset that Ukraine can use to intercept incoming missiles and aircraft. And so this will kind of lower a bit the pressure on air defenses, both fixed air defense systems, mobile defense systems. We know we have these stories of Ukrainian armed forces kind of on trucks and kind of speeding up and down on a given area to really intercept with short range, low altitude guns or missiles, incoming missiles. So having jet fighters would essentially give more opportunity. As I said earlier, you detect an incoming missile or aircraft at long range, and then you can decide what is the best way to intercept it. And if you have also an option that so far Ukraine is a very small quantity, we know Ukraine had already a very, like in comparison to Russia, very small air force. And of course it has lost many aircraft. We don't know precisely how many, but increasing the number of available jet fighters would be a big advantage. And then but of course, if an advance happens, having aircraft that can provide closer support to the troops, that would definitively help. So that is something that is very important to keep in mind.
Hello and welcome back to our live stream from a Berlin studio. We are in the middle of an 8-hour TV marathon in support for Ukraine. I'm Sergei Semleny from the European Resilience Initiative Center. This stream has been prepared for you and been run for you by the European Resilience Initiative Center and the Silicon Curtain podcast by Jonathan Fink. I'm very sorry, Jonathan Fink. And you will have Jonathan soon. You have got that question. Where is Jonathan? Like on that last session, we had Roderick Kiesewetter, Gustav Grassel, we had Sasha Ostanina, we had William Alberg. But where is Jonathan? Jonathan will join us in the next panel. He has already run one panel. Now he will join us in the next panel. Stay with us. And now we will talk on this special panel on the topic of how do the Western countries and NATO train Ukrainian army, and who's a trainer and who's a trainee in this constellation? We are talking here in studio with Sasha Ostanina. She is a policy fellow at Jacques Delors Center in Berlin, a think tank close to the Heritage School. And we will have online joining us Jahara Frankie Matisek. He's a lieutenant colonel of the U.S. Air Force, and he is a military professor at U.S. Naval College. Am I right? And also we have Will Renaud, who is a professor at the Northwestern University. And what I need to stress, they both are non-visiting fellows at the European Resilience Initiative Center in our organization, and that is actually the first time we see us both at one broadcasting together after we have started that fellowship. Thank you that we have that stellar constellation of the ERIC fellows. Great to see you now. And I would like to ask this question to the whole round and check who could answer it first. The basic question is, who is the trainee? Who is the trainer? Can the Western Army, NATO Army, teach Ukrainians how to fight? We have had recently an interview with a Ukrainian legionnaire, with Malcolm Nance, and he said the US Army hasn't seen such fights since the Battle of Ardennes, and it was like some 80 years ago. So can we teach Ukrainians?
Yeah, thanks. I do have to obviously do my usual DoD disclaimer that the views that me and Professor Reno espouse are our own, do not reflect U.S. government policy, U.S. Air Force, or Department of Defense. That being said, so when it comes to the trainers and the trainees, the perspective of the trainers, whether it's U.S. forces or the Canadians or other militaries of Europe that are currently training the Ukrainians, one of the bigger disconnects that we're seeing, and this is just sort of the cost-risk balance, for the Ukrainians versus the West when it comes to doing the training, is that the Ukrainians need people. They need bodies and they need people on the front. And within that inherent tension, there's expectations to just get the Ukrainians to be good enough. And yet, obviously, when we talk to a lot of the Western trainers, they're also conflicted, basically wishing that they maybe had double or triple the time with the Ukrainian trainees to make them as effective as possible. And obviously from a Ukrainian perspective, again, they just need people and they need them to at least have some of the training. And so, that creates a very odd tension, not to mention the fact that a lot of the Ukrainians we would talk to as they're getting trained, like the ones that had actual combat experience, didn't appreciate the way they were being trained because they felt like they were being taught to fight a war they do not actually fight in Ukraine. And so this is creating lots of frustrations among the trainers and the trainees. Will Reno, do you have anything else to add on to this, please?
Maybe the training in Europe is the wrong model, because the idea is that that you train these soldiers in basic battlefield tactics, and in terms of the fight that Ukrainians are in now, I think most Ukrainians, at least if they have experience in the front and then come for training, they find it sort of remedial, but then they're mixed with people who might not have been in battle before. So, that's not a very efficient classroom because you have to decide, do you want to go at the speed of people who have more expertise and try to supplement their skills, or do you need to have some sort of specialized training for the group that might be further behind? But we find that they get mixed together, that European trainers, that NATO trainers don't necessarily have a lot of information about who they're training before they actually arrive. So that's another point of friction, something else that slows it up. Ask me, I'm not a professional trainer or anything like that. I think I would design the curriculum a little bit differently. That said, training is also a political signal. So, even if you have inefficiencies in training, and that's not a criticism necessarily of the skill of the trainers themselves, who I think are highly professional, but rather, it's a question of how it's put together on the whole. But the fact that Ukrainian soldiers travel to Germany or to UK or wherever for training, that there's a utility in that political signal. So, I think that talking about training, there are several different dimensions to discuss.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Frankie. It was very inspiring. I will come back to you after I ask Sasha the next question. And I know that you have authored at the Jacques Delors Center in Berlin a paper analyzing results of the training mission for Ukraine. You have interviewed a lot of Ukrainian soldiers from the very low level, like private or sergeants, up to pretty high level of officers who were accompanying their unit. What was the overall result? Was this training mission a success, partly success, a flop?
It is still difficult to say if it's a success or a flop because the mission is still running. So it has started in November 2022, and it was supposed to run for 2 years, but then got extended for a couple of more months. I wrote one paper and then I did one field research on that topic. So I had a privilege to consider how the mission is functioning in this protracted time frame. So I did see how the mission has developed and how both the Ukrainian side that organizes who's coming to Germany, to which courses, and the Bundeswehr themselves trying to adjust to each other. And I think these relationships are mutually beneficial from my side, but mutually disadvantageous from the other side. And I explain why. Mutually beneficial is because there are different skill sets that both German soldiers and other soldiers from other European countries that participate in this mission possess and that they could share with the Ukrainians. For instance, nighttime fighting. This is one of the biggest difficulties at the moment for the Ukrainian army, not exclusively because the Ukrainian soldiers are not that professionalized in nighttime fighting. It's also a question of the lack of equipment. But still, those skills need to be trained, and this is one of the area where the EU mission and Ukrainian soldiers managed to establish this beneficial cooperation. On the other side, the Ukrainians possess an enormous knowledge about mine clearance and mining activities of the Russians, and this is where the EU side of the trainers that benefit from this Ukrainian knowledge and trying to take as much lessons as possible. But on the other side, there are many difficulties that could have been, as Frankie and Will Renaud said, could have been fixed already by this time, and both sides are still running into these difficulties. One of them being trainees having a very different skill sets and need to somehow adjust to each other within a very short period of time. It's 4 to 6 weeks. There is also a difficulty with drone employment into the training. So there are still, as German said, Luft nach oben. There is still room for development for this mission to become even better.
Well, it is absolutely what like some people from the audience write in the comments, pointing out the ambiguity of this training mission. For example, one of the viewers writes, Ukraine needs high-level training for command staff and large formations. This takes years to develop, but is essential for successful large-scale operation. As far as I understand, there was no training mission for high-rank officers, only for like troops who fight directly with the enemy, like the platoon, battalion level. And another one is writing his question, all saying NATO doesn't really train independent countries' militaries. It tries mainly to get them all work together as one. So it's once again, it's about like a combined. No, it's not even combined armed. It's about like cooperating between military forces. What I experienced when I was talking to the Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine, and on this stage, I ask you to pay attention to the donation link, which you can find in the description of this live stream, but also you can see now in the lower part of the screen a donation link and a QR code. We support the Ukrainian army with equipment which we may send to them as a German organization, and we are constantly in contact with them and bring them equipment they need. So when I talked to them, they said that, especially in the beginning, they had very special needs which they had, like how to pass a minefield, how to cross minefield, or how to efficiently use commercial scale drones, which they have a lot of them, or how they coordinate the usage of drones with artillery and other things. How can they do all these things which are vital for them and which are their daily life? And for all the questions, they had a very simple answer from the NATO instructors or EU instructors. Oh, we don't know, we never did it.
There are two views on that problem. First of all, yeah, it is true that the German army or any other European or NATO member state army doesn't have the understanding how the Ukrainians fight. And to solve this problem, there needs to be boots on the ground. It's not necessarily needs to be military boots per se, but it should be people who understand how military training works, what skill sets soldiers require in order to achieve specific aims. And unfortunately, that has not been yet the case. Unfortunately, EU or NATO member states are hesitant in sending observers to Ukraine to take those lessons. On the other hand, there is a different argument made by the EU side of the training that the general level of expertise and preparedness to fight in a war is relatively low, especially when it comes to people of older age. It's very difficult for them to get back in shape or to be able to combine just as simple warfighting techniques with something else, such as drone employment. And so in order to introduce more difficult tasks, they need to polish to a certain extent to the better stage, the more basic skill set. And it takes time, and if this basic skill set is polished, only then can they introduce something more difficult or more complex, such as nighttime training or drone employment. So yes, there is this discontent, but it has multiple root problems, and it's unfortunately is not solvable by just simply introducing more and more and more tasks to the training itself.
Yeah, we have one of comments which writes, training is useless if there is no ammo. I can only roger on that. But Frankie, you have a comment on that statement.
Yeah, well, you know, this is the tough thing is, yes, like we need observers on the front, but the other difficulty is the fact that there is no standardization among all the different Ukrainian brigades. So a lot of it's all personality driven and education driven. And I think that's the other tough part is that when you hear the complaints of Ukrainian troops being trained by the Americans or Europeans or what have you, you know, it's the fact that there isn't a coherent way in which Ukraine sends these people to these courses outside of Ukraine, and it's because they just get told at the last minute, we need to fill these courses with people, and they just do a random grab bag. And so again, that also creates extra frustrations, the fact that people are being sent to courses that they didn't volunteer for. I think one person that we met that Reno and Sasha and I met, the person was actually a drone operator for a year and a half, and he was on leave and randomly got sent to an advanced assault sapper course. And he's like, this isn't what I'm going to do, but apparently they needed bodies to do this course in Germany for 5 weeks. And so, yeah, I mean, and it is really difficult to, adapt and tailor these courses, when you don't know which unit this person's going to, because each unit on the front has a different command and control structure. Will Reno, you have anything else to add?
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Is it because there are a lot of stakeholders in organizing these courses? Where does this miscommunication come from to send a drone operator to do assault training is not a quite clever allocation of resources?
I'll defer to Will Reno if I think he has a pretty good answer to this.
I think that the problem is that an officer receives a command, which is that, okay, we got to send a bunch of guys for training in Germany. And then the guy goes to his subordinate and says, okay, we got 1 week, start picking people, get them together. And, this is a problem of command inside Ukraine. I'm not sure about the details of how this gets organized sort of at the initiation, but the execution seems to be somewhat haphazard. You look at that process alongside, for example, how specialized units in Ukraine recruit people, through social media, for example. And, so your skilled people who want to, be proficient and survive at the front, what they're looking for is they're looking for other people who are experienced, who are going to be able to protect them, while they fight and help them get skilled up. So I think that, one of the mismatches is that you have a training system that includes sending soldiers outside of Ukraine, through this bureaucratic process, but then you have Ukrainians themselves within their own military, who, like any other military, are trying to figure out in the fight how to identify people who have skills or have potential to have skills, and then try to attract them to places where they think that they're going to be useful. If there was some way to try to integrate that type of selection process for the soldiers who are sent outside of Ukraine for training, and then be able to integrate that with the expertise that German or British or whoever Polish trainers are able to offer, I think that would be a better model, but that takes a fair bit of coordination, which we don't see at present.
Thank you for this comment. I would like to elaborate, but I know that Frankie needs to run away to the next meeting. That's why I want to grab the opportunity and ask you, Frankie, when you meet all the Ukrainian soldiers, I know you have been to Germany a couple of weeks ago and to visit the training area. What is the most acute need, or what is the most acute needed skill the Ukrainians tell you we want to learn that? And what do you think the NATO troops can learn from the Ukrainians?
It's the integration of drones and drones and drones. And the tough thing is, if you're a military trainer from any Western military country, our doctrine and tactics just have not caught up or adapted to the war in Ukraine. And so that's probably one of the biggest friction points. And, like the way the Germans told us that they were handling that is they're just like, we get it. You guys, keep telling us and giving us feedback. That's not how we do it. That's not how we do it, because we would use drones. And the Germans basically just say, well, we're just going to make you as good as we possibly can make you in, doing a trench assault. And so it's, I guess you could say, like, when all else fails, we'll just make you really good at the basics of doing trench assault. But again, even then, we met a lot of German officers who are like, we don't have any doctrine or manuals like for a modern day trench assault. So they were basically having to wing it by, a lot of these guys were telling us like, yeah, we had to like dust off all these old German manuals from World War I and World War II on how to do trench assault. And we just sort of used our common sense at looking at, videos on Twitter to try and, maximize a more realistic training environment. And we got to watch a couple of trench assaults, and I could tell you there were no drones involved because they just we don't have the training or authorities or capabilities to do that. So again, it's a really tough situation right now, I think, for all the training programs. Will?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's German trainers have a lot to offer in terms of training and basic tactics, and that's actually important. But the most efficient way to use the soldiers' time, I think, is to try to figure out what Ukrainian soldiers are actually proficient at. And there's an opportunity for mutual learning. I mean, if you have the right selection process and you get Ukrainian soldiers who might be more advanced in things like the integration of drones in small unit tactics, that's something that German trainers can offer opportunities, to improve skills, but they can learn at the same time. And I think if they're learning at the same time, what that does is that gives Ukrainian soldiers an opportunity to think about their own situation, their own context on the battlefield, and be able to develop ideas and integrate that maybe more systematically in their own doctrine and to improve skills. I mean, there are different ways to organize a curriculum, and one of the things that impressed, I think, both Frankie and me interacting with German trainers is that there is a fair bit of openness. There's some frustration among them, but it's a positive frustration, I think, in a way, because of all the European training that we've seen, I think that the German curriculum is the most well developed and the one that, at least in principle, is most open to flexibility. We can contrast that maybe with some of the others that we've seen.
Wanted to thank, I'm not sure if Jahara Frankie Maticic is with us still, if he's left or not. I want to thank him a lot for his expertise and for his insights. He's a Lieutenant Colonel of the US Air Force and a military professor at the US Naval College, and he is a non-visiting fellow at the European Resilience Initiative Center. And thank you, Dr. Will Renner, for what your insight offer us. And one more question which I would love to ask you before I let you go and do your research business. Now, when you look at the results of what we have achieved now, we have several brigades being completely trained in Germany, and they come back, they fight, they get restructured. And I know that some battalions which have been trained in Germany, they don't have any person anymore who has been trained in Germany. Not because they are killed in action or missed in action or wounded in action, but because they have been transferred to another unit, or someone got some another assessment, they don't do what they were trained to do, etc. Is this process too slow and too low scale?
The process of Western training, I mean, at the risk of maybe being too critical, I think it's also it's a question of the organization of Ukraine's military. I mean, why do people get moved around? What are the reasons for this? Why isn't expertise concentrated in certain kinds of units? And I think that this is part of the problem on both sides, is that you have different organizational cultures, and in order to make this third-party training work better, those organizational cultures and those interests have to be better aligned. And I think that this is a lot of what we've been seeing. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, for NATO militaries to learn from Ukraine, because there's a process of organizational learning that's organic at frontline areas. And unlike Frankie, I'm able to travel in Ukraine, and you do see people that innovate.
Boots on the ground to get first-hand experience and knowledge is the key part for the NATO trainees to know what they train. But the NATO soldiers may not go to Ukraine. We know that no US soldier may enter Ukraine, active soldier, to get that experience, even not for a fight, just for collecting information, for making interviews, for talking to people. Is that a problem?
I think it's a big problem. And politically, I'm not going to be able to solve that problem. I could offer a different model of training, which is what I would do is I would I would ask Ukraine authorities, send people that you can afford to send who already have skills, who you think are really good at what you do in the type of war that you're fighting. Bring them to NATO countries, and there's a process of mutual learning that can go on, because if the Ukrainian has to train the NATO soldier, in that process of training the NATO soldier, at least explaining what their battlefield conditions are and what kind of needs that they have, which is important information, for governments and militaries that want to give further assistance to Ukraine. But in that process of explaining what they do, they also learn. And I think that rather than this kind of, primary school top-down, guy who hasn't had the experience of these Ukrainian soldiers training these Ukrainian soldiers, as best he can, that, some other kind of model would work a lot better. Maybe it would result in fewer Ukrainian soldiers being trained, but I think that it would be a mutually more beneficial type of arrangement. And some of the German trainers that we talked to, in some ways, they think about models like this. How do you turn the student into an instructor in a way that benefits the student and aligns the instructor with what the student's actual conditions are and what the student's actual needs are. And that's something that there are all kinds of experiments in military training. Assistants, for example, struggle against colonial rule. That Scandinavians had a lot of experience with this, decades ago. How do you actually understand what it is that the person who's being trained needs? And you have to get your head into their experience in order to provide that kind of beneficial curriculum. And unfortunately, NATO soldiers can't go to those places and see that directly and then take that knowledge. But there are other ways to do that. I'll leave it to the politicians to figure out the other stuff. But
absolutely,
I think
military personnel should do military stuff, and military professors study their field, and the politicians should do their job. They cannot hide behind the backs of the experts. Thank you so much. It was Dr. Will Reno, who is a professor at the Northwestern University and the chair there, and he's also a non-visiting fellow at the European Resilience Initiative Center. Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Reno. And I'm coming back to Sasha Ostanina, who is a policy fellow at the Jacques Delors Center in Berlin. We have one of questions from our audience saying that the number of types of weapons which Ukraine has been provided and Ukraine has to use is one of the key reasons for the problems in the Ukrainian army. And that is also what I read in your paper, which you published on the types of ammunition and arms. You have even used the term weapons zoo, pointing out that it is more a collection of different types. How large is that problem?
I need to emphasize that that's not my term. That was used by the former Ukrainian Defense Minister Brezhnikov, who said that I need to operate a military zoo. And that's the best description you can imagine when it comes to describing the number of different weapons systems that the Ukrainian army uses. It partially originates from the problem that Ukrainians needed to go and ask for help for different countries, and then took whatever was available to Ukraine at the moment. Partially the problem is that NATO itself and the EU itself didn't manage to solve this problem for many decades, because first of all, the number of platforms employed in the EU member states, is 6 times as high as the US, for instance, using. And so you need to produce not only a weapon system per se, but also ammunition and spare part, and that all complicates the logistics, not only in the EU, because that's one of the problems, because you need to get a special military permission to cross an internal border between the EU member states, and then it takes, well, the EU had its objective to reach a 5-day permission issuing term several years ago, and this objective has not been yet achieved. So it's the logistical problem on the EU side, and then you can imagine the logistical difficulties that Ukraine faces when it has to organize the delivery of different weapons platforms and systems to the front line, and then also ensure that there is enough spare parts and ammunition and et cetera, available for the soldiers. And so that's the problems that did not originate in Ukraine per se, but was, so to say, imported to Ukraine with Western aid. A similar problem of different root causes exists in the EU training for Ukraine here in Germany, because after an accident last year at one of the training sites, the Bundeswehr decided not to use Kalashnikov rifles for training anymore, and they had to switch for German rifles, which are absolutely different. And out of 6 weeks of a training program, the Bundeswehr now has to spend a week just to get those soldiers adjust to a new weapon or to a new rifle that they will never use when they're back in Ukraine. So this military zoo is a real problem when it comes to training, when it comes to fighting, and solving it, and I'm going to throw the buzzword interoperability, interchangeability, the objectives that NATO has been trying to achieve for many decades, is what also going to improve the successes of the Ukrainian army on the front line, the successes in training programs, and also the successes and the level of interoperability and ability to work together in Europe, even in peacetime.
And exactly as correctly our viewers mentioned, Ukraine needs ammunition, and Ukraine needs more than weapons. It cannot be counted as a success when Ukraine gets 30 years old weapons in low quantities without ammunition. We say, no, you fight.
Also because the problem is that the amount of ammunition available in stock is limited. And so if you use those Soviet time weapon system, the only countries that you can go to and ask for more ammunition are Russia-friendly. And so you get a system and you're happy that you got something, but there is no ammunition, no spare parts to use it. What are you going to do about it?
Well, it is a $1 million question, and we definitely would be happy to discuss it further and try to find a solution. But our time for this panel is coming to its end. Don't forget to share this program. Don't forget to subscribe to both channel, European Resilience Initiative Center and Silicon Curtain. You will have next panel, Jonathan Fink, who you missed, and as I saw in the comments, and you will have it for sure. Don't forget to use the donation link and open the donation link in the commentary in the description section of this video. We are providing the Ukrainian army with needed equipment, which we may bring as a German organization for their needs, and this equipment is highly needed. We are talking to the soldiers in the field and asking them directly what they need and how we can help them. You're in the middle of 8 hours TV marathon in support for Ukraine. We are going now for a short break with a pre-recorded interview, especially for this TV marathon. And after that, we will switch back to live. Don't switch off.
Well, what we are witnessing really is the result of decades of a campaign run by Russian intelligence, really, so that it's really easy for them to detect the vulnerabilities and conduct measures of demoralization. So yes, what we're witnessing right now is a campaign of demoralization, like we've seen them before. We've seen them also instrumentalizing the peace movement for that purpose, but also we have seen campaigns smearing politicians who are supporting the deliveries of weapons at the same time, by the way. So it's a classic toolbox of demoralization, and it's no surprise to people who deal with such questions. We can definitely say that some German politicians owe their careers to measures of infiltration. This is the case of several members of the current Bundestag on the side of the AfD. We also see some very worrying ties among Die Linke, formerly known Die Linke, now people who have defected to Sarah Wagenknecht's new political party, people who have visited the Donbas region, met with Russian intelligence there. This is really worrying, yes. So yes, we can definitely say that. There has been a very interesting investigation conducted by the Insider, by Spiegel as well. Those were joint efforts. And they have actually uncovered a classic textbook case of an infiltration with a member of the current Bundestag, who had an aide who himself could classify not as an asset, but actually as an agent. So yes, there is a difference. An asset is somebody who is strategically placed in a certain context, who is helpful for the agenda of an hostile entity that can be activated for that purpose. Some are assets wittingly and or unwittingly. We have also the category of fellow travelers, people who are happily volunteer to conduct such operations. And then we have agents. Agents are actually people working for intelligence agencies, and that's their job. They are trained. They are trained to steal information. They are trained to conduct measures of intimidation, destabilization, you name it. And in the case of Russia, they are even trained to conduct wet jobs, as we have witnessed in Germany. So it's very far from what we could suspect if we just watch James Bond movies. There is a part of the agent work that is really office job, analytic job. There are certain vulnerabilities that are known, that have been detected because they've been studied. We know, for instance, from former defectors such as Ladislav Bittman, who used to serve in the Czechoslovak intelligence services and defected later, that most of the first part of his job was really observation and detection and the conceptualization of psychograms. And when they had extracted a certain profile from the data that they had been gathering, they actually knew which button to push. And the target person was then used as such. Means that, of course, they know which button to push. That's actually what makes the interesting part of their job. It's the very detection of those vulnerabilities. These sides of weaknesses can be cultivated along the line of aspiration or frustration. This is a work that takes many years, and it's a very tricky part of the trade of espionage. And a handler has a very important role in that context. It's the person that is going to bring the target person to either carry out a mission or deliver an information by using these weaknesses and using these vulnerabilities. Now, there is what we call the German angst. So the German angst, to give you an example, played a role in one of the operations of Russian intelligence, the famous case of the nuclear winter. Now, how do we know about the nuclear winter, disinformation related to the nuclear winter? Because we had a defector called Sergei Tretyakov, who defected. He was an SVR officer, and he defected to the United States. And as every defector, he had he had assembled enough files which he was able to hand over to the FBI, was debriefed as well by the CIA, and we learned that the nuclear winter campaign that reached Germany in the 80s was actually the product of a campaign of Russian intelligence in which Mr. Tretyakov had participated to scare off the Germans about an imminent atomic war and the consequences for humanity. And the button is still working, by the way. We see it now. Putin is aptly using this type of technique to scare the Germans. So basically the answer is very easy. Every human being has vulnerabilities and fears. Some because they come from trauma, others because of education. And when the other side has a psychogram and they are aware of the traumas and they are aware of the weaknesses, it is where they will push in terms of disinformation, of course, to destabilize or to subvert or to scare. That's the way Russian intelligence works. And German angst is one particular sign of our, if I may say so, German character. And the other side knows how to use it. So yes, we are scared of the nuclear threats, and this is why Vladimir Putin is repeatedly using this type of rhetorics, because we, as a target group, are very vulnerable when it comes to these types of threats. He doesn't try these type of threats, let's say, with the British target group or British politicians. Well, first of all, Great Britain is a nuclear power, and second of all, the British political class is very well aware of those techniques, and they react accordingly. Same thing in France, where Macron has, in my sense, replied in a very capable way to the threats from Moscow, in that he kept a strategic ambiguity as to what France could do or could not do. It's exactly the way to deal with such threats. And then we have Olaf Scholz, who obviously didn't get the memo.
And welcome back, and this is our final panel of the day, and today I'm joined by Nikolai Klemenchuk, I think I've pronounced that correctly hopefully, and we've got Operator Starsky, who needs no introduction. I think you'll all be familiar with his incredible materials. This last panel is going to be about how Russia weaponizes everything, including information, memory and politics. Now that's a huge subject. We will see if we can exhaust the topic. That means we'll be here for the next 24 hours. Now, seriously, this is going to last about an hour or so. We'll see how far we go. And it's going to be more of a discussion, because I think this is a topic that we go into a lot of depth. But we have someone here who, of course, has been on the front line of Russian disinformation and is now dedicating his time to fighting it, which is our Operator Starsky. So we'll talk a little about that. But let's start about some of the origins of Russian disinformation and the paranoia that sits behind it. And of course, it's not just about narratives, it's also about technology. So when the Xerox came into being, that was seen as an incredible threat to the Soviet regime. You needed a permit to actually access this, because information is power, information is a threat. And we now see that same paranoia being projected onto the new technology of the internet. And rather than being seen as a benign instrument for human progress, in the paranoia of the Kremlin, it's seen as a CIA and Western plot. So I'd like to throw that out first, this idea about narrative requiring technology and technology being a threat to totalitarian regimes. Nikolai, let's chuck that one over to you for starters.
I'm not sure I've heard the question, but yeah, let's say I think disinformation is just one part of the problem, and I don't think it's even the biggest and the most dangerous one, because, well, it's about manipulation, it's about spreading confusion, and honestly speaking, disinformation and all those manipulative techniques, they don't work very well in a sound and healthy environment. So they mostly relate to pre-existent problems. And yeah, we see it in Germany. Parts of the German population, parts of the German society are highly susceptible to manipulations, but not all of those manipulations are really disinformation. You've been already discussing things like the narrative of Ukraine being a highly corrupt country, for example. Well, there is corruption in Ukraine. The question is not if you are lying about it. The question is how you frame it. And yeah, the main spreaders of pro-Russian narratives, or narratives that are helping Russia, are not necessarily Russian internet trolls or Russian propaganda outlets. There are German politicians, for example, or there are German pundits on the telly, or editors at public broadcasters who invite people like that and let them spread the bullshit.
That's an interesting point there. I'll send that over to you, Mr. Starsky. So the suggestion here is that this kind of propaganda will always exist as long as there are malign actors, but actually the onus needs to shift on those who are supposedly responsible owners of the media and those who are receiving the information to perhaps become more adept at questioning and deconstructing what they're receiving, to be perhaps a little more cynical.
Well, I think first option is will be more effective, because we always talk about the need to educate people, to teach them how to do fact checking, etc., etc. But it's something that people should know by default, right? And I would like to add something to the opinion said by Nikolai. It's not like there is some part of audience that is more susceptible to the Russian propaganda, some of them are less. Everything starts at basic PR. According to the basic PR, every sort of your informational operation must be aimed at some specific target audience. And ideas, but their skills were dangerous for the